I'll cast the last 3 games because I want to be here with the guys.
Oh, yeah, I'm totally prepared for a death segment today, without a doubt. Jumping in, we're going to be tackling the last 3 games coming into it, but I mean, this is the start, and like Toffees, you talked about, it's been forever since everybody's been here on LAN together with the players, so I'm incredibly excited whenever we're starting off everything today.
All right, well, as I said, I'm excited to see which teams are going to end up surprising us
Come on,
today.
guys. Hi, welcome back to another
But before we actually
PUBG
jump
watch
into
party,
PUBG
guys.
Battlegrounds at
EWC
EWC 26, let's talk
Paris.
about the creator
Let's
program
go.
for EWC. If you guys want to go ahead and join that, stay tuned, because on this right here, on this section, you're going to have a QR code where you'll be able to scan it, go join it, and you'll be able to earn rewards. And maybe, possibly, we might even interview you at the end on the finals. I'm not sure though, but I mean, there is some really cool prizes. And while you're doing all that, make sure you check out the EWC website and also the app. Put on your predictions. You saw earlier Avenger Kalaris talking about those predictions. You don't want to know mine because I've been absolutely off the past 2 weeks, but maybe this will be the turnaround. And talking about turnarounds, I mean, I know we've been talking about some of these other squads. The Sony story of the day has to come with Twisted Minds, because my goodness, that is going to be a big deficit that they might have to deal with.
So we got defending champions, right? These are the guys that people expected to win the world multiple years in a row. They've got a roster that is incredible. They finally sort of have found what works for them. And then for the second event, really this year, they have an issue getting a player here. Lou, for those of you who are doing your rosters and your pick'ems, like you heard James and Martin talk about earlier, consider this. Lou is not here. He is not going to be playing, at least we know, day 1, possibly not the entire group stage. And that, I think, is a huge burr in the side of this team. Don't get me wrong, the tab is great, Matt, but I don't know that he can hold a candle to Lou.
Yeah, I mean, whenever we're looking at it, this is also just a team, whenever we look at Twisted Minds, that can also start a bit slow. And whenever we look at this, not having a last chance qualifier, it's all just going to come down to how you're going to be able to play over 2 days of play to get into the grand finals. This is already going to be 1 day where Twisted's going to be coming in with, let's just be honest, limping into this a little bit more than I think that anybody's expecting.
Yeah, they're going to have to adjust, and they're going to have to adjust in the go. But luckily for them, they are going to be playing a total of 12 games. They'll get a chance to play today, see how they're going to be adjusting, and then coming tomorrow, we'll see what they're going to be able to do. If they even play tomorrow, we'll have to check on that one, because we do have some groups here. And today, it will be Group A versus Group B. You can see some of the squads there. Matt, one of them that I'm going to be looking at is none other than the PGS 5 winners, and it's
Come on, guys.
VP.
PUBG PC.
I mean, come on. VP right now, whenever we're looking at this lobby, no disrespect to this lobby in specific, but it is on the weaker side. We're going to see some change-ups on drops where I guess we're going to be seeing like R8 in the center and stuff like that. That means that VP is going to be the most consistent squad on the day. That is what they're known for. If they've got 4 up, they will just decimate you with firing lines. But even if they have a solo, somehow they will squeak out a way to get into that top 4 and find a way to backstab you when you least expect it. So it should be a phenomenal day for them.
Yeah, you were talking about this groups being weak. One of them that could take advantage of that is none other than Shadow Esports.
Yeah, so Shadow Esports, I think, is a little bit lucky that, say, Twisted Minds is down a player right now. They've got some other things to worry about. They are an Indonesian team, first time making it to EWC PUBG for the entire region or the entire country, so that's pretty cool. They want to represent themselves well here. The issue is today, they've got most of 17's drop spots because they don't show up till tomorrow. Tomorrow, they're contested or have to move on almost every single map. So if they want to make a play and say, I get the finals, I want to do it for my country, I want to do it for pride, they have to have a really good day here now. And the luckiest thing that could happen to them is Lou not making the plane, because it is going to open some doors, I think, for some of these teams that may not have traditionally been expected to get that pass.
And that might end up helping out that team from Sony Story of the Day, which is Twisted Minds, right? Allowing them to just have a bit of a breather if things aren't going their way today.
Well, it's all going to come down to consistency. Whenever we look inside this lobby, it can be pretty dangerous, right? Because whenever we're looking at how this is all going to stack up, this is a little bit more of a loose cannon lobby. And whenever we see that, that means more often than not that it's going to be a squad's kind of bumping into each other in rotation much earlier than we can expect. And a squad like Twisted is very formulaic. They are going to scout. They're going to make sure that they have everything under control. But that could also just be they're driving. They've already know exactly where it's going to be free at. But suddenly 2 squads are rolling up on them in angles that they just weren't expecting.
And talking about some of the other squads that we might be seeing some surprises of, we got to talk about the PGS 6 winners. and that is Myth, because boy, did they end up absolutely smacking the lobby when it came down to the finals. What are we expecting out of that squad here?
So we're expecting some fun stuff. I think this is a team that has had some really good moments, but then you go back to what we saw from Myth previously for us when we get to PGC last year, and it really fell apart for them. So this is my question. Myth looks good when given those opportunities at the smaller events. This is no small event, right? This is a massive prize pool, a ton of pressure, and a chance to sort of represent yourself on a global stage unlike any other. That pressure, I think, is really going to come down to can Kiss and the rest of his crew handle it? Because at PGC, I don't believe that they did. Can they turn it around here?
Teams that are able to handle that pressure are usually the Chinese squads. For Angry Men, I know you've been wanting to keep an eye on those teams.
Look, I think that you can't really call it an underdog story today, but 4 Angry Men is my team to watch on the day. Whenever we look at VP, they're going to have a great performance off the start. There's no argument on that. But I'm expecting 4 Angry Men. We've been seeing them on a bigger come up time and time again. This is a squad that's way more comfortable, and I'll be honest, often got a lot of trash talk thrown their direction because they go hide in the circle somewhere. Yep. Now they're a squad that will frag their way in, and they will firefight.
And God V is not here. And that, I think, honestly, as much as I hate to say it, because God V is like immortal, right? For many games, he's been here for so long. I think he was holding this team back a little bit. It sounds like he chose to step back. He chose to let the boys run with it. And so far, it's really paid off. So I do think he will be supporting. He is on the back, got these guys' backs. He's looking out for them. But he stepped back and said, okay, I trust you to run with this 4 a.m. thing. And I think it's going to go really well.
Oh, I like that. Okay, giving us even more insights for the people that might be watching PUBG Battlegrounds at EWC 26 for the first time. And, you know, I'm going to put you on the spot because, hold on, give me this tablet real quick, Toffees. I know you got something in your back pocket, and it's none other than the chicken. So I'm going to put you guys on the spot. Who's going to be getting that first win today? Wild guess. It's pretty much like closing your eyes and just throwing a dart and hoping it lands on the correct team.
If I have to pick who walks away with this chicken, game number 1, I would go with none other than... No, I honestly don't know. I think ALG... All gamers will... AGAL.
It's like, why are you doing this to me?
AGAL has so much on the line with the cup right now that they're going to come out aggressive, and they are a scary team in general. So I look for them to come out hard.
That's a good pick. I'll just be basic, and I'm going to say Virtus Pro. I mean, if you're going to look at consistency, that's a squad that should be hyper consistent, and I'm expecting them to walk out. But sometimes they don't always get the chicken dinners. Second place seems very common for them.
I like those picks. You know, I was going to pick a team, but the team that I was going to pick doesn't have one of the players here today.
Yeah, well, we were all gonna. We were all gonna pick them until that happened.
On game 1, I don't know if I would pick for game 1.
That's a fair point, actually.
Twisted, they usually take a little while to warm up.
So who do you pick now, though?
I'm looking at Full Sense.
Okay, I like
choice.
You like this?
Bold choice. I respect
champions. Yeah. I was there. I wasn't there working with you guys when they ended up winning, but I was on the other side of the arena for that one.
Their IGL got stolen, though.
Yeah, their IGL got jacked, and traditionally, if you win PGC, you don't do so great the next year.
Damn.
So
well, you know, see, it sucks because it's not the second day. Because if it would have been the second day, then I would have been an easy pick. Falcons would have been for me because they always end up performing so well here. Yeah. But yeah, they're not here at the moment. So yeah, I'm gonna stick with Full Sense, even if their AGL got stolen.
You look like a genius when they come out on the first win. It'll be good. It'll be good.
If I don't, I'll be like...
Meanwhile, Twisted is actually going to win the first round, and we're all going to look like fools, having been like, oh, well, they're missing a player, blah, 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 blah. Welcome to PUBG.
Listen, if Twisted wins the first round, everybody needs to be worried. If they come out here, because Tab is not a slouch, okay? Their coach is a pro in every aspect of the word. So I expect them to still do well, and if they win one, all bets are off.
Well, for everybody watching at home, make sure you put in your predictions in the chat. Use that hashtag EWC. Let us know who's going to be winning the first game here because PUBG Battlegrounds at EWC 26 starts now.
Come on, guys, come on. Crazy setup, guys. Crazy on the setup, master.
I think with the group we are in, I would probably say AL just because they are such a horrendous team to run into early. So we just try to avoid them as much as possible. For me, I would say it would be MIF. They show pretty good this year. BB and Below. My biggest rival is PP.
In Group B, I'm going to go with Twisted Minds as our biggest rival.
MIF is going to put out the performance they did last PGS. They are a strong opponent for sure.
Mid, make in Thailand, and to the buy.
Honestly, it doesn't matter for us. We're just ready to fight later on.
I don't want to fight Navi because they got Hakatori. That guy's built different. He's very scary. He's very good at the game.
I would like to fight Twisted Minds because they're a strong team. I think they are still the best team in the world.
这个小组也没有我们想打的队伍，因为这个小组比较均衡。
I think a spicy take I would probably put is maybe Vitality, because they are a bit of a wildcard sometimes.
EWC as well.
I'll go with R8 Esports.
其实小组赛我们没有什么怕的对手吧，然后因为我们的整体实力其实也不差，然后也都是老对手了，然后他们的整体风格我们也都知道。
Sadly for Falcons, I think they not gonna make it.
Hi Bindas bro, welcome to the stream.
Mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue à Paris. Welcome at EWC for a new week of competition here on our Battle Royale stage. Today, there is chicken dinner on the, there is chicken dinners coming, and there is, of course, PUBG.
24 of the world's greatest PUBG teams will enter this arena to fight for glory, $2 million, and of course, the stunning Esports World Cup trophy. That right there smells like a recipe for an action-packed week.
En effet, Barney, beaucoup de surprises vous attendent cette semaine. In just 6 days, we will crown a champion. So time is limited, and you only have 12 games to secure your place directly to the grand finals.
That's right, Luti. Only the teams who can handle the pressure, adapt to every challenge, will be able to lift that trophy. My name is Barney Banks, and I am your host, joined by the awesome Luti. And we can't wait for this story to unfold. But before we do, it is time to introduce your teams to the main stage for day one, starting with R8 Esports.
Team Nemesis.
Petrichor Road.
For Angry Man.
DN Supers.
No kuda to go PUBG PC from stream. కొంచెం కష్టం అబ్బా ఇప్పుడు ఆడలేను వర్క్స్ ఉన్నాయి యాక్చువల్లీ లైవ్లోనే వర్క్ చేసుకుంటే ఇది చేస్తున్నాను.
Full sense.
Cam Esports.
ఒక్క ఇండియన్ టీం లేదు తెలుసా పబ్జి పీసీకి, 0 ఇండియన్ టీమ్స్ దీంట్లో, గ్లోబల్ టీమ్స్ మొత్తం.
Team Liquid.
Shadow Esports.
GK Esports.
AGAL.
Virtus Pro.
Team Vitality.
And finally, our defending champions, Twisted Minds.
MAZZA Esports team next. అంత లేదులే బ్రో మనకి.
Nous y voici. The first 16 teams are locked in and ready to fight. There is no better time than the day one to make a statement.
And so, coming to you live from the Gdynia City grid in the Port de Versailles, today is not the day to be lifting the trophy. It's about proving that you belong in the race to lift that trophy. And so, welcome to day one of PUBG at the Esports World Cup.
Your 2025 PUBG champions are Twisted Minds!
It was important to get this
2025 ఎలా
trophy in
జరిగిందో
our
కానీ
collection of our
2026
team,
కొద్దిగా
and also to help
గట్టిగా
our
జరిగింది.
organization achieve a lot in club championship, so very happy.
I think Twisted Minds has had a tough time in 2026 because they've had a very difficult time adapting to TPP. In FPP, they looked fantastic, always in the conversation to be the champion of a tournament. This time around, though, it feels like a lot of teams have been able to catch up with them because of all of these changes, and it'll be difficult for them to kind of keep up to the excellence level that they're normally used to.
There's a big chance they can make it again because once it is these big tournaments, they are just playing their hearts out. In my personal opinion, I think they're going to be top 4. I don't think they're going to win.
จริงๆคิดว่า Twisted Minds เนี่ยเป็นทีมแชมป์เก่าของปีที่แล้วแต่ทำให้เขารู้สึกว่าเป็นทีมที่น่ากลัวในรายการ EWC ครับแต่จริงๆก็ผลงานเขาล่าสุดก็ไม่ได้น่ากลัวเท่าไหร่ระวังพวกเราดีๆครับจะมาแย่งแชมป์เขาครับ
I think it's going to be difficult for Twisted Minds to be back-to-back champions for Esports World Cup. There are a lot of strong contenders across the board. They're going to have to overcome an extreme hurdle to become the back-to-back champion.
We're just ready to fight everyone.
Be careful, guys. We're gonna win it again.
Come on guys, like and subscribe.
Awesome intro right there, and we got a chance to see one team that we didn't really get a chance to talk about earlier on, and it was none other than Team Liquid.
Oh, Team Liquid, a squad that wins my heart but can't seem to win the game. This is a squad that somehow manages to, like, they've got a core of 3 that rotates in a 4th that is always a phenomenal player. Presently, it's Cowboy, previously played on Al Qadsia, managed to really qualify up and I guess punch above their weight last year. Before that, they had Sparky, who's just walking off of a PUBG Nations Cup
That's got to sting for them a little bit, though.
This is a squad that got 2nd place behind the Expendables at PGC, but somehow just can't seem to navigate managing to make it in later stages. It's like they're afraid to take the fights, and what we're seeing a very kill-heavy meta going on right now. They'll make it in the late stage, they'll get placement points, but they won't get the kills.
Yeah, it seemed like the team that's going to be the champion of PGC 2020 maybe sometime, okay? This is the issue I have with them. They dropped Sparking. I think it was a good call. I think Cowboy is fitting in with this roster well. That said, it's got to be a little bit of a kick in the shins when you see the guy that got dropped go ahead and win PNC and walk away. And not only win, but get the MVP award as well. They got a lot to prove, and Cowboy, I think, is going to be the key to that.
Well, let's see if Team Liquid's got what it takes to end up proving that they can also do it even without the PNC MVP. Let's send it over to Avenger and Poro, who are going to be starting us off with the first match.
Thank you very much, boys on the desk. And much like the Swallows of Capistrano, when the break dancers hit the floor, you know it's time for another PUBG international competition. I am Porosaurus. Joining me once again is Mr. Avenger for the first time, I feel like, in a long time.
Yeah, we haven't casted in ages together. Now we get to do it here at the biggest stage, Esports World Cup 2026, just about to start here. And there's 24 team scores. The fact is, after these 3 days, 8 teams will be going home, 8 dreams will be broken, and 8 keys will be crushed in our crusher.
That is indeed the calculus that we are dealing with here as you see the keys lined up by the crusher. A eventually those will, as you said, 8 teams will be sent down in there. We'll see who will be moving on to our final, but a lot of big names on the board here today, Avenger. Most notably our returning champions, Twisted Minds, but they are kind of playing a little bit hamstrung here today.
They are, even though Tab is a great player. Missing out Lou is a big name to take away from that. I'm not too nervous about them, for them, to be honest. I think the top 16 here for them, even playing with their coach, is very achievable for them. The question is, are they able to get
guys,
like substitute in for the final here? But we're just
waiting
about to start here.
We're getting to start on Erangel El Clasico as we come to know and love it. Get to see all of our beautiful player cams right there,
64
staring
smiles.
down at you. Yeah, well, maybe not smiles just yet, but we'll see a few smiles by the end of this thing. But not a bad plane to start things off, though. Pretty much everything in play.
Absolutely, here from the southwest up to the northeast over south. But most of the teams are going to be able to get into the loot spot or get a car and drive a little bit further to get into that. And also a surprising fact is that R8 is going to be able to take Pochinki uncontested, one of the arguably best loot spots here in Erangel, and one of the teams that's just qualified for this. And one of the lesser known teams is able to get that, so hopefully that can help them on their way towards that finals.
Almost call it the 17 effect, don't you? You know, a day when that team is not in the lobby, normally that is their preferred drop spot, and I don't think any other team is thinking that they want to challenge that for right now, even when they're not in the lobby. 17 playing a big part in how the map shapes up as we see. Looks like nobody getting anywhere near each other on drops. No early shenanigans to be found, and a nice circle right in the dead center to start us off.
Yeah, and let's talk about our defending champions here. Twisted Minds, Patudans, the IGL for this one here. And then on top of this is they're not in their usual drop spots. They have bowed down from school and apps, and they're looting here on that military island. And considering where our circle is, drop dead center on that school and apps where Petrico Road are uncontested currently. It's going to sting a little bit for this mind, but being alone on that military island, it's going to be plenty of loot, plenty of everything they need. They can, loot for as long as they want to. Get maybe a flare gun to put themselves into that center.
Let's go, guys.
I'm going to ask an interesting hypothetical here. Do you think if they have blue there, do you think they challenge Petrico Road?
I don't think so, no. It's not worth.
They did it earlier this year.
They have been, and there's they have been, and there's Vitality are defending that spot that they want, that South George and crates area.
Come on, guys, like
they feel like those crates are so
PUBG PC అసలు graphics crazy ఉంటదబ్బా, shadows కానివ్వండి అన్ని బాగుంటాయి. చాలా కొత్తవి వచ్చినాయి, మనకి తెలియదు. ఓపెన్ చూడండి కొద్దిగా నా కెమెరా వేరే సైడ్ తిప్పేస్తాను.
A little bit of a victim of the plane path there, as I think Vitality was trying to cheat a little bit south of the river there, and unfortunately for them, Liquid were a little bit later in grabbing vehicles, and they will take one away from Vitality. We'll see if they're able to collect that chip at some point, bring that man back. It looks like Team Liquid will get Cowboy back on his feet, and they have crates to themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a chip in the car, and that means they're going to be exploding that chip.
I think we found the chip, didn't we?
The chip is absolutely there, and that means that Vitality is going to be playing as a 3-man for the rest of the game. They're not going to be able to bring that chip back and that player back, so that's a little bit unfortunate. Luckily for them, they don't have high priority in this circle here already, so they're going to be playing it very slow. Coming in from that
maybe 5 years అవుతున్నట్టుంది ఈ ఛానల్
I wouldn't be surprised to see them just kind of hang around north of the river as long as possible. Right now, currently, looks like we've got Nemesis and Tyloo
వీడియోలు పెట్టి 5-6 నెలలు దాటింది. అది కూడా అప్పటికి 4 నెలల తర్వాత ఒక వీడియో పెట్టి మళ్ళీ వదిలేసి మళ్ళీ ఇప్పుడు లైవ్ చేస్తున్నాం. EWC నాకు ఆపర్చునిటీ వచ్చింది.
Still wide split. They do have Full Sense just off to their west, but it doesn't look like Full Sense is in any hurry to start their move into the circle either.
Yeah, Virtus Pro, of course, one of our big winners, won the circuit, won finals in the spring here, so their form is looking absolutely fantastic.
Let me check one.
Honestly, these teams are respecting each other quite a lot here. Talked a little bit with VP yesterday, and they're like, you know what, we're gonna put the hammer on this tournament. We're gonna make sure that some teams we don't want in the final, we're gonna make it hard for them because they're certain that
maximum Korean teams, Chinese teams ఉన్నాయి. అవి కాకుండా అమెరికా టీమ్స్ ఉన్నాయి, వియత్నాం, థాయిలాండ్, సౌత్ ఈస్ట్ ఏషియా నుంచి వచ్చినాయి.
Only 8 teams go out, so just a cut off from that top 8, the top 16 and that bottom 8.
They've been an absolute force to be reckoned with for sure. Going back to last year,
ఎన్ని మ్యాచెస్ ఉన్నాయో నాకు అర్థమైతలే.
ఇప్పుడు slowed down the
24 teams
changes and all the other additional changes that we've
మొత్తం
seen
18 మ్యాచెస్ గైస్.
last year.
ఈ రోజు ఒక 6,
2025
రేపు ఒక
PUBG,
6,
not the years here
ఎల్లుండి ఇంకో 6 జరుగుతాయి. మొత్తం
PUBG.
18 మ్యాచెస్ జరుగుతాయి.
As we mentioned,
తర్వాత
Toffee's talking about in the opening, it's been a lot of adjustment period, especially for teams like Twisted Minds.
It has been. A lot of teams have been grinding. One of these teams is Nemesis here on screen. You might recognize a lot of these names here. A lot of them have played for Navi prior. PUBG with Navi. State's been there, Diffic's been there, Sosa's been there most recently. This team basically a super team if you just look at the players consistently here. And in my book, I talked to Diffic at PNC and he's like, we have a good shot at making and ruffle our feathers here, and I'm really excited to see how far they can take it. Might not have been as much of a big and known team because they're so new for this year, but they're very strong, extremely mechanically gifted, this team.
Not going to find too many teams with bigger chips on their shoulder either, if you talk about them as the ex-Navi All-Stars, essentially, but a lot of talent on that team, a lot of skill as we check in with AGAL playing south here on the dirt road. Nobody anywhere near them. Just south of dead center circle, but just taking their time to slowly scout their way in and seeing a little bit more discipline from that team than maybe we've become used to seeing before.
It's always been like that. And the first day of this tournament, especially the group stage here, where you just got to make your way in, a lot of teams are just slowly making space, trying to figure out this information that's coming in here. And the very interesting is that we've got a red so dead center. We could end up having that terrain destruct and have a big impact here. Shots coming in here from Tyloo, trying to put some pressure on the Nemesis as it goes on here on Draken. On the roof here, getting a lot of information, a lot of damage done towards that Nemesis voice. They are going to be taking some peeks at them. They lost the tire already on the Dacia like this here. It's going to steal a little bit more.
Same PUBG mobile lagane
so it's going to be interesting to see how they approach that. Looks like right now they're kind of itching their bits on being a northern circle, but it's close to the river. We have to remember as well, new circle settings has been applied to this. It does no longer in Circle 4 and Circle 8 go away from water, so we have a lot of impact with that, and circles can end up being in some of these very interesting areas.
Brought up quite a few there changes from last year. If you have not gotten a chance to watch competitive PUBG since last EWC, then there's a lot of new things you're going to be seeing here, most notably that terrain destruction, as you said, and the most recent one being those circle changes, no more land ratio, which means that we're going to be seeing circles that we have not seen before, and or have not seen in a very long time at least. As we see, oh, hello, my bad.
Oh.
Vitality already losing Levante. Don't want to lose another one here, but they should be fairly safe. As you mentioned, they're sitting on the north side. Nobody anywhere near them.
We got to mention as well, losing Levante, basically their superstar, their top thracker. That's a big blow to Vitality to begin things off with here for our first game. Sure, we are playing 18 in the group stage. Each team will be playing 12, but still, that's a big name. One out of your 12 games here. Full Sense, PTC 2025, defending champions here. So far this year, it's not been looking too good for them. They're far out of our overall PGS score in terms of our international standings. They got here by a regional qualification. And with this, I'm excited for them still. Belmore, our MVP, IGL MVP. And yeah, excited to see how these guys are going to be performing here. Now, again, it's the biggest stage. This is what most of the teams there are fully focused on. They have taken PGS maybe at some training here, but they have quite the way to make in, and they're making their way in behind Virtus Pro, and they'll be very adamant of protecting their behind here. So let's see what Liquid's going to be doing from this ruins here. We're going to have a circle pop just soon here, Paro. Oh!
There we go. The first of what is likely to be many hard shifts that we will see this week, all the way over to the west. So Team Liquid hanging out in ruins. Looks like that'll pay off pretty nicely for them, as GAM will be hanging out in the boatyard. They have to basically rearrange themselves now to defend it from all sides, as they are likely to see pressure.
Yeah, and GAM you might know as GAM the Expendables. They were 2024 PTC champions. 75% of the roster still together with Hong F coming in. They have a dead center spot who's looking really good for them. We talked about this circle setting. This circle has such an impact. So much water in play, and a lot of teams are going to be playing around that with how this kind of goes. A lot of teams are trying to lock down some of those central locations. The question is, though, this big little ridge that's coming in, it's going to have quite the impact from Russia, too. Big fights are already happening here. Ming finds Spaceman for him. It's China fighting each other at the moment.
A lot of teams scrapping right now. This is just right in the middle as 4AM is losing a couple One to start off with. Nice seat swap there from Shen, as looks like 4AM has just decided to take this fight in waves. 2 down for Petrichor Road. I-26 V6 with that side angle, though, causing some problems. To see 04MB in the vehicle on the move, trying to rejoin his team to see if they can get involved. But now Supers has arrived as well, dropping utility from the high ground. But Guman, I think that might be all he's going to do. See if he can go fishing with Dynamite, but he's not going to come up with anything.
Yeah, that's rough. That's been the star of the year. Everyone's looking for these third-party fights, especially in all these circles here. DN Supers taking space both sides of the road here for Rostock. Very greedy. I like it though, but with 4AM having lost one of those kills, Shens gets one, and what a headshot that was. They're trying to lock down the southern side of this ridge I was talking about here. Virtus.pro also drive-bying just a little bit. Delvin currently, the IGL of AGL is down and knocked, and the other guys are getting punched away by both R8 and from Virtus.pro. Flush is coming in from Lucarux and confirming another kill for VP here. 2 points to them in this game.
Unfortunate there for AGAL, running into Virtus.pro on the very south side of this new zone, just outside of Pacheki, but as you mentioned, R8, that northern angle onto that could just free farm fire down onto it, so it kind of forced AGAL's hand. We'll see it destroy and Sololzi make their way forward as a duo. As we now check in with Nemesis. They've made the long wrap on the north side, managed to avoid, it looks like Geek and Vitality, yes. So Nemesis, they're continuing that long wrap. Looks like it's going to pay off pretty well for him, though, as that western side on the north end is pretty free.
It's always, when you have these arches here, you're always trying to look for these backfills here. And right now they're looking for a lot of players. They're going to be able to come into that cube area from the western side here and have quite significant amount of space. Let's see if they go south side or north side of the river. Right now, just waiting for that next circle pop to see if we are going to go any side of the river. Likely going to go south, but let's see what happens here. It is going to go south, southwest even. Virtus.pro is going to be laughing at that. There's some free high priority compounds available. Looks like Virtus.pro is going to be trying to grab some of that southern space here. Look at all the teams that's currently in around the Rostock area and outside to the northeast of Power. We're going to have so many fights happening in from that eastern and from that northern side.
Well, we were talking about it earlier. The GAM hold-on boatyard was going to be very difficult to do. It's a very difficult spot to hold from all comers. It looks like Tyloo was able to get everybody in there, and now they're just going to go ahead and reposition all together as Vitality is starting to make their way over. Myth also making their way over. Geek, they're going to come over here from the eastern side. They're going to try to avoid Twisted Minds. It looks like Twisted is perfectly content just eating a little bit more blue zone, and waiting and biding their time to come in as they have spotted out this rotation just ahead of them.
Yeah, and there's been some reses coming in as well with the recall. We're going to have to check out what happens with that. Twisted Mind continues his wide wrap on the southern side here. And even in phase 3, it's 1 damage per second is fine for them. The next one does have an impact. Infecting stops here. Actually has the barrel in hand. Tries to maybe set up for some shots towards Geek. They feel like a little bit that Geek was kind of hurting them towards and to stay away. Especially with the cars driving, those drive-bys can be extremely strong here. Let's see how far they end up going here. Geek is entering that area towards the eastern side here. They might run into their countrymen from DN Supers on that east side of Rostock. Let's see what happens with that as the recalls are coming in here. Tyloo, it looks like, have been able to have a recall on some of those players.
Also, always concerned about that inevitability of a third-party fight, as we see level 3 gear there on Sungjang from Geek. So Geek looking pretty stacked as they make their way in a little bit late. And finally, looks like they find a nice little path in to avoid shots from most of the teams. Tyloo, though, they're just sending it right down the middle, and they are getting absolutely peppered right now. Looks like they've managed to keep everybody. Oh, nope. Kong going to go down, and so will One Dragon. So Tyloo, they try to make the bold send to the north side of Boatyard, and they pay the price.
And Lee's last player here. Just going to try to go for that rest, potentially onto One Dragon, but shots are coming in. Myth and Jacob is saying no. 18 HP. Last player here from Tyloo. Can he make something happen? Well, they have so many teams in and around the Boatyard. Goes for the very greedy ego peak here instead of going for the rest on One Dragon. Let's see what happens here with Tyloo as they are in this fight with Boatyard. Circuit is going in so fast, so compressed with the amount of teams that's in and around that Boatyard area.
Lee maybe just making sure that nobody was intending to crash on him before he goes for that. I mean, he is so scared to go for that revive. It's just, and I don't blame him. I mean, you hear footsteps all around you essentially right now in this position as we check back in with Geek. See, they got the P90 in hand as well, but Supers coming up over the top. We'll see what their utility situation looks like is that circle will hard shift to the north. So Boatyard it is in the end game. And we see a number of teams from the south trying to regroup.
And those are so rare, again, because those circle 4 shifts goes away from water. It's extremely rare prior to these circle settings that we've seen in England like this. And all the teams already kind of camped in around that area. Tyloo tried to send it in, but didn't have an Alo finds Getrox from Vitality. So Vitality has a lot of pressure here as Liquid tries to hold on to that western side control here. Ruin's going to have another fight as well. Full Sense potentially going to third party or join that fight with Team Liquid and Vitality.
Yeah, Team Liquid sending 2 into the south side of Boatyard, so it's just Alo and Purdy Curdy holding on to that Ruin spot, keeping Vitality at bay. But you can see Full Sense starting to look over in that direction to see if they can get involved. But all of these teams off to the south have to make a move. But you see Virtus Pro will have eyes on Nemesis. Twisted Minds now on the move as well. I think Virtus Pro maybe need to get themselves back together, try to repel any invaders with a united front.
Absolutely. AGL here on the eastern side. 4 a.m. fight about to be happening here. MT with a Panzer Faust onto Batulins. That's rough. Heaven finds a Khan as well. Perfectix finds MT as Twisted Minds takes control of this ridge line here. Third parties with nades coming in too. Batulins and Tab is both down. Teddy finds Tab, or gets found by Tab here as Hajar and Aimbot's last 2 players here. Third party comes in as well with VP taking space next to them.
No, this was just never going to work, was it? Twisted Minds tried to send it for the dip, but unfortunately just so many teams alive, so many have available to play on there. Nice grenade will take down him. Perfectix will try to go for the revive on Batulins by the grace of the smoke, but you can just look at the mini-map, so many gunshots being sent over in this direction, and that actually might be what saves them. Petrichor Road going to have to retreat off of this.
Trying to make space
nice
next
grenade.
to them. Oh, Aimbot finds them. R8 tries to defend this area. Another nade comes in. That's perfect. And R8 is going to be eliminated here. Soon's going to be able to go for that rest here, but we have sharks in the water. Both Nemesis is trying to get in. Petrichor Road's trying to get involved, and VP is taking so much space close and next to Twisted Minds.
I mean, they see damage teams. There's a good grenade. Batulins just barely survives. Nixie will follow that one up, but you see what Virtus Pro is working with. Nice little ridge line.
That's it.
That'll be it for Twisted Minds. They go out in 15th place. But I gotta say, surprised to see this many teams alive, this many players alive in a circle this late into this game. 17 minutes in, but you see the kill feed just lighting up like a Christmas tree as now AGAL is taking it with Myth. Nemesis is trying to hold off 4 a.m. Geekay and Supers are fighting on the east side. So many fights happening all at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. A Melman gets found as well here by Shen. 4 a.m. getting involved in this one. AGL 14th place. Shen tries to get that flush here, but Nemesis is trying to defend this as quickly as possible. Shen's probably going to go down to blue here, and Nate's going to come in and confirm, and Stade gets that kill confirmed here. Dean Super's also out. A lot of top teams are holding her down. Cloris hit the mortar.
Steal them away. Get a couple of those much-needed points as the circle does shift to the north again. All water all the time. That's what we wanted, right? Nemesis still trying to finish off HSMM. And the rest of 4 a.m. as quickly as they can, but now getting shot in the back by Virtus Pro, so that timeline has reduced significantly here.
Yeah, and with that circle shift to the north as Cowboy finds Lukarux. Liquid's going to be involved with that fight, trying to defend that southern side. We'll also see it. Samemi here, shots coming in, finds Diffix with the M4 headshot. Soset and State tries to make the most out of this one here. They got 2 kills so far, but it's really extremely difficult. These teams going to have to try to make it inside the circle. I don't think they're just going to go for the points here. It makes most sense to me. Nixie finds 2 members of Petrichor Road as VP's taking so much control outside Boatyard, but it's going to be a Boatyard proper ending here. What a first circle we have here at Esports World Cup 2026.
Wild stuff there as Vitality does get eliminated in the end. Nemesis is going to keep an eye on Hasameme, but as you said, I mean, it's just getting that 1 kill. They thought it would be easy, but there's just no easy outs here. EWC lobby as Beamy will find Sosid. Hasameme just stands there healing up, laughing, surviving just a little bit longer here for 4 a.m.
Beamy got the confirm onto Sosid. He was nothing. He was inside the circle, but shots are coming in here, and VP's realizing, let's try to farm and close as many teams on to the southern side, and then we can fight for some space south side on that boatyard here. It's Mehmet. Looks like it's just going to be him trying to get some heals. Obviously, we're also playing on the patch where heals have been buffed. VP is making their way in now. Oh, lots of damage from that nade. A great pre-nade, but all 4 members alive. 7 kills for Virtus Pro. Looking extremely poised for getting double digits potentially in this game.
Just picking the right times.
Let's go,
showing
guys.
the right amount of patience. They've managed to get all 4 into this south side of Boatyard. That one grenade from Cowboy could have caused so much damage from him, but it was just a little bit too late. So here the mortars coming in. Luke 12 will find Thanadol in flash. But what can they do to capitalize off of this? As you see, the vehicle will explode. Full Sense, they might be able to reset here.
Potentially, if no more mortar comes in, but it's another one. It gets 2 confirms onto Full Sense and knocks Tigger as well.
They're down, bro. They're eliminated.
With that M249, he tried to go for the rest. Now it's just down to Belmoth, our 2025 MVP from PGC and the IGL. Blue zones are being hurled at him, trying to hold them out.
Oh.
And Liquid's looking to shut this down.
Just bouncing the wrong way, though, for him. As see there, want to go out there and finish them off, but you also don't want to risk. I mean, you saw Cowboy just saw Virtus Pro with a 4-man squad backfilling. You don't want to take that risk that while you're trying to finish this off, that Virtus Pro is just going to sweep back around you. So I think Team Liquid showing a great deal of patience here. And Belmoth and Tigger, it's not like they're in any better position now. They're still going to have to come here eventually.
Yeah, it's a great observation here. Honestly, for me, again, this 2-2 split for them, making sure they could potentially get the 2 points off from Full Sense, but also locking down that backfill or third-party opportunity onto Virtus Pro. That's exactly why Liquid is such a great team. As we look back at some of the kills here, so much fights, and what a crazy circle we had. All the fights we had in and around Rorschach ended up not mattering. It ended up being that Boatyard central ending here. Nixie finds Setsuna as well from Shadow. Akan goes down to Baron as well from Myth as they continue to try to involve themselves. And look at this, with this center dot being basically in the little harbor of Boatyard. It makes it extremely difficult to figure out, are we going to go west around or north around on that side of the Boatyard.
A couple of interesting situations right here. Myth kind of up against it. They do have a little bit of a foothold inside the zone here, just under the bridge. Geeke on the other side of the river. They've got EJ and Akan trying to swim across. But meanwhile, Team Liquid will hold the line. Full Sense. They tried to drop the smoke wall and make it in, but Team Liquid was ready. They will collect their 5th kill.
Great start from Team Liquid. Now they control that entire southwest side with the bridge as well in control. It's going to be huge. Cloris with a pants on hand, though, as Gam Esports try to advance a little bit. Purdy finds EJ from Geeke. And Lee here from Tyloo, last player. Can they fix it out? Can they get him done? And it's going to be a Cloris with the Panzerfaust, a quick rest, and that's going to be quickly done here. Geeke also goes out in that 6th place, and now we're into the top 5. A lot of placement points are going to be distributed here in the next couple minutes.
A lot of full 4-man squads here as Virtus Pro starting to make their way in. They saw Gam take that knock, but it looks like they'll get him back on his feet almost immediately. But good job by Huang F and Duck Juice to expect that backfill. And they're going to put a pause on VP's rotation to the north here while starting to creep around here as well, starting to look down where Virtus Pro just was. But it looks like we'll probably slow down here, at least until this next circle pops. And then you got to imagine Myth is going to be in a hard spot.
Yeah, the next fight's bound to be happening here is, of course, Virtus Pro and GAM Esports. And, of course, as well, Shadow Esports with Myth. Liquid's looking really good for a top 3 from this position here, controlling a lot of space, reinforcing the southern side while their IGL pretty curly is trying to figure out, can we cross this bridge? Or are we going to have to third-party that VP and GAM fight? With the circle as well, going up to the northeast side, they're going to have to make moves. It looks like the other guys are running to that western side, so they're going to try to cross the bridge. Pretty Curdy might have been spotted that not that many people from Shadow Esports is reinforcing this bridge side here. Next fight's going to be, of course, as well, Myth outside the circle. VP has a way in, but Myth is going to be a big move too.
Just going to swim across, yeah.
Smart.
It's a tough call, isn't it? Because you know, on that eastern side, if you go, you're going to be backfilling VP. You have the possibility of getting third-partied by another team. But if you go on this western side, this is what you're having to deal with.
Yeah.
And seeing maybe they feel like they've got a pretty good read on where Shadow Esports is. Purdy will upgrade himself just a little bit. Yeah, why not get a late game just for the funsies? But Jexy kind of on the clock here for Shadow as the rest of his team is watching Myth currently.
And that part of the harbor is actually perfect for them. They've got bridges on multiple sides. Kamalzo takes some shots towards Kiss. See if they can take Myth out. Deny them space here. But utilities being thrown. Wangef as well go down to Beamy. As Lukarux also finds Duck Juice. Being a big fight here in the southern side and northern side. Multiple teams denied entry.
Yeah, 2 scraps going on at the same time. Myth versus Shadow and Gam versus Virtus Pro. While Liquid just kind of swims around, working their way towards the middle. Myth will use that smoke to get up to the walls. See if they can gain a little bit of safety here as they were just getting peppered with utility in the middle of the street. But you can see just off in the distance, Gam has taken a few knocks. They will get their man Hwang F back on his feet, but Virtus Pro still 4 strong and being very methodical about how they push through.
Yeah, they know exactly where they are. They're looking for it. They're using utility to create space and to put pressure onto Gam. Lots of utilities being, and you know, Gam right now just immediately disengaging from this fight here, trying to go towards the mid area. So we just have 1 player left from Shadow Esports, 3 players left from Gam, and 2 full rosters on Liquid and Virtus Pro.
How on earth does Myth make that way across and not take a single knock? As Shadow Esports, as you said, down to just Jexy. He's got the shotty in hand, hoping for the best. He's going to have the worst as he does get the knock on a Scaffy, but nobody really near enough to capitalize on that, so Myth should be able to fully reset.
Oh, and then the next circle is straight onto the hub, and look at the amount of control that Liquid is setting up with controlling those bridges, those small ramps to get up, and that's going to be difficult for some of the team to make it in here. It looks like it's going to be ending just on the curb of the harbor edge.
What a circle to start things off here at Esports World Cup. Let's see.
Oh,
good grenade, and Cowboy with a follow-up will take down Lukarux. We'll try to return with the Molotov and flush out that kill. The smoke wall is blooming down, but good return utility from Virtus Pro. It's not going to be enough to save Luka, though.
Gonna be difficult here. Now does VP just go onto and try to push onto Gam here. Next he finds Tanvu. Big names to take down immediately here with the AUG and the headshot. And now Gam, it's a 3v2. Griggs has been hit with the Molotov. Very methodical in their approach for this one here. Losing Lukarux is not going to be a problem for this engagement. Beamy still has a Panzerfaust as well. Glorious finds Beamy. Nixie gets found as well, but Correxy returns the fire out to Glorious. Wangef.
Wangef, the last player left alive, will take down Correxy, and it's going to take down Virtus Pro as Gam now up to 9 kills as they will try to get their man back up. Tanvu as a duo, very dangerous stuff for Gam. But Myth still 4 strong, inexplicably 4 strong after fighting their way from that northern side. Team Liquid has got the wide spread swimming around. But you can see that road, the role that it is going to play. It's Team Liquid start to kind of regather themselves, trying to figure out how they want to approach this late game. You got to imagine, just not much utility in the bags left for any of these guys. Maybe Myth, that might be the only one.
Yeah, Myth have looted just a little bit here. Pretty curly. They've got stuns, they got nades. They've got plenty. 8 kills for Liquid as well. If I'm looking at anything here, it looks like a Liquid victory. Liquid chicken dinner for this first game here. Just based on how they're set up, the amount of control they have. And also, look at the dot. It's just in their backyard with where we're going to be ending up. And Myth, Gam's going to be fighting each other. It looks like a perfect third-party setup for Liquid.
Lots of Doritos falling from the sky here as you see whatever left of the smoke in the bag being put down by Gam, seeing if they can at least get to these walls. But Myth is just eyes on. Tanvu has the high ground. For now, he's going to jump down. He's been spotted out. 5 kills for Myth, 9 for Gam. A few more smokes left to drop down. Liquid is just waiting for all of this. As Alo will take a little bit of damage. So Myth doing a good job of keeping eyes on where they need to go next, as well as the Luke 12 Molotov will take down Tanvu. Now the utility's starting to come out. Another one will take down Kiss from Myth. Baron goes down as well as Team Liquid start to assert their dominance here in the end game.
The utilities being perfectly deployed. Luke finds Jacob as well. It's a 4v1 here. Surely Team Liquid takes this first chicken dinner.
And that is one heck of a way to start off your Esports World Cup. Team Liquid in a boatyard finish manages to secure the victory with a nice stack of points to go along with it.
Absolute cinema here for Team Liquid. You can see how excited Extreme, their coach, is. What a way to do it. And also the control they had to move all the way through the boatyard from ruins, had to defend from full sense. Our PGC 2025 winners, and they did it easily, methodically, perfectly executed here for Team Liquid. What a way to do it.
Using everything in the bag as well. Mortars, grenades, Molotovs, guns. Team Liquid finding kills however they can get them as they manage to secure that first victory. But a lot of other big performers in that first game as well, though. We saw Myth. They have been looking so strong here in 2026, and they make it all the way to second place. But in the end, the fight from Team Liquid just a little bit too much.
Yeah, it was indeed. What a way to do it. Although the team's still 5 more games to play today here, but that is going to be such a moral booster, confidence booster for these guys here. I talked to them a little bit yesterday, and they were like, you know what? We're looking at and into all the teams that we're not used to playing against. It didn't matter. They just rolled up and dominated. And what a Panzer to find Jacob through the smoke there. Denying the Panzer from Scappy as well.
Wow.
What a play here for Luke.
Good job, let's go. Get those comms. Yeah, they're very excited as well. They should be, as that was a chaotic late game to say the least, as they were frogmen, essentially. Navy SEALs fighting from the water up onto the shore and into our hearts and into the leaderboard. Team Liquid, your game 1 winner.
And of course, with Liquid winning this one here, it's going to put them really far ahead of anyone. Last year we did look at something around 55 to 60 points cutoff. With the amount of kills they had with this one, along with the chicken dinner, it's going to put them so close to be able to go straight to that grand final.
All right, well, heck of a way to start things off. We are going to go take a quick break, and we will be right back with more PUBG.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
BGS Circuit 1 for Virtus Pro was a very interesting one because it meandered so weirdly. They did nothing in the first stage and second stage of PGS 1.
We started off pretty rough by missing some of our finals, but then we came strong and won one of the bigger finals we had so far this year. So I'd say it's been a bit up and down, but like we have adapted and improved a lot with this year. I'd say it was like average performance for us. There was also a lot of the up and downs, but we're looking to show our best performance here at the EWC.
VB đang là một đối thủ rất mạnh và phong độ của họ đang rất tốt ở những giải đấu.
เพราะว่าเขามีเพลเยอร์อย่างนิกซี่แล้วก็บิมมี่ครับที่เป็นตัวแบกของทีมมีแบบพลังพาวเวอร์มากๆเลยทำให้ทีมของเขาเนี่ยโดดเด่นขึ้นมาครับ
I think everybody would look at Nixie though as the guy for them, right? Claiming MVPs on the international stages and also doing it in a cool way. He's very nonchalant, one of the best players in the world because he grinds. He's a grinder. So we've got to pick Nixie.
There's no doubt in my mind it's Beamy because, you know, he's my superstar player from Team Denmark. He's a guy that has so much information readily available and he applies it to his game, and he's one of the best mechanical fraggers and all-stars in the game, in my opinion.
I think it's probably how much works get put into like adapting, especially with how the game has changed this year. So just a lot of work in adapting to the meta and how the lobby works and all that. I think our strength is that we are unpredictable and we like to do a lot of crazy stuff early games, and I think that's why like other teams are scared of us.
I think we still have to see more from them, and I think they got a big shot at potentially winning Esports World Cup or PGC at the end of the year.
VP needs it. 3 points in the bag so far, but he will go down in the end. But look at the damage he put on a Xiaobei. He did not go down without a fight.
I think last year we were like unexperienced team. It was first tournament with the new roster, and then after that we have like a LAN wins, like big wins. So I think we are really mature now to win it all.
Any doubts that the Team Liquid fans might have had coming into EWC?
Guys.
You can kind of put them to the side because this squad showed up in a big way with that win.
Sorry, I was fixing my microphone.
You're good,
All right, so it was a huge win for them. Liquid, again, this is that team that I spent the entire last year saying, these are the guys who are going to take the championship. This is the team, second best in the world. They know how to play. And here's the thing. They've been playing since like 2018, right? So these guys know what it's like to win a circle while swimming.
That is a really good point, but they had to really fight for that, right? The utility they had to go through, the nades that was being rained down to them from Myth. That was a really intense game for them, but they were calm. They were composed as much as you can be in the water when nades are raining down on you.
And the way that they were able to kind of approach that too, especially when they had VP, they were throwing nades at VP players towards the end. They decided to slow it down because they saw Gam on the offside and they didn't have, I don't know if they had any extra smokes or not, but they played that so well.
I mean, if we're breaking this down, here's why Liquid wins this, right? They've got that off position by themselves. They hold a push using Luke 12's beautiful mortars. They slow play it into the water. I mean, I think Purdy was carrying a zip line at one point. So, like, these guys were prepared for anything that could possibly happen. And you're right. They showed restraint at the right times. They let the other teams deal with each other. And then, like in VP's case, they go, oh, there's 2 knocks. Let's just go ahead and slip in and finish this team off. But we're not going to over push. We're going to make sure we maintain our defense.
There was a few moments where they were pushing across the bridge towards Myth that I thought maybe they were actually going to overcommit and then just get torn up, right? Because there was another team, Gam was entering on the other side, and that was going to cause a big issue for them. But they slowed it down. They didn't get ahead of themselves, and I think that's something that we had seen from Liquid in the past. But now they're just really playing the cards that they have.
Oh, as we look at the overall ranking right here, and I'm going to go to just directly to one team, even though we have so many top dogs that were able to perform there, and it's none other than that team in 5th place, Toffees, Shadow Esports. It's taking advantage, even though it's just game 1, but they're taking advantage of today.
Well, I said they got to have a decent day 1 or they're going to get absolutely lambasted tomorrow when 17 shows up on their drops. They come out, they got to a good late game finish, but only 5 points, Godspeed, and I think that comes down to Myth was just better. Scappy dumpstered the defense that they tried to hold him off on.
I mean, Myth just basically decimated anyone that was coming in from the north side of Boathouse, right? They made sure that everything was covered. Now, Virtus Pro was also doing a pretty decent amount of work backstabbing the teams that were trying to get in on Myth, but they didn't really need the help. VP as well, I want to talk about them. Gam with a honestly, a really good first game, all things considered as well.
I mean, it's almost impossible to push into that side. And I think what Liquid did, as you brought up, really smart here, is they kept waiting for these engagements to pop out. And then Luke 12, who I'm going to be honest, has felt quiet on this team. There's been so many times where we talk about Alo as like the go-to fragger when he's on. Cowboy, the new blood. Luke has been here a long time, and Luke has been one of the best exports out of his region for as long as I can remember, and there's been kind of, last year it felt like he wasn't playing up to his potential. This game looked like classic Luke 12, man. He was out there with the mortars, with the panzers, with the guns. It doesn't matter what you hand him, he's going to kill you.
The mortars, okay? That's what I was looking at. The mortars, because they were absolutely amazing. We didn't get a chance to fully see them, but hopefully later on today, we'll get a nice little replay of just those mortars coming down. Now, for everybody currently watching Esports World Cup, there is something amazing coming up later this year, and it's none other than ENC.
For the first time ever, nations will compete across 16 titles over 4 incredible weeks, all in the pursuit of one championship. So get ready to stand behind your country, celebrate your favorite players, and witness history from day 1. The Battle Royales will include PUBG Battlegrounds, PUBG Mobile, and of course, Apex Legends. And all of this action will be taking place from November 2nd through November 29th. And the real question here, Lace, is who are you supporting? I mean, I'm gonna support the Aussies, of course. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! Oi, oi, oi! And if I have seen the Apex Legends possible rosters, I mean, we might have the US beat. Listen, I'm obviously also supporting the US, and I'm just gonna say we typically do a bit better than you guys. I mean, it's because you take our players from over there, and then we finally get them back. It's going to be an insane 4 weeks for sure. So, of course, for all of you at home, make sure you're tuning in and get ready to stand behind your country for the Esports Nations Cup.
Down here on the ground here with Paper Thin, my name is Klaus, of course, as we take a look back at that game and how everything went down, of course. What's crazy about that, Paper Thin, is the fact that a boatyard finish makes things super crazy. We don't often get to see that in the previous circle settings. Now, this is going to throw a spanner in the works.
Yeah, exactly, and it forced the teams to adapt to a very bizarre situation, one that you're not going to be used to unless you're like hot dropping in that area just for fun, maybe in your normal game. So getting a really interesting part of the map that forced teams to do some really interesting strategies.
And no doubt. I mean, Team Liquid looking at how they were able to capitalize off of that. The transitions and the holds I think that they were able to do there were quite special.
No, this was an insane performance from Team Liquid in terms of adapting to a really bizarre situation. They had a mortar set up to hold off full sense over on that western side. Really nice stuff there. And then coming up with the theory to get across the docks like that, to go through the water, that's so difficult to do. Anybody who's played in that part of the map knows it's really tough. A lot of times you feel like you got to fight through the houses on that eastern edge.
Yeah.
They went in the water and made it work.
Yeah, I did notice a zipline gun in the infantories, which obviously we didn't really see much of in previous metas, but there's use cases where it could work out. So I think they're good from Team Liquid, a great hold against full sense as well. I want to pivot a little bit. One thing that I didn't like as much, and I think bad, considering where they were, Shadow Esports.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a pretty easy hold for a lot of teams on that northeastern corner. Myth is coming down. Yes, a very powerful team. We know how well Myth can frag, but you've got to hold that. You've got a 3-1 split there. Your one is watching Liquid, who's stuck in the water, so they're not that much of a threat at that moment. Your attention is where it should be, but they're not able to hold the line. They're getting taken out by utility and shots and some really good play from Myth, of course, but that's a hold that should
Let's go,
happen
guys.
probably 95% of the time for a team.
Like
and then Myth and Gam obviously have to go up against one another. Team Liquid takes the position across that dockyard, and that kind of 1-1-1-1-1 split. That was maybe more one than I needed, but you know what I mean.
1v1v1.
It's very important, though, that we're able to hold that position down and really exploit that. It was difficult for be it Myth or be it Gam to really come out of there swinging against Team Liquid, I think.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you look at that situation and you're thinking initially this should be favored to whoever's on the coast, right? But there's actually a lot of cover up there. It's really hard for some of the teams to get that utility to land on the Liquid players on those ramps because you have to time the throws of those grenades so perfectly. So you saw a lot of them bouncing around, whereas Liquid had a ton of util left. They were able to make their grenades and other things hit in that moment, get that beachhead established, get some of those triangles down, those Doritos to give you a little bit of a setup, and then they made the finishing move.
All right, well, thank you very much for checking in with me here, Paper Thin. That is us done here down on the stage. Let's head on over to the studio to get everything ready to go.
Thank you so much, Kalaris and Paper Thin. You know what? You guys were talking about how crazy that ending was and how we usually don't end up getting a finishing boatyard. Let's talk about the beginning.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of this, right? Yeah, we got to the end. It was chaos who got to be there. But the issue is who got to be there and how they got there in the first place. There's not a lot of real estate in that area. By 5 minutes, we had everybody in the entire island inside of about 6 giant squares. Like that tells me the teams are moving quickly and they're moving early in this event and they understand how valuable center is going to be.
And the big issue with that rotation in general is you're going through waves, which is just south of Boatyard, right? You're going through that. It's very rough. Now you have the destructible terrain with the between just the grenades, you have the pickaxe, you have red zones, right? And all these things are creating cover, creating trenches for people to camp rotations. We saw a lot of that actually happening in that waves location in general. And then Boatyard itself, right? It's such a difficult area to fight. You have basically a giant U, you have an open middle, and then everyone else is just sitting in buildings. So it's just a nightmare. And for Liquid to have navigated that as well as Myth, Gam as well to make it that far, I think was very impressive for sure.
Would it be safe to say that Gam was a big surprise there to make it in the top 5?
I mean, I think GAM's a really good team. I think they've got a ton of potential in this event. I think that they did surprise us in how well they were able to sort of push in. I do think part of that came off the back of VP's stab, right? They slid up
VP
and around. When Luke 12 set off those mortars, they slid through that opening that I did not expect them to be able to make it through because Cowboy was covering it. But I do believe Cowboy got distracted cheering for Luke and how good that shot was. And VP like executed a really nice transition. And that opened the door, I think, for GAM on the other side to make it a little bit deeper into this round. But again, I think when you're dealing with a situation where 8 minutes in, everyone is within 3,000 meters of each other. I don't know, math sucks, but you know what I mean.
Spot on.
That is 3 kilometers, right? Yeah, freedom units. Anyway.
I'm not going to pretend I know if you're right or wrong.
I don't know anything about this math.
But the other difficult thing about that as well is just coming in from like the North George sides, right? Coming in from that bridge, you have the separate island that separates the boathouse, and then you have other teams that are also looking on that hill for potential rotation. So it just creates a traffic jam, as you were saying, that just makes the rotations an absolute nightmare.
And one team that it kind of ended up backfiring too, and we expected a slow start from this squad, especially with what's currently going on, is Twisted Minds. They only ended up finishing with just 2 points that game. I know you guys were saying it's a slow start, and it's currently looking like it's going to be a slow start.
I mean, Matt nailed it, though. Twisted Minds is not an out-the-gate team. So even with the departure of Lou, like Tab is not a slouch, but they are not traditionally a let's go game one and dominate this thing. So for them, I'm not worried about it just yet. I think they should, even with the sub, have an easy path to the final.
I agree. I mean, we usually start working on with Twisted Minds on like the last day.
Guys, Team Liquid first
they usually find a way, and you know, with game one down, we're now Tego.
Yes.
Game 2, Tego.
Tego, which team do you think it might be using that to their advantage? I mean, we had some of the other scores. We saw what TL was just able to do. Myth as well. Any other teams that kind of come to mind coming into Tego?
I actually think VP. I think VP is a team that's going to be incredibly consistent overall this event, especially watching, you know, just PGS Circuit 1 and 2. They've just been so consistent in finding their windows, their openings, as you said. They have Nixie, who's just a disgustingly good player. That whole roster is just absolutely stacked. I mean, I don't need to name the roster, but I think the way that they've been able to kind of fix their rotations over the last year, when we kind of first saw VP, we saw what they were capable of, and now moving into 2026, that's a damn strong team.
You know, I talked to EB, their coach, a little bit at the start of the day today, and he said one of the challenges is moving to the mindset, right? They've been going through these PGS sequences, these circuits, and they're important, but the skin isn't quite as heavily in the game as it is here for the $2 million, right? This idea of EWC, and he said we got to get in the right mindset for this. I talked to the boys when they arrived here this morning. They were quiet, they were focused, they were ready, and they had that air. If you've ever been around an athlete, that air of this is the moment, right? That quiet before the storm, all 4 of them had it just pouring off of them in energy. So I'm not shocked they start strong. I think they'll continue.
I got a fist bump from EB before he played today. So just saying.
You had to reach up for that one.
It's kind of a big deal, actually.
Did you have to jump to fist bump?
It's the first time I've ever had to look up for a fist bump,
Right.
That's what I have to do when you guys try to give me a fist bump, bro. I have to look up every single time. Sometimes I'm like, Toughies, pick me up. But talking about some of the other squads, you guys were saying like the aura that you feel from some of these teams, right? One that comes to mind, and not necessarily in regards to what you were talking about, is Shadow Esports. And that's actually why I was so happy to bring them back up, because you were saying, Toughies, they do need to have a great day one here. They need to make sure they use it to their advantage. And so far, it's looking like that way. Even though they didn't get that many points, that's at least going to give them a little bit of more confidence going through the day.
Nailed it on the head. That is the biggest thing about PUBG. Outside of communication, confidence. Those are the 2 biggest things that I think propel you. Sure, mechanical skill is good, but if you've made it to this stage, your mechanical skill is top tier, right? That's where the minutia comes into play, and that is attitude, excitement, confidence. And the fact that they did make it top 5 in the first game, I think you're dead on. That's going to give them the hype to continue forward.
Yes. And I think the most important thing as well for a team like Shadow is for someone like me, right, who's kind of been out of the scene a little bit, now coming back in. This is a new team for me, right? Very new names, not very familiar, and we need that new blood. And for them to come in here the first game, even though it wasn't the most insane finish, the fact that they're still getting up here and showing like, hey, look, we may be kind of new kids on the block, but we can play.
All right, well, Tego is ready. We're ready. Everybody currently watching at home is ready. So let's send it over to Avenger and Poro.
Thank you very much, and we are 1 game in, and Team Liquid has kicked open the door on this Esports World Cup group stages. But can they keep that going? It's going to be a tough challenge, as we saw a couple of other teams that were really stepping up there, Avenger.
Absolutely, and you know what? For me, here in this game, the circle being this wild from the top, from the very first start here, that just throws a spanner in the works for everyone here, and we have to focus in here. Just 5 more games to go today. 11 more total for all these players here across all the groups. We're about to get Tego kicked off. It is time to Tego, Boro.
It is time to Tego. And lots of spanners, lots of works being thrown about here as we get to see all of our boys in the plane right now. Everybody looking a little bit more locked in. We started to see a little bit more gamer poses, a little bit more guys leaning forward this time as opposed to leaning back after that first game. But looks like we've got a pretty easy plane path going from southeast all the way to the northwest, so don't think we'll see any early game shenanigans once again.
Well, most of the teams trying to get into their usual drop spots here, and of course, yeah, sure, you have to get some cars, maybe get into Yongchong for Virtus Pro, get some of that. Get into your locked location here for Team Liquid to be uncontested in Palace here. It does feel like it's going to be an easy qualification, maybe potentially even on day one, hitting that 60-point plus threshold. The amazing AGL just south of them in that fishing camp here. A lot of teams in and around and close to Hosan. Tyloo trying to get into that area too. And Vitality trying to lock down Ouyang here. Again, we've had some wild circles, and historically, so far this year, we've had a lot of them very wild on Tego as well.
A lot of hard shifts too, isn't it?
Yeah, and especially towards that water area. But we do have quite the east one here. Southeast, a lot of the teams are already in and close to this area here. Centers up somewhat close to Buksansa here for Petroka Road. That could be a great one for them. 4AM looking poised for this one too. Vitality, all fall strong, not having lost Levante, they star fragger. And they could having some high priority compounds in this start here from the second game.
So you mentioned the 60-point threshold. What do you mean by that exactly for the people at home that are watching?
Yes, of course. We have over the course of the 18 games we're playing in the groups, the teams are playing 12, and last year that 60-point threshold was around where we ended up being here. VP is looking to be pulling up onto Rex here. They saw he was a solo in this compound, and they are 2v1ing or 3v1ing this player right now. They're trying to put some pressure onto Rex. Shots coming, headshot with the shotgun, and Lukrix jumps in to take him down. First player out. DN Supers is Rex here, and I love that punishment. They immediately saw it, and they know, knowing, of course, playing with Beamy here, they know that they usually take too much space around there, trying to take as much away from them from the beginning here and punish that greed that DN Supers have. They have both Go-Dog, they have the south side, a lot of the compounds around this area here. And yeah, Virtus Pro, just from knowing and having played against these guys for so long, they knew they could punish that, and Rex is a great player to lose early on.
Yeah, that's a perfect combination of doing your homework and having that confidence to play as aggressive as possible, knowing how important every single point could be when it comes down to getting that cut line, making it above, getting into that top 16, as it looks like did see some gunshots coming from Virtus Pro there as well at the end there, so I think Rex may be done for as that blue chip has most likely been destroyed. So Supers will be playing this one forward as 3, and they've got a long way to go to get inside this first zone.
And especially when you look at the circle, like that's the approach. You see, okay, we don't have any high priority going to this next circle here, so we have time to maybe go in and take, you know, one big name away from one of our huge opponents in DN Supers. So I really love that approach. It's so VP, it's so smart. And you know, all with this, they're at 14 points total. They're going to be fragging their way into this final so far. And yeah, here with on board with R8 also have pretty good priority inside this next circle here. They could take some of these compounds away, but they could be bombing into Petroka Road. And Petroka Road has been looking great so far this year, obviously having the win in our Series 1 finals, the first PGS of this year here. Looked great for them. Good performance out of them so far. Now with a red zone straight onto 4AM, close to Geeklay and close to Vitality too. It's going to be creating lots of space here, as Spakesman is also creating some terrain area for him to set up. Maybe a little bit of a mold destruction if someone drives by.
Yeah, not too surprised to see this, as this has kind of become the story of Tego now that we have destructible terrain, is teams taking these, the top of these hillsides here, digging in little trenches and kind of playing in between, waiting like wolf spiders to eventually spring the trap on anybody that unfortunately gets too close. So we'll see if anybody falls into 4AM's trap as we check back in with Twisted Minds. Big wide 2-2 split here. That's getting a little bit close to Shadow Esports, but looks like they've got eyes.
Yeah, the 2-2 split is huge, keeping Perfectix and Tab on the northern side. Maybe for information onto VP here, Liquid is driving straight up and close onto VP. I see shots coming out as well, potentially a big fight here between Liquid and VP. Alo finds Nixie. outside Yongchong. That was huge. Ah, okay, look at that. It's a BRDM for Twisted Minds. Okay. As Team Liquid took a name away from VP here, trying to backfill that position inside Yongchong, maybe getting that bridge. I think VP was waiting because they now have a red zone coming in and close to them. Hopefully Perfectix doesn't lose this BRDM to a red zone destruction. That would be insane.
You feel pretty bad about that one. It looks like Team Liquid actually sticking around here, or Virtus Pro maybe just repositioning themselves while in the city of Yongchong. They're trading shots back and forth. No more knocks coming through but just yet, but Supers is also starting to make their way over there as we do check in with the Polar Bears after losing Nixie. That is another big loss for them, but honestly anybody on Virtus Pro that gets lost is a big loss. They've all been playing so well together.
4 AM finds Songjang here, one of the MVPs out of PWS, one of the GOATs. I remember him back in 2018. He's been here for a long time. Of course, representing Korea and PNC as well, just recently in Seoul, just a couple of weeks ago. And now he's here back with his team. They dominated the regional, and now he's here back to dominate once again. But yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate for him being involved this early here. Shen getting that kill. Malaysian superstar on these Chinese teams here.
I think EJ might have been going for the... Yeah, I think EJ's trying to go for the chip here. I'm not sure if he was able to get it yet or not, but definitely seems to be the plan. See if we can maybe get Songjang back. And he might be able to get it because it's really only Shen that's over here defending. The rest of 4 AM already kind of making their way in. Remember, at the top of that hillside, kind of entrenched here as we check back in with Liquid. Virtus Pro still keeping tabs on them as they make their way through, but you can see Liquid, it looks like they've managed to avoid the barricade for the most part, and they've made it to the bridge.
Yeah, they're going to be going over the shipyard bridge now. And look how close it is. Yeah, Super's also getting close and involved here with VP. Multiple teams. Beamy now trying to go for this one here. Deal with a nade in hand. It's going straight for Beamy. No damage just connected just yet, but Beamy saw where the nade come from, so he could potentially see him just a little bit. That's a great nade. Gonna do some damage onto him. Doesn't knock him though, but let's see what VP and Dean Supers getting involved just again. And now it's going to be a fair 3v3 since Liquid took one of the names away from VP.
Indeed. And yeah, this is a human going to find Beamy through the smoke. Will take down one player, but Virtus Pro not in really a position to save him either. So yeah, he's going to get run over. And now Corexi and Lucarux just left to try to send it across that bridge, but Supers already back in vehicles. Looks like they might be going for the chase.
Makes sense here. Down to a 2-man now for VP, and that's what you get when you involve yourself early on with some fights here. Dean Supers looking for an insta retaliation towards them, but it was Liquid to take the name from Human. Some good driving here.
I don't think that's supposed to do that.
He's waiting for his teammate. Oh, Twisted Minds, this next circle here, pre-driving towards the send-up, being ready for any potential send-up. And it goes north here. Look at all the teams that's going to have to make moves here. Just 4 or 5 teams inside this current circle. Team Liquid is going to be surprised with the amount of space that's open ahead of them. Look at all the priority compounds on that northern side.
Yet another hard shift once again, and again, it's going to favor Team Liquid this time as they make their way in on that north side. As you mentioned, just nothing but miles of space, and they also know that they can expect Virtus Pro or Supers coming in from that northern side. So knowing that the potential threats that'll be coming in from the north side are also pretty good when you're kind of playing from that edge location. As we check in with Shadow Esports, getting a little bit close to Twisted, but it looks like they'll avoid them for the most part. Yeah, after hearing those shots, just trying to make your way into a safer spot.
Yeah, trying to sniff out open space, trying to sniff out if there's any compounds available. And right now, sure, there's one of these center spots here, but it's a 2-2 split for Twisted Minds. And, you know, some of their aggressive teams, if they figure that out, they're going to be able to pull that off. But Twisted Minds does look like to be connecting and going towards each other. Look, Liquid is coming in from the northern side, and shots coming in onto full sense as well.
Yeah, lest we forget that Twisted Minds does have that BRDM. We've seen how important those vehicles can be coming to the late game. And Twisted Minds, one of the teams that knows how to play around them very, very effectively. As we check in with Petrichor Road on that south side, as you mentioned before, whenever the shift did come through, so many teams on the south trying to find their way in. It looks like, for the most part, they've managed to avoid each other for now. Nemesis, really one of the only ones still making their way into Tyloo, very far off to the south. Looks like they're going to wrap around to the west. But overall, looks like teams have Kind of found a little spot to play here, although it looks like AGAL maybe getting shot at by Liquid, but it's more just forcing them around here.
With this next circle here and how this pseudo river is on that eastern side here, and not that much space is going to be able to be played until we see that next circle pop here. Liquid being very greedy with the amount of space they're taking, especially this western compound is very breachable.
Slightly less greedy than I think they were planning to do, because they had left Alo up towards that revive station up on the northern side, maybe expecting somebody from Virtus.pro or Supers to try to make a run for it, but they will pull him back, instead play that tight 2-2 a little bit closer towards the center.
And especially if you have, you know, top 3 prior compound locked down already and your 4 guys left, I'd rather see them play to be for as long as possible. And especially with this next circle about to pop here, all the teams are coming in from that southern side. They have nobody except for AGL north of them here. So let's see what happens. Virtus.pro, last 2 players in that emergency pickup here, and it's indeed an emergency for them here. They're going across. They're seeing all the cars that's locked down, and potentially some guys are going to be shooting towards them. Maybe it's just a drop for an open space, or even towards a shack to take some of that central location.
This is going to be rough for them as the circle does pop in. Fortunately for them, it does donut up right towards the center, a little bit favoring west, but I think Virtus.pro maybe not having a good read on how heavy the south side of this zone might be, and maybe they think they might have spotted something along that riverbed that they can play. They're going to drop 2 down, but unfortunately they're right on top of Petrichor Road, and Corexi will find one, but Ming Ming and I-26 going to go down as Vitality is getting involved as well. Corexi will get spotted though, and he will get taken out. Virtus.pro going out in 16th place.
Yeah, from game 1 with 13 kills to last place in this one. Sure, they got a kill, but yeah, it ended up being them getting that retaliation straight onto them here. And Petrichor Road trying to reinforce this position. And on this southern side, oh, look at that. So much space, so much of these open fields being controlled by so many teams. They have each their quadrant locked down already. Melman finds heaven.
Well, having to play these rice fields, these ridges early on, this early on, can't feel great, but important a storm here as NS will steal away heaven. That's another one of the Supers players going down. I think that's Human Deal now left as they'll make their way from the north on that dry riverbed. Liquid already in place. They're getting shot at in the backs and from the side by AGAL with a 2-2 split, but Nemesis is coming in here quickly. We'll see if Supers can survive a little bit longer as they get a little water on their tires.
It's going to be difficult. They're trying to get anything just to have just slight pause here in this circle here, but everyone is shooting at them, and in a lobby like this, in a competition like this, everyone just hits their shots, even from far away. Lots of pressure being applied to Supers here, and now they found a little space, a few rocks. Oh, Human down to 6 HP. Oh, Luke finds him from Team Liquid.
Oh, Luke just finding that mini right now as they will secure the point as well. And now Deal, the last player left alive for Supers, and he is not in any better position than he was just moments ago as he will retreat back to the rock. I'm actually going to try to send it right in because I think the shots from Geeke and AGAL on that eastern side of the river a little bit too much, but Deal going to push right into the midst of Myth.
And if this next circle does not go northport, we're going to have an absolute slaughter in those fields. Look how many teams. It's so congested already. And with Myth holding on to just a little bit of an open space, they're going to be able to pop out and put some pressure on. They already got lots of pickaxes going on here. They're going to be molding up and putting some pressure onto some of these teams that's in the fields. But now let's see, just 10 more seconds, and we're going to see that next circle. We're going to be ending up here. Twisted Mind still aggressive with the space they're controlling too.
Surprising, haven't seen any mortars really come into play yet. Do you maybe hold on to those a little bit longer? Wait for the next circle, maybe.
As you say that, doing it up once again here. Half fields, half a few compounds in space where Myth is, and Myth actually holding on to tons of control. And as you talk about it, mortars are coming in.
It's like Vitality. Going to send a few over, but they're just not finding the mark as the skies have started to light up with these mortars. As soon as that circle popped, Thanadol will get that knock on a Duck Juice. Big game for GAM to start things off, but now they are down to 2, maybe down to 1 here as Duck Juice will get flushed out. GAM in a little bit of trouble.
And honestly, around especially the TDM fields and the TDM hill here in the southern side, they have quite the information and control from Full Sense here. They're going to hold out GAM, they're going to have a fight with R8, and then they're going to be bringing the fight to all the other teams in this field here. AGL with a big send on that eastern side. But Tulins finds an R8 player here, aimbot. And more, oh, look at the nades coming in, lots of damage done. Beautiful, finds another knock on J-Jar.
Perfectly placed, as you would expect from our defending champions. R8 down to just Teddy and Empty, fighting in from that southeastern side. Batulin's right back into that BRDM. Go, make sure you collect that point. Don't want anybody stealing that away. As we said before, every point so precious here, as Gam will try to send it right through. You see it on your mini-map, Clories and Wong F go right into the teeth of Tai Lu.
He's knocked onto the car, Boro, and it's, you know, blown up onto him, so that's just gonna bleed out and be confirmed later on. Perfectic finds Wong F and gets flushed immediately by Tab. Meanwhile, it's Mehmet finds Salalsi, and Gam Esports is gonna be out in 15th place here. It's gonna be a good game for Twisted Minds. The amount of control they have already. Spaceman, though, finds the confirmation onto Salalsi. For Angry Man being extremely angry and holding on to this location against AGL.
Keeping eyes on any potential third partiers here. This fight is taking a little bit longer than I think maybe they would have liked here, as Hemas will find Spaceman. He's going to go down as we'll jump peeking through the smokes. The grenade's going to land. It's going to find him. Great grenade from Hemas. And now 4AM is up against it. Shen on the riverside will find the spray. Window will finish him off as Hemas just peeks past the smoke. Will reveal himself just enough, but he should be able to survive a little bit longer. But now Nemesis is starting to make their way down here on the riverbank as well. They could get involved in a third party.
Yeah, I like that. That's a great setup for them potentially to be able to third party this fight, get some points, steal some knocks away. Now Shen's taking lots of damage from Nemesis. He's down to half HP. And Winda is going to have to try to make space and maybe potentially get this confirmation onto him, as the rest did come off. He's low, he's going to have to heal, but they are disengaging just a little bit. They're trying to maintain control of this little crevice that they've held onto. Oh my God, it's a double nade from Winda.
Beautifully placed, beautifully cooked. The discipline to drop two smokes first, and then Window will find him again. AGAL gets wiped, but Window will go down to Sosid. Can Shen get that revive? He's already in vehicle, trying to go over there and defend his teammate.
This is great for Nemesis, great for Deal, but Shen is going to have to go and try to put out some utility, get some smokes deployed. They're not inside this next circle here that starts moving in 30 seconds. To see all the fans cheering on all these teams here. The Esports World Cup.
Nemesis maybe a little bit distracted here. Weren't able to capitalize off of that knock that they got on the 4AM, so they are able to get Winda back on his feet. And Nemesis will actually regroup. They've got Melman kind of the tip of the spear here. A little bit close. They've got Myth on the other side of the ridge line, but they've got to worry about how they're going to get into zone. As Shen will find Deal, and that's going to do it for Supers. He had to go somewhere. Unfortunately, Deal will go right into 4AM's waiting arms.
Yeah, what a clutch from Window. Taking down AGL.
Massive.
Big names to take out here. Nemesis. Are they too passive for this fight here? Or are they just really aware that this next ridge is just about in and they want a third party and have a bit of a fight here? But Window is too quick about it. Now Nemesis is opening up, taking lots of damage, putting it onto Shen. Sosit finds him. Twisted Minds also fighting R8 on the other side here, but this is the next big fight for space we're going to have in between 4AM and Nemesis.
They've got to make their way through the raid boss here. Winda, 7 kills now for 4AM already. Starting to get that snowball rolling just a little bit. Although they would like to get a little bit more placement here. They're managing to get points through kills and keeping themselves in the conversation, which is all you can really ask for as Nemesis. Try to pull up, do the drive-by, see if they can spot him, but Winda playing a little bit sneaky. Not going to matter. Sosid will finish him off. That's 2 kills now for Nemesis.
Surgically perfect for them to do exactly this here. And now they have the space on the eastern side, and now they're going to put pressure on everyone across the road here. Example finds Empty. That is R8 out in 11th place, and Twisted Minds continues their onslaught onto this western side of the circle. So much space control. Fulsen's also looking great for that southern side here. We're closing in on the fields. It looks like a fields ending to me here, but look at that northern side, Poro. So many teams about to fight.
A lot of teams, and you can see Team Liquid starting to creep in. You saw Alo hopped on that mortar for a second. Not sure if he was aiming at somebody or just trying to create space for them to crash. Right now, they do have a little bit of a foothold here right on the edge. Will keep those vehicles alive as best they can. Keep those smokes recycled, but they are right in grenade range. Myth come active, and they will find two immediately. Get another one on a Cowboy. Alo now, the last player left alive as grenades rain down on Team Liquid.
Oh my God, what a way to hold on to utility until the time you know exactly when another team pulls up. They create a pseudo red zone with that amount of nades coming towards Team Liquid. Go from 4 to 1 immediately. Soset finds Scabby. What a way to third party for Nemesis, pulling off onto Myth.
Beautiful timing here for our Nemesis. They catch Myth out a little bit. The mortars are starting to fall through as well, though. Kiss will get the knock on a Mailman, and that's going to force Nemesis to pull back a little bit. But Diffix is already across the street. They have to commit to this fight. They've got the smokes laid down, but Myth is returning the fire. They still got a little bit of utility left, and Levante is actually going to get the knock on a Diffix. So Nemesis now on the back foot.
Yeah, outside this new circle here, everyone's third-partying this fight here. They know Myth is a contender. Nemesis pulled up great. Getrax gets bound as well. Stade gets knocked as well. Petrichor deeply involved into this third party as Nemesis and Myth struggle to get into this circle.
Just full third and fourth partying coming from the south side here. Soset now the last player left alive. Blue tickling his heels. Kiss will get the knock. He will get the flush, and he will take down Nemesis. Myth now down to 3 players, but they probably could have lost a lot more there. Great recovery from them.
Getting a little bit of kills for them. 3 so far. Could have gotten more. Belmont finds Gedrox. A lot of teams fighting for space. And this next circle goes northwest. Twisted Minds are laughing. Their compound they've been holding on to for so long is still inside. And there's sharks in the water with that BRDM. Tai Lu holding on to that corner. But so many teams are going to be pressuring from that eastern side here. And they're on the other side. So I see a lot of teams could potentially put some pressure onto them. I don't think they're going to be able to reinforce and hold 3 teams off from that spot that they're currently in here.
Park Pro, the Bush Monster, trying to stay here as long as he could, but it's going to be time to move here soon as Shadow Esports. They were 4 strong. They're right above. EJ will take down 1, but will go down in the end as Shadow Esports tries to crash down. Twisted Mind sees all of this happening just uphill, but they've got the compound. They've got the BRDM. They have a direct path into late game. There's no reason to get over here and get involved in this just yet, but Myth, they might get involved as they will find the angles. More utility being sent over in that direction. We've already seen how successful they can be as Alo will get the knock on a Jacob. The third party from Liquid comes in, but he will go down in the end. Team Liquid out.
What a nade's going to come out from Kamals here. We're down to just 2 players from Shadow. Kiss finds Kamals though. Levante also finds the nades onto I-26 here. We're down to just Kiss and Baron. He's going to have to heal. He's down to just 23 HP. Full 3 gear. It's hurt, but Nades comes in from Setsuna. Myth goes down to just 1 player. Baron's going to have to put pressure onto him. He's half HP up on that hill here. Myth is struggling to stay alive inside this circle.
The timing might be good for him, though, because Petrichor Road and Vitality were third-partying this, but now they're fighting each other on the south side, so they might be able to get a moment here to breathe, maybe to reset, as Baron tries to finish off Setsuna. Oh, another good grenade, though. It's just not going to be on time.
Kid's going to go down to that. It's just going to crawl out on the edge. Might be able to survive.
Goodness.
Smokes are deployed from Baron here, and Myth trying to hold on to everything as this next circle has popped towards them. Got a lifeline straight out here now. Again, sharks in the water. Batsulin's looking at Setsuna. He's backing off the BRDM, maybe considering to put some pressure onto this. One Dragon does find Hello My Bad. Vitality's been alive for quite a while here, but this next fight with Petrichor Road and Tai Lu bound to be happening.
Yeah, Vitality, most of them took the fight against Petrichor Road, and they will win that fight, as Petrichor Road will go down in the end, but they do lose a couple of players in the process. Levante and Quizzy now the last 2 players left alive. Tai Lu has been hanging out here in the middle for quite some time. They are very well dug in, literally and figuratively, as you saw those pickaxes go to work, but now Full Sense is trying to make the push onto Twisted Minds.
Oh my God, what a headshot from coming in here. Example finds Tika though. Now Setsuna, 3 gear, 55 HP, continues to rain bullets towards Myth. Kiss is low. He's going to be hurt by the circle in just a second here. He's going to be able to crawl in as this circle has gone north towards them. If these 2 teams are a little bit delaying this a little bit, we're going to have many teams, many players going to be eliminated. Oh, but Zulin finds Belmoth. as Full Sense has involved himself into this compound found here. Flash finds him though with that Panzerfaust.
Gotta have your head on a swivel there, Flash. Or Belmont rather, as he gets run over. Shadow Esports does get eliminated in the end here as Full Sense have lost 2. It's just down to Thanadol and Flash. Looks like the rest of Twisted Minds, after losing Batu and the BRDM, they are still holding strong in the compound. A little bit more utility. Thanadol gonna find Perfectix. It's a good knock to open up the door here. Tab tries to go for the res, but the push comes through. He will win the 1v1 though, and now that is Full Sense taken down.
Pick him up, get him into the other part of the compound here. Smokes is coming in here. As everything is being involved. Tyloo being able to survive the onslaught for so many teams, still being 4 alive. Extremely impressed with that. And now we're down to just 3 teams. Myth with 2, Twisted potentially with 3, and Tyloo with 4. But they have a lot of space ahead of them. They're going to have to move out of this corner just shortly when this next circle starts to move here. And 3 gears coming out from Myth here. We did see an arm in play, but now Kong, look at this. It's going to set up a mortar potentially towards Myth.
I would think that would be the easiest target here. Yet Kong looking off in that direction. See how close he can get. But once again, this is a late game Myth. Already 9 kills, and they have been fighting their way in. Will it land where it needs to? No. Not a bad idea, sending it over towards that rock, but Myth just not there.
They are looking up, eyes in the skies here for this one. You're going to have to try to dodge as much as you can without exposing yourself to other lines of sight. Myth trying to dodge and weave this one here. Baron still with arm in hand, but now potentially losing his car. Oh, he did stop it. And now he's going to try to... Oh, damage done! 78 damage from the arm. Straight to the body of Lee.
This is a terrifying duo to have to deal with. Even if they're down to 2, and even if they're in a bad position, they do not go down easily. And they've got some pretty big weapons in the bag. Tyloo does need to be careful here, as they're going to continue to empty the bag. Send a few more mortars in. But Baron and Kiss doing a good job of keeping those smokes down, and unfortunately the mortars just not landing where they need to. Baron retreat back into the smoke.
Now they're inside the circle. They got smokes deployed here. If they can get a little bit lower ground and start maybe using the pickaxe just a little bit, they might be able to create some space ahead for themselves. The circle does look like to be ending up close to this center rock here. And if you're able to maintain or grab control of that early on here, the next fight is bound to be happening. And it looks like it's going to be Twisted Minds and Tyloo.
That's it, yeah. It's just basically try to survive long enough.
Mates!
As the nades will start coming through, they're going to land close. They're going to do a lot of damage, but one will bounce a little bit too far. That one will take down Example. The Tab will be able to stick the heel in time, but more grenades being sent over in that direction. It's going to fall just shy.
Quick rest here onto Example. Now Tyloo advancing, getting control. Look, Baron actually already got control on this one here. They're looking to third party, looking to put pressure on both of the teams, so they do as much damage as they can to each other here. Kong does do some damage onto Perfectix. Look, full gear on him with 3, and Famas. Lots of heals still possible. Goodness. It's going to be a huge fight in between these 2 teams just soon here.
I love the fact that Myth took advantage of that briefest of moments where Tyloo was distracted by Twisted Minds and took the spot, took the rock closest to the circle. They are not out of this thing yet, as Tyloo try to set themselves up here. The smokes are down, but Perfectix and the boys are not waiting. They're going to push right in. They'll find 2, they'll find 3. They're down to just 1. Tyloo, can he do anything magical here? Example's going to go down as One Dragon managed to get that knock, and they're going to get him right back on his feet. The EMT gear.
I love it.
Coming in here big for Twisted Minds here at the end.
Outskirt, last player finds Example again. Now 2 is knocked here. It's down to Perfectix. He does have the 3 gear. Lots of damage done here. Oh my god, he finds Baron. He is him.
Retreats into the smoke, will put up the deployable shield. He knows that smoke is about to go away, so he has to drop some hard cover here. The train comes through, and Myth will improbably get the win. The fight from the north was so difficult, but what a performance here from Made in Thailand.
What a way to do it. 2-man team. Baron and Kiss locking this down. And remember, they had an onslaught onto Team Liquid. They got third party. They got pulled up on. And they survived. Down to 2-man here. It was perfect, of course. The amount of pressure they're able to put on both Tyloo and to Twisted Minds. Perfectix tried, man. What an performance from him. What a famous headshot he was able to apply to so many of these players here. But yeah, it seemed difficult. It seemed impossible for Twisted Minds to do this. And yeah, that center control, that rock we were talking about in the dead center, they were able to take it at just the right time. And those peaks, Myth being able to do this and get this done here. Here's some screen. I had the pleasure of playing a little bit of pool with him and PNC, and he's hitting every single shot in game and on the pool table.
I'm telling you, man, Myth feels like one of those teams right now where everything is just playing out in slow motion for him.
Yeah.
Like it felt like there was 3 or 4 times in that round where they absolutely should have been wiped, but somehow, some way, they managed to come out on top. And in the end, it comes down to a 1v1, Perfectix versus Kiss. 1,000 damage done almost there for Kiss.
Yeah, and 7 kills to come along with it. What a way for Myth to show that they are in form, just coming from that PGS2 circuit final win.
I mean, we've talked about it. They've come in here probably as the hottest squad after getting 2 wins, really, in that Circuit 2. I think it was PGS
won the first series in at Circuit 2, yeah.
Yeah, first series, and then Circuit
and then
3,
14th place, and then they just needed a little bit of a break in that middle series there, but then coming back and then smashing. They're almost doubling the points of 2nd place, and that's just unheard of. They broke all the records we've seen prior to PGS, and just so what they're made of. Very impressed with Myth so far. And yeah, with this game here, being able to put out that amount of points after what we saw from them in game 1 as well, they're going to be so close, even potentially after this day, going straight to that final after just having played half of their games.
Well, it's a pretty scary thing for the rest of the lobby to see. They know what happens when Myth gets a lead. They know what can happen when Myth starts that snowball rolling in the right direction. They've seen it before. They might be seeing it again here soon as Myth gets a massive win here in game number 2. Also, gotta say, first game, they didn't do too bad there either. They got a nice little stack of kills for themselves despite going out a little bit early. Remember, they were the ones that crossed over the road, took down Shadow Esports, fighting their way in. But to start things off here, we do have an interview with Purdy Curdy from Liquid. Let's throw it down to Caleres.
That's right. Thank you very much, boys. Here I am indeed with Purdy Curdy, talking to him mostly about that game number 1 here from the tournament so far. So thank you for joining me, Purdy, here. Let's start things off with that map on Erangel. The boatyard finish, not something that we see too often at all. Can you talk to me about that? Obviously, you guys were holding full sense. I want to know about what you were thinking about all the other threats around whilst you were holding them. How much information did you have about where teams were in boatyard?
We were pretty well set with information. I think the biggest thing for that game specifically was at some point Luke goes, "I've got a mortar." I said, "Set that fucking thing up." Like, full sense is our biggest threat, and the fact that he was able to get some mortars off on them made our game very easy.
That felt like a shortest range mortar, like 120 meters or something.
Exactly. Yeah.
Fair. Let's move on then about the new circles, of course. It's not too many tournaments we've been playing with them, and you're going to have a lot of water in. A boatyard finish, obviously extremely uncommon as a whole. What do you think about these new circle settings? I saw that you guys had zipline guns available and stuff like that. What do you make of it?
Yeah, that's the new land ratio in effect, for sure. That mixed with the speed of the earlier zones, it makes for some chaotic moments, and hopefully you guys enjoy them, because I don't.
Hey, what the viewers get to enjoy, I know it's going to be difficult for the players, and it makes things a lot more spicy and a bit more chaotic. Let's finally finish up with, how has prep looked like for you guys for EWC? Because, of course, I think that there's been moments where even I've been very critical of some of the Team Liquid performances. You guys had an amazing year, of course, and then kind of had a harder time trying to catch up to that. So where are you guys at right now? What's the prep look like for EWC?
The prep is really good. It's actually been very good for a while. We got a lot of hardworking guys. We got Nomi, our analyst, works his ass off. Russ, our coach, works his ass off. A lot of it comes down to execution recently, and that's something we got to improve on.
All right, Purdy, thank you very much. I'll send you back to your booth. Good luck in the next games, my friend, as I now head on over here to have a little bit of a chat about what was going on here with Mr. Matrim, who's going to be joining me to talk about this Tego game. Hey, Matrim.
Oh, hey, man. That last game was a barn burner. I loved the end of it. Twisted coming in very tail into that one. Got a bit dangerous. I was a bit nervous, but the BRDM, the rotates, felt pretty good. But that Western side, I almost thought that they were going to die before they managed to get into the tail end of the fight with Myth.
Yeah, obviously, Myth looking amazing. What do we expect like when it comes to someone like Kiss being able to clutch out those kinds of moments? And I think we'll see even more of that. I think it's scary for a lot of these teams now realizing that, hey, Myth's already coming in hot after those PGSs.
Dude, okay, we can talk about that. We can also talk about the VP dying early actually did open up an opportunity because that's an incredibly consistent squad. So we know the fact that anytime they falter out, you're going to have some opportunities for bigger squads. Well, I wouldn't say bigger squads, but bigger firepower to come out. And that's what we saw with Myth.
All right, well, it looks like we're good to go head on over to the studio here to break down everything that's been going on so far.
Come on guys, subscribe చేసుకోండి.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Ladies and gentlemen, Myth has arrived. As the casters were saying, they had an amazing game one. This game two absolutely blew it out of the battle. By the way, Godspeed, Lace, Toffees, and the 7WG. Welcome back. Lace, thank you for joining us, but Myth.
Yeah, man, I've been out in the sunshine, so it's nice to be back on the desk, guys. I've seen too much sun here, but goddamn Myth! I'm so glad I got to witness this, honestly. I've been running around like a crazy person, but I got to witness the craziness that is Myth. Now, obviously, this Apex South team, you know, it's that kind of aggressive play style that gets me really going. I mean, match number 2, I'm not going to say it wasn't that great because it was a fantastic start from them. But as soon as it was a Team Liquid sort of dissipate from that and almost Virtus Pro, that just paved the way for Team Myth to sort of make their comeback and their aggressive play style. And plus, you know, usually we, you know, give the reins to Jacob as the star player, but we got to hand the mic over to Kiss because that was such an incredible performance. And to be able to hold that sort of northern side mid-zone while we had like Twisted Minds battle it out, it was just a waiting game, kind of sitting on that rock like a proud
It's
lion.
about getting to the rock. There's two teams that made a huge end game, okay? Twisted Minds, because they opened the door for Myth to get to where they got to. You heard Martin say it. You got to take the rock. Well, Gibraltar was taken because Myth was able to slide in there during that fight between Tai Lu and Twisted Minds. And I don't care what anybody says. Scappy, he's scrappy. Jacob, he's a leader. But Kiss is the Reaper, and there's a reason we say Kiss of Death, because that man God's been went pop, pop, pop all over them.
I think what's just also so impressive, if you go back 2 years, you know, you talk about
time.
Let's take a little trip
Let's take a little walk
memory
down memory lane.
Please, if you would humor me. Going back 2 years, you know, Southeast Asia in general was never really seen as a very strong region, right? They would come to
I'm upset.
They'd come to an international, they would kind of get farmed, unfortunately, and then they'd go home. Over the course of the last 2 years, we've seen the rise of Cerberus, we've seen the rise of Forest. Now, obviously, in this fantastic team here, and Southeast Asia is no longer here just to participate. They're here to take over.
These Thailand teams are really turning up the heat.
And boy, did they end up taking over. By the way, Twisted Minds being able to use that BRDM, or as I like to call it, the Splat Maker. Because they were just going around all over the place, and they were able to bounce back. Remember what's been going on with that team? This is kind of what I wanted to see out of Twisted Minds coming into that second game.
You know, they're playing with a sub. They kept strong during that whole fight. And is there a more iconic duo than Batulin and the BRDM at this point? I don't know, because he seems to be using it really, really well. What the key to me is Tai Lu put a red zone on those boys. It was brutal. They got 3 back up. They pushed over the top, and they made Tai Lu look like children. They came over and they said, all right, you've got grenades when you can hide, but when it comes time for slinging lead, lads, we know how to play.
I feel like a child between you two tall guys.
That's why I'm all the way over here, okay?
I'm a very small man, but, you know, I don't know why you'd feel that way. But speaking of red zones, by the way, let's talk about Myth red zoning Liquid.
Yes.
That was absolutely disgusting. And then something else I want to talk about when we talk about Southeast Asia, or just Asia in general, Windot. Dude, holy crap. Winda came through. He wiped AGAL almost completely by himself, which was absolutely disgusting. And then he went on with his teammate to continue to wreak havoc before 4AM went down. And this is the first time, I think, this year in a while that 4AM is really a serious team to look at, especially when they have Shen, the Malaysian superstar now. That team is disgusting.
4AM was given the reins to run the way they want to with this team this year. This sort of the latter
and you can
half.
tell.
And it is turning up really well. I think the other thing about Winda is you're right. He's dead on. He's phenomenal, but he's this sort of new blood that's emerging, right? It's the same idea as like, where was Kiss
Fresh
3 or
meat.
4 years ago? Becoming monsters. And that is the thing. You brought up SEA, right? The whole region has been powerful, right? We got from that region, PGC champions, 2 in a row. I think Myth has watched that and said, okay, we can do what they do. They've moved from forest. They got out of the trees. They've picked up a great support system. Now they have that behind them in addition to everything else they're doing. They're named after their own country. Like, that is all the hype you need to drive yourself and go the distance.
I got a chance to interview them both as well, and honestly, the focus on these guys, and I'm quite a yappy, chatty person if you can't tell at home.
We didn't know. We didn't know.
Sorry, guys, it's coming out now, but my God, these boys are locked. And I hope you guys get to see what I was chatting to him about.
We did. Earlier on, we got a chance to see all of that. But yeah, Kiz being able to perform, Winda as well. I can't wait to see what other teams and other players especially are going to be stepping it up in the coming matches. But I want to take a look at the overall. I want to see how everything is currently looking, because another squad that's kind of building that momentum, building that confidence, Shadow Esports. Once again, not crazy stats, but I'm just with them toughies. I just want them to do well, but you can see right now, Myth just kind of running with it.
So at their win at PGS, they averaged 5.1 points per game. They are already pushed well over that number, which means they don't have to really stress at this point. They have the freedom to run. And just to touch briefly on Shadow, they got wiped again. You know who wiped them this time, Godspeed?
Bonnie and Tommy.
Myth for the second time. Myth has their number. And so those guys need to adjust and just avoid the monsters.
Now you can see the eliminations from all the squads. Team Liquid, I mean, we saw what happened with Team Liquid, especially what you were talking about, Godspeed. Those, Myth just demolished them, if we're being completely honest. Twisted Minds with the bounce back at Esports, but I also want to take a look at some of the other teams on that second page, because these are teams, as we're heading into the first half, in a way, halfway through today, we need to start seeing a little bit more out of some of these squads.
So, Lace, I saw Team Vitality in that game. You saw it pull out the sort of the pickaxes, try to lock it down. It was a tough situation for them to sort of decide, do we go in? Do we get out of this defensive position? And I'm not sure. That's what I'm worried about when you look at them, is are they making proactive decisions?
Yeah, look, I was sort of touching on I like an aggressive squad, and I'm not seeing it from Vitality whatsoever. And this is what you need to do in these starting matches. You do need to really sort of push through and get those eliminations early, because otherwise people are going to take that lead. And I did not see that from them. And also Team Nemesis as well. I did sort of pick them as my underdog, but now they're a little bit too under.
A little too under the dogs, as they say.
Yes.
Some of the other squads, GK, not really having a great day here at this star. I know a lot of people are expected a lot out of this squad. They were able to previously be with CIS. Now they have a Korean team coming in here. What are the expectations going into this next 4 matches, especially going into the next match?
I mean, I think for the organization, the expectations are high. I think it is a challenge. I mean, I saw, it's hard for you to give a hype speech that involves a translator, right? So, like, the team owners are trying to hype up their guys, and that can be difficult. I do think, again, 2 games in, and you and I know, like, we've played this game, Seven, you know that it is not something that is won in a sprint. This is a marathon, and so I'm not going to write them off for a tough 2 games where circles may not have favored them. I mean, Boatyard is kind of a one-off. Like, I almost got to throw away game 1 in terms of teams that didn't get in. Like, it's hard to do.
Well, let's give it a second, Godspeed. I want you to put yourself in this mindset, all right? You're one of the squads there towards the bottom. You're their coach. What are you going to be telling them, trying to hype them up? Let's just act like they don't have to.
I don't actually think my coaching style is a little less how do I say this? Hand-holdy. I would just lock in. You guys need to lock in. 2 teams that I think need to lock in specifically are AGAL and Supers. Right? Those are 2 rosters that have absolutely no business being on the bottom. Now, again, we talk about only first 2 games, sure, yeah, whatever. But again, this is something that can snowball. You and I have specifically seen this so many times where a team that we know should make it, they're like, oh, we're not worried about them. Oh, we're not worried about them. All of a sudden, 2 games left, they're 40 points away from qualifying. So I do think those teams and those rosters are obviously strong enough to make a push. Again, we're early, but seeing them down there this early does give me a slight
you're not out of it when you let it slide, but every inch of rope you let slide rips the skin off your hands. You know what I'm saying? So you have to make those plays early. And for every chance you fall lower, it becomes harder, it becomes rougher to mentally get yourself back into this. That's my word with Soup. I think the Supers are amazing. Everyone knows I love Soup, but I need them to step up and slam down here in game 3.
All right, well, we're going to be working on our coach talk here and make sure that we can actually end up airing it when we come to the desk. Because, Lace, you'll be the next one. Not right now. You'll be the next one maybe if one of these teams don't end up performing well, as we're going to be going into the last game. And for everybody watching at home, make sure you end up predicting some of these squads. Go to the EWC website, go to the app, and just put in your predictions because it's out there for everybody. And if you do share anything on social media, use that hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26, as we will love to see some of the stuff that you guys are sharing. But it's time that we send it over to none other than Avenger and Borosaurus.
Thank you very much, gang, and we are back for match number 3. We are heading to the dusty dunes of Miramar. So far, made in Thailand, and Team Liquid at the top of the table, but right behind them, Twisted Minds, GAM Esports, Virtus Pro rounding out that top 5. But as the desk mentioned, there's a couple of teams that haven't really shown up just yet, Martin, and maybe it's time for them to find some success here on Miramar.
But are we the ones to pass our judgment after just 2 of 12 games?
Absolutely.
Okay, we'll do that then. As the game is partying up here, Puerto Paraiso straight up northwest here. Very easy and great playing path. A lot of teams can get into their usual spots here. And Shadow Esports straight into Picado here. Can they make the most of it so far? They're 9 points because of that first game. They got a good amount of points here, but that center spot there, is that going to pay off, or is going to have to be strong for them? I'll say this, though. We're going to only have 1 Miramar per day for all of Esports World Cup. The featured map is now Tego, where we have that twice per day. So Miramar just once. I do enjoy playing it. I think it's great, but we're going to be going just once per day here. Now for this and how everything kind of lines up, I think a lot of teams are used to those big rotations. And oh my God, look at that first circle pour. We're going straight up north.
Just barely kissing the plane path there, isn't it? All the way up to the northeast we go. Towards Cruz de Valle, up towards El Azahar, towards water treatment. We'll see where it ends up taking us. But 4 a.m., they've got their pick of the litter as to where they want to go to start things off. And that could be a good thing, could be a bad thing. I know you've had a little bit of experience in game. Do you find it getting that circle 1 dead center, does it become more of a problem, or would you rather be dead center, or would you rather be kind of working your way in from the edge knowing that your back is clear?
I mean, there's 2 metas that's very defined. If you are in anywhere of high priority into this circle, like 4 a.m. is right now, you are leaving extremely early to go to some of these high priority compounds, the barns, some of the areas around the center where you have a lot of control, where teams are not able to pull up onto your position just easily without you being able to put some bullets towards them. So you usually have 1 or 2 guys that go into that, you just get a few guns, not maybe even having a level 1 backpack, a level 1 helm, just get straight into that, a 2-2 split. It's not so much about preference, it's more about, do we have that, high priority towards the center of the circle, or are we far away? And then that shifts towards, if we're far away, we're going to loot for a long time, try to get as much gear, get your preferred guns, attachment, everything set up. And also, as you saw in the last game, utility is so important.
Absolutely.
That's what the most teams, they loot for a long time for.
Yeah, it's a big difference between a good central compound and a central compound that you can defend.
Yeah.
Right? So, especially from all sides. As you know, you got some of the best teams in the world in these lobbies. And they're always looking to third, fourth party, any potential fights, try to get those points. We have seen a priority being placed by these teams on securing those kills, making sure that they finish off any knocks that they get. But we've seen how important, you said, as the 60 point roughly is what we're kind of thinking of going in, at least through 2 games, as being our cut line. And there's no last chance qualifier, Martin. It is just top 16 moving on. So there's no backup plan as we see Team Liquid. Getting a little bit close to RA, but it just looks like RA doesn't want any of this. He's just going to go ahead and pop right on out of there.
Yeah, disengaging immediately here. R8 so far 0 kills, 0 placement points at the bottom of that leaderboard here, and Team Liquid just pushing on, and it's outside the circle. There's no point to fight for this. This has no priority, so I understand from R8's perspective, there's no point in staying here. 2 nades, a Molotov in hand, no first aids for him, so he's still trying to loot up here. maybe even going back to El Pozo is worth it for him. As AJR is going to try to get some more information. Liquid is leaving. They're going to be going out here. And AGAL so far, surprise to me, only 3 points through kills for them. Has destroyed Delvin, Himas, and Salsi. Absolute all-star players. They've had a great performance throughout the year for them so far.
Yeah, a lot of expectations placed on that team, and with good reason. As you said, superstars up and down that roster, but nothing clicking just yet. But there's still plenty of time left to go as they fight their way in towards the center of the circle. We check in with Nemesis down there in Puerto Paraíso. Nobody really anywhere near them, and also nobody really hugging that eastern road ahead of them. So they should have a pretty clean path in, just depending on how long they decide to hold this coastline. If they decide to cut in, they may end up running into Virtus Pro, but we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, AGL obviously getting 2 second places in 2 of the series throughout the PGSs we've had so far this year. We take a look at 4AM here. They're a little bit greedy, I would say. It's a 2-1-1 split for them, and if some of these teams sniff out that it's just 1 or 2 players in some of the higher priority compound, they're going to get pulled up on. They're going to get drive-by'd. I'm looking forward to see what happens with that one for sure.
One thing they got going for them is that their split is pretty tight. So if they do get pulled up on, drop a couple of smokes, maybe a couple of Molotovs by the door, and you could slow things down enough that maybe your teammates could come provide some support, but then you open yourself up to the potentials of third parties, fourth parties. Obviously, you're dead center, right? So everybody is going to see that happening, and that is the risk you take by taking those high priority compounds. But we'll keep an eye on 4AM as we check in with Vitality coming through just north of Picado. Looks like they should have a pretty free path in.
Absolutely. And now for the teams that come in late, usually these 6 to 8 teams that are not close or somewhere close to the center, that's just about information now. Trying to sniff out where other teams are, and especially with the circle pop, to see if anyone starts leaving that compound. If they are in a split, you can see a car leaving a compound, and it's like, okay, they're regrouping in another spot they prefer, and that's where the backfill comes in, especially here from a team like Virtus Pro. They're going to come in from the southern side from a high ground spot. They're going to have lots of information available to them once the circle starts moving in closer and starts having a new pop.
Let's check in with Ty Lu. You see just on your mini-map there, Himas from AGAL. This has been a hallmark of AGAL's play. They do like taking these wide individual splits just to get a lot of information about what's going on around them. And it looks like they'll hear Ty Lu, if not see them. Himas will hold the line for now, and Ty Lu will just continue their way around. They do have GAM off to the north as well, continuing to make their way in. I don't know about you, Avenger, but this circle, and I say this knowing that we've had hard shifts before, but this feels like it's got hard shift written all over it, doesn't it? I mean, it's just everybody is crowding to the south side of this zone, essentially, and if this hard shifts to the north, it would be absolute mayhem.
And especially with Myth coming in on the northern side, wouldn't it be a classic that we do get a water treatment shift when they are so far away, especially with how far they've driven? We have seen some tendencies with that coming in, so let's see how Myth approaches this one here. Also with Liquid and Arid coming in from that western side, wouldn't that be a grace for them to get just a little bit of love from that circle shift? But yeah, you are right. South and middle is very, very congested. Lots of space towards that northwestern side. Would love a classic hard shift towards the northwest. All the teams would hate it.
Oh yeah, no.
Just us talking about it, they despise us.
I mean, look, we're here for fun, and chaos equals fun most of the time.
Facts.
Well, let's see if we're going to get it. We did see Team Liquid playing with that BRDM, so that's something to keep in mind as you do get that water treatment shift. So all the teams to the south and the east have to start making their way in. You see AGL already in vehicles. Full sense on the very far south side. They're going to have a hard time getting in as now they've got Shadow Esports, Vitality, any number of teams that could make their way over there as well.
Absolutely. Virtus Pro not getting anything from this circle here. They're actually trying to exit, maybe go for a wide wrap here potentially.
You do see a couple of teams kind of considering, like Nemesis right now is trying to make their way up to the north on the eastern side, which may push them over towards Ty Lu. It looks like GAM and Myth coming in late from that northern side have actually been blessed because they have just their their pick of the litter as to where they want to play. Is
oh my God. AGL full pull up onto this 4 AM compound currently held by Hitzameme.
And the rest of the 4 AM boys just hopped in vehicles too, so it doesn't look like they're going to leave Hazameme by himself here. As we'll see if he can escape in the Bronco. Nobody's shooting just, that's a tough turn. Oh no, oh no. Oh, every second that ticks by.
Oh, he actually managed to get it out.
Oh my goodness. That almost feels like AGL let him escape there almost.
And also because like 4AM already has a decent compound here. Sure, it's not as dead center as AGL's here, but I'd rather be a 4-man strong here with a decent compound, and they can backfill this compound later on. 4AM can still move west here, so getting Hitzameme out here is very crucial for 4AM's campaign throughout this Miramar game that we have going on. Match 3 so far. After this game, we're halfway done. Losing a few tires here for Hitzameme. That is not good. Already smoking just a little bit here. He's going to try to get out and get behind some of the cover that's here. Shots to come in, connecting, and he's just behind cover. Delvin, IGL, and the GOAT coming in from him.
There's a little combination there between AGL. Looks like Spaceman might be going on a rescue mission here to get Hazameme, but keep an eye on that. Here's Full Sense pulling up on this southwestern side. Now they got Tigger off in the blue, and they're going to spot out R8 just ahead, and they should maybe spot out Team Liquid as well. I think Luke 12 was the only one left behind, but Team Liquid, nice path for them. They managed to make their way into that northwestern side relatively cleanly, so a lot of space for them to work around just on that western part of water treatment. But Vitality, they might be in trouble here. They're making the send in right between Twisted Minds and R8.
Oh, look at all these shots. And in the arena, it's rumbling. You hear everyone pumping their DMRs towards 4AM. And now with this one here, next circle's about to be popping here, and DN Super's ready for this emergency pickup. It goes somewhat south here, so I might wonder if one of them just stays. Twisted Minds looking great, GK looking great, AGL still in, water treatment's completely open, and Team Liquid is moving in, and they're getting extremely close to Myth here. The two top teams potentially fighting shortly for water treatment control.
Are indeed, and it looks like Team Liquid's going to go for the treatment plant itself, while Myth will continue hanging out on those hills just to the north. Looked like Virtus Pro actually went south. They left the circle, then came back in. So that south side, you can just see it's so congested that the teams are being forced to kind of make somewhat awkward moves here. As Full Sense will full send directly into the south side of water treatment, but Liquid not really set up for this just yet. They're still kind of finding their way around as Purdy Curdy has that BRDM scouting around, and that Sandstorm hitting at the worst possible time. I'm not sure if he was able to hear Full Sense pull through. Here's Nemesis. We'll take a few shots at GAM, at least the trailing duo of GAM making their way through their territory.
They're trying to take some open space along these ridges here, but Smith is there. Jacob, the IGL, is out front scouting, trying to get information from Myth, as the other guys are backfilling and having high ground control, putting a lot of pressure on GAM as they move in and get closer to this spot here. And yeah, sure, they're inside the circle now, but have teams on multiple sides here. With Jacob's spot here, that could easily be an approach for Myth to take control of this northern side. Purdy Curdy and the guys from Liquid are maintaining some of the control here of the water treatment, but I don't think they are aware how close and how many of Full Sense is inside the southern side of water treatment.
I feel like if Jacob had any more than just one grenade, he might get a little bit more active here. But if nothing else, he's going to at least keep track of GAM. Just on the other side, you see Scappy Baron and Kiss still off to the north, still kind of keeping track of everything, making their way through. But this is not a bad spot for Myth to play here, as I think Kiss has actually just popped on the mortar. He might be getting the coordinates from Jacob. And we'll see if those mortars do fall on top of GAM here.
I love that approach from Myth. I think that frontline man with the information, the brain of the operation from Jacob, and then trying to set up a potential approach and assault onto GAM. Let's see what happens with this one here. R8 also getting somewhat involved here with the Full Sense and Team Liquid's shenanigans inside water treatment. They do have a lot of control on that western side here. If they get a western shift here, it could be huge. My biggest observation right now is that the 3-1 split from Twisted Minds, having example inside that little gas station, if that shifts towards them, it's going to leave a lot of open space with the big Twisted Mind compound in the center.
go. The mortars are falling, but they're going to go a little bit too far. But Jacob will find Tanvu. He'll find another one as well. Jacob with the high ground, making that AUG sing. But now he's getting shot at from the side by Sololzi. He's got to retreat.
Scabby might have hurt. He's right here. You heard the nade. Shots coming in. Baron finds it. He drops the nade, though. Could be doing damage to him. Docjuice confirms himself, but does some damage to Scabby. One more player left alive. It's Cloris. Nades are hauling towards him. It's doing damage to him. 39 from that one. He does have a Panzerfaust in hand.
He saw Purdy Curdy pulling up in the BRDM and pulled out the Panzerfaust. Looks like Kurt was able to escape just in the nick of time. Virtus Pro gets eliminated, crashing right on top of Petrichor Road. But that south shift so huge right now. As you mentioned, Twisted Minds had that compound, but they are now sharing it with Shadow Esports.
Oh my god, this shift is insane. There's so much open fields in play here with that road going through. Tyloo sending it. Cowboy finds Kiss. Diffix got the nade, but everything is opening up here. Guman did get Dragon. Jacob goes out as well. Team Liquid putting so much pressure on it. All the teams on the northern side, they realize we have no priority inside the circle. We're just going to fight for points. Try to get as many kills and eliminations as possible.
Oh, so many teams opting for the salvage game right now as you see all the scrapping going on the north side, on the northeast side. AGL just trying to send it right through the middle, through the GK 4 AM gauntlet, and it looks like they're going to get away with it for now. Twisted Minds still managing to keep all four up while holding the line here against Shadow Esports. But there are eyes looking over in this direction as it looks like Full Sense might be sending something. Myth will get eliminated in the end as Gam and Nemesis crash down upon them. Looks like Team Liquid is now going to leave water treatment as well.
And this is a very breachable compound right now with Supers and Tyloo both having lost players. A lot of pressure is being applied here. Forum is considering, is this worth it? Shots coming in. Tyloo is out in 14th place. As Guman and Deal is left to a two-man in this compound here, but 4 kills for them is going to push them up the leaderboard.
4 kills definitely needed by Supers considering the start that they've had right now, but 4 AM is starting to regroup as we see Nemesis trading off with Gam. Only Clory's left alive, playing around that ridgeline, stayed with the blue zone flank. Not going to find any joy, but Clory's is going down to the blue quickly. The grenades will get sent out. He's going to put one up against the backboard. It's not going to do enough to take down Diffix, but Clory's is bleeding out. Team Liquid will find Huang F, steal one more kill away as they continue to just play from the edge. See if they can maybe third party this, get some more points.
Shots and damage done here. We're talking about it, but Team Liquid was so smart. They're putting on pressure onto them and still got that BRDM in play here. Now they're going towards Geeky. There might be a big fight here. I don't know if it's worth pulling up in a compound like this, but there's no priority. Cloris finds Diffix, continues to have an impact onto Nemesis.
These solo players are so hard to get rid of as Cloris is showing him out, and there you go. Stead will end up finishing him off, and we'll try to see if he can make his way in. It looks like he's electing not even to try. We'll just go ahead and try to heal up and heal through the blue, see if we can get anything off of that as we see Twisted Minds still having to deal with a shadow in their midst, but it looks like they're content with letting them hold that compound for now. But you see Team Liquid getting peppered from range. They're going to have to hop all into the BRDM just to survive.
Just down to Purdy Curdy and Luke 12 here. Go out for the center. Look, there's a few open spots here. That might be very playable for them. Yeah, actually, it is somewhat center in this zone. And we do have a big road in the middle that's splitting the zone in half here. Now Guman is going to be trying to defend this spot here from 4 AM.
We were waiting for this push. It looked like 4 AM was sniffing around in this direction, knowing that Supers was down to 2, but Supers holding the line so far. As you see, the circle will go up to the north once again. More fighting going on as R8 is getting eliminated. It looks like Shadow has overstayed their welcome. R8 trying to crash into that same compound. That's a little ambitious. They're going to pay the price for it as they are down to just 1.
Yeah, Nemesis out in 12th place here. So many teams trying to approach this Twisted Mind compound. They're being smart about it. They're holding off. They're maintaining control of the western side because they know they can third party later on. They didn't want anything from this very breachable side of the compound here. Now, damage done. Look at this. 4M got the rest, but Supers are trying to put so much pressure onto them to get the most out of it. Perfectix finds Spellmouth, and now Spaceman. Look at that. The off angle from Deal pays off.
Supers just 5-head plays here, but there's just too many men to deal with, and Deal will get spotted out in the end, and they know exactly where Guman is. But on the high ground, you hear shots coming in. This is Vitality, third partying from range, making things a little bit difficult as they'll steal away deal. Now the grenades will come through. Blues on grenade do a little bit of damage, but Guman just a pain in the butt right now for 4 Angry Men.
Molotov as well. That's going to be him out for sure. He's laying down into that's going to be DN Subers out in 11th place here. Winner gets it with the Molotov.
Duke managed to collect a few kills there before going out, so not the worst thing ever there for DNS, but again, 3 games in, only 8 points, not the way they wanted to start their tournament. But 4AM still 4 up as Vitality have to send something in here, find a spot to play, and they've got some ridges that could actually maybe keep an eye over here on this Twisted Shadow R8 compound.
It's going to be a lot of fights with that. Fulson's also trying to survive and make the most of it, but Flash, so much damage being done here by Phase 5 as everything closes in 20 seconds. We're going to hit Phase 6. Parkbro finds Quizzy. Some damage done here onto Vitality as they have this center spot here. It could pay off for them, but let's see how much time they got for it.
Man,
look at the util coming in. Levante goes down as well to I-26, Faro.
You almost feel like that was a bait mortar pit for them to hide in. It looked so good until it didn't, and now they are in trouble as Vitality is just taking it from all sides. Gedrock's the last player left on his feet. We'll see if Hello My Bag can actually retreat through the smoke cloud to get revived, but that is going to be asking a lot here as you see Chewy from Petrichor Road just keeping eyes on everything around him. Diggy, diggy hole. The mantra of the day.
Come on, guys.
Mortars will fall around them. 4AM on the move now, too.
Down to just 9 teams here, Paro. Just one more team eliminated. It's going to be one more point for placement here. So much pressure being put onto Vitality, and it just swings around the ball. The cars are exploding too, and yeah, you said it perfectly here. That could be a great bait setup for it. Did love it. AGL here. They have the eastern side control here as GK try to move into the northern side here, but they also have Team Liquid that's set up towards that center spot. We still have this big road that's effectively just a big river of nothing going through because there's just open space and no cover to play around that.
Absolutely, and saw GK. They were causing problems for a lot of teams down south. 6 kills already for them. They've taken a knock. It looks like they're going to be able to get that man back on his feet. I think that's EJ. Should be able to get him revived as 4AM getting a little bit close to Petrichor Road, but you see how difficult this can be to dig these guys out as grenades and bullets will take down 2 from 4AM almost instantly. Shen has to stop down to heal up as Winda kind of offside right now. Not part of all of this nonsense just yet. The Blue Zone grenade going to force Shen to move once again. Not able to go for the res on the Spaceman just yet.
See here what 4AM is going to be able to do. I don't think they're able to save Spaceman if it looks like, oh, okay, might be able to get the rest off here. No utility being thrown at them just now. Parkro's out. Stolen by Purdy Curdy here. Look, it makes the most out of this one here. Look how many teams is on the south compared to the north. AGL, Liquid, half a Liquid, half a GK basically. This might be an AGL game depending on what happens here. Shen, more damage done. This car's going to explode too. The Golden Mirado out of there.
Well, it was a good thought for a second, but fortunately for them, they're still in right now. No more vehicles, though. You can be the rest of your game kind of decided by how many more smokes you have in the bag. As example, just free farming fire over on this direction. 5 kills now for Twisted Mind, still 4 alive. A lot of that having to do with the patience that they've displayed in holding this compound, letting Shadow Esports just remain as a 3-man in there. Avoid them for now. Eventually, you're going to have to deal with them. But for now, just let them survive.
This is such a great compound to be putting out pressure to the rest of the circle. It's just flat terrain around them. Let's see if they are able to maintain control. No, look at that. That's a perfect circle for R8 and Shadow Esports. But Twisted Minds is 4 guys strong. They know exactly how to approach this next compound. It's going to take some fight, but let's see what happens. From the northern side of the circle, though, it feels like only one team is going to be able to stay alive once this fight between AGL, Liquid, and GK finally ends up.
Shadow Esports going to get an opportunity to fix their mistakes from game 1 whenever they weren't able to hold off Myth as they made their push away We'll see if they can hold off Twisted this time around as 4 a.m. just beaten, battered, and bruised, but still alive and still in it. Trying to fight their way in, but Chewy and I-26 just dug in so well. That is so difficult to try to dispatch with. AGAL, meanwhile, they're outside in the blue, or right on the edge right now, and they're taking a lot of damage here from Twisted.
Oh, so much damage being done to AGL. Destroying him has gone down. It's going to be rough. It's going to be difficult. Maybe even impossible for them to get in. Delvin bleeds out. Setsuna gets the point for Shadow Esports. As the leaderboard does light up quite a bit here. 3 teams at the top is alive, but look at that.
Twisted Minds just exerting pressure across the entire lobby right now from the last bit of high ground. 600 something damage there, for example. No kills just yet, but Twisted 6 on the board for the team as 4 a.m. trying to regroup and see if they can maybe take this fight against Petrichor Road, and it's going to be a little bit easier now that AGAL has been eliminated.
Liquid might get a lot of points away from this game here. Hello, my bad fans. Shin here. Setsuna finds Songjang. We're down to just 6 teams now as 4 a.m. is eliminated. Hello, my bad, and Vitality is able to defend this off with Getrox as well being alive inside this circle.
What a hold, Vitality. Down to 2. They took the bait ditch earlier. Perfectix just solo pushing Teddy, and he's going to go down, but the trade comes through. No, Teddy will get 2, and now Twisted Minds in a little bit of trouble. Teddy holds the line, but goes down in the end to Team Liquid. Shadow Esports down to just Kamals, but the damage has been done. All the teams that were coming from the west have been broken apart, and now all of a sudden it's a 2v2, v1v1, unless Shadow can get both of these revives off.
Oh my God, what a way for Shadow to get that. Teddy made everything possible, and they could third-party that fight between Twisted Minds and him. And look at this next circle here. Does go off the road here. Liquid's going to have to make moves. Petrichor Road's going to have to make moves. And Shadow, a gift from the gods. Their compound is still inside.
And they are able to just fully reset. Vitality not in a position to where they could capitalize off of those 2 knocks. They just have great position. There's no reason for them to push just yet. We'll see what Petrichor Road decides to do. Chewy and I-26 really, I think this might be just a game of chicken between themselves and Luke 12 to see who has to move first.
Who's responsible?
Yeah, surely it's just, Luke dying out when he has to run from this one here. It's difficult to make anything work without vehicles, without cover. Yeah, Petrichor Road about to be having a fight with Vitality. This could just be a straight-up gift to Shadow Esports. Perfect third-party opportunity from them. It looked like Twisted Minds had it in the bag, but Teddy denied everything from R8. Finally, some points for them. 4 points overall, and now AGAL, one of the favorites in last place.
Like it might have been a rare misstep from Twisted Minds, maybe just not keeping track of R8 and not knowing that he was there, because he saw Perfectix just solo push into the building like there was nobody in there, and that is not something you see very often.
And first rule is you should never go in solo in a house you've not cleared together. Sure, you have confidence, but you need to go in together to be able to refrag so you don't lose players like that. Twisted Minds made exactly that mistake, unfortunately.
Pay the price for it. Now Team Vitality on the hold here against Petrichor Road. They've managed to find a little bit of a foothold with the high ground. They still got grenades left, and they're going to drop them right on top of Halo My Bad, but it's not going to land. Those grenades, you have to hit those if you're Petrichor Road, and that's going to take down I-26. The smoke walls are going down quickly. He's going to try to go for the res. We'll see if Vitality lets him.
That's difficult. Getrox might even be stuck under the car. It exploded straight onto him. He was stuck down in a hole.
Oh, no.
He can't even get out.
He's stuck, yeah.
The car slid onto the top of him here. Him being able to be alive is a miracle.
Really unfortunate there for Vitality, but I don't even think they have any utility left to throw over at Petrichor Road. But Petrichor does have utility of their own to send down, and so does Shadow, who are taking the opportunity to take the center of the circle, and now they're trying to collect some more points. They will finish off Petrichor Road. Vitality secures second place, but will go down in the end, and Shadow Esports, the relative unknowns, come in and get the massive win in match number 3.
What a way for them to defend that compound. Third-party Twisted Minds take down Teddy and then take the chicken dinner here. Shadow Esports What a way to do it. 9 points going into this. Levanza just laughing. What are you going to do here? They're able to get way more points than you actually expected for them, considering that they sent it that deep into the circle, found some holes, dug out, and put pressure on Petro Road.
It was always going to be a tough game for Vitality once those circles kind of pulled away. They're fighting them for
so excited.
And just set it, and they should be. What a game from Shadow. I mean, the fact that Twisted Minds basically allowed them to live right next to them without ever pushing them for a majority of that game, it felt like. And then in the end, as you said, Teddy just throwing just a wrench in the works for Twisted. It was like they didn't know he was there.
It felt like the way they set up was like, okay, as long as our part of the compound is in, we're just going to put pressure. You saw examples, tons of damage, no kills, sure, the other guys got most of it, but still, they were able to just think, okay, let's try to stay on the roofs, try to get as many kills as we can from outside the circle, and then we're going to deal with the compound later. It felt like an easy plan, but the way it got executed was just not the way to do it for Twisted Minds. Still, sure, they got points. They are so far ahead right now. They're still in the top 4, and it's looking good, and we're only halfway through day 1 here. 3rd game done, Poro. What's your thoughts so far on the teams?
Oh man, I mean, Myth looked absolutely dominant in their victory. Team Liquid now putting another good game up there as well. I think they're in sole possession of first place. So Team Liquid looking pretty strong. Twisted Minds, despite not getting a win just yet, they're looking pretty strong as well. You can't discount them. I mean, they exerted so much influence over that lobby this last game just because of that high ground that they were holding.
Shadow Esports, they know that they're about to win here. So excited.
That's massive, man. You can't help but smile. You can't help but be excited for them. I mean, this is a team, let's be honest, not a lot of people had very high expectations of coming into this. They're not a known commodity, but that is a big, big win for them here in match number 3 to follow a pretty good performance in game number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Found themselves in the boatyard, were able to set up and then take the chicken dinner here in game 3.
We love that. Well, 3 games down. We've still got 3 more left to play, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hey there guys, it's Kalaris at the Esports World Cup, and we have an opportunity here to test all of our players to be able to identify some keen plays from some past tournaments. Today we're going to have Luke 12 and Cowboy joining me here. How are you boys doing? Doing okay?
Doing well, yeah. Doing good, doing good.
How are you feeling about your chances here to figure out some of these plays?
Not good about that. Yeah, not too good, not too good.
Not too good. All right, well, let's roll the first clip and see if they can identify a play from the past. Okay, we're on Miramar. A crash. Which teams or players may be in this clip?
Kenji and TE.
Ding, ding, ding. That is a correct answer straight away from Luke 12.
I know this clip, I can't remember who, I see the Genji logo now.
There you go, Genji and TE, the hold, 2v4. Okay, that's 1-0. Let's move on to the next clip. Actually, I can see on the leaderboard why this might be easy to identify.
It's Twisted and...
Twisted and someone not doing well.
Genji again? I think Genji again, almost.
I'll give you a few more seconds. You're right with one team, obviously.
Hanzo is Arrow? I don't know.
No, I think in the end this one is Twisted versus All Gamers Global, actually. AGAL. Next one's yours, okay? Yeah. You've got this next one.
Oh, Team Liquid.
Wait!
I got it.
He did it!
I did it.
He did it!
All right, Luke, what happened here? You can tell it. I think we almost throw. Well, what's happening right there? Some chaos.
You know what's funny?
Genji, yeah. What player is that? I don't know. Some bullshit's happening.
You know what's funny? Is actually, yes, of course, it is Liquid versus Genji, and it is described as Liquid BRDM Chaos versus Genji. Okay, that's amazing. Okay, let's move on to the next clip.
Team Liquid. That's us. Who are you shooting at? Let's see who that is.
Bolt
with that shot.
Who's the Bolt? It's T5.
Guys, you're amazing.
I think we're camping T5 right now.
Out of North George?
Yeah.
Purdy headshot versus T5.
Oh, yeah, I remember this. Yeah.
There you go.
The bold guy.
All right, the final clip. Let's run it. Also might be quite difficult. From 2023, Game is 8.
This Pixel?
Oh, I remember this clip. Yeah, it's...
I don't know the teams. The Pixel's the guy that clutched,
Pixel,
right?
Yeah, it was
That
Pixel
is correct.
I remember this.
But you don't remember who he's against?
SSG?
Nope.
No? FF?
Nope.
I have no clue.
It was E-Arena, but hey, you got Pixel. It's pixelated and you got Pixel. Guys, you did amazing. Well played, boys. I thought you were going to be doomed, but you knocked it out of the park. All right, that is our first iteration. Thank you very much, Luke. Thank you very much, Cowboy.
A team that nobody expected to do this well except one person. We were being told, don't even talk about them, don't bring him up. But Shadow Esports with the... That's right. In another top phase, you were believing in this team since the beginning.
I don't know if I go that far. I will say that I said that they needed to have a good day one because tomorrow is going to be probably the worst day of their competitive career because they have to go up against 17 for a bunch of drops. So they need to have a good day today, and my goodness, they sure did. Now, that was handed to them on a silver platter, the way that end game sort of played out, but I'm not going to disrespect it. A win is a win. It doesn't matter if it's an inch or a mile.
Look, we've seen a lot of teams with the same position who should have won not win, right? Not take the advantage and push that envelope forward. So the fact that they were able to get the win is great. Also, Setsuna, just great round from him. Really coming in the clutch right at the end with a couple kills. You know, maybe one or two. Who knows?
Especially when we talk about that finish. I know, Godspeed, when we were watching, it's like, man, that is one of the toughest finishes for a lot of the squads.
Yeah, so that circle, there's a few circles in Miramar are just horrible to play. That specific one around that compound south of water treatment is one of those, because if you're not already set up in the zone, especially where you saw teams like Twisted already trying to get set up, it's a crapshoot, right? How many times have we seen that Death Valley Road kind of just become a problem for the teams? And as you can see, it was not a problem for Shadow, though. They were able to kind of put themselves in that compound that I'm talking about, and that's exactly why they were able to weather the storm and get that first place finish with 19 points, 9 kills. That's impressive.
And Team Liquid being able to bounce back in this one after Myth ended up just destroying them. You know what? We're just going to go with absolutely destroying them. Good performance out of this squad there with 11.7 coming in from kills. Now, Lace, I know you're looking at one team specifically, and it's none other than Full Sense, because right now they're not having one of the hottest starts. Very inconsistent.
Yeah, let's have a little conversation about them. For, you know, a defending world champ, we ain't seen this very champion-like team, but, you know, being in that sort of middle of the rank on the leaderboard, but I'm seeing a very slow decline. And like with a player like, you know, Belmont on there, I just don't know how they're sort of going to bring this back. And, you know, they came from a first, I think, in the PUBG Thailand series. So I guess their sort of competitor at the moment is like the likes of Myth, where they're doing exceptionally well. But yeah, Full Sense, they're in a little bit of a sticky conversation, we'd say, and we're not sort of seeing any good truth from them.
If we learned anything about Full Sense at PGC, it's that they're exclusively a finals team. So here in the group stages, we don't really know how they play, and I think they are being caught off guard. Now, they did well in the Thailand series, but my pick for that, and the reason they did that, is I think, A, it's a little bit weaker as a larger group, but more importantly, it's an aggressive style of play over there that I don't know that it translates as quickly to the international.
It's an APAC thing.
It is.
It happens in multiple games. I don't know what's going on in my region, guys, but we're just full send, but sometimes it don't work.
I mean, but that's literally what built APAC, right? When we talk about, you know, the slump 2-3 years ago when they weren't that great, that was still always their style. You look at teams of the past like Day Trade, right? They were so fun to watch because they would just send it in, but they would die. And we're kind of seeing a little bit of a throwback to that, which I'm not really a big fan of, because when they were servers before AJAL, you have him as some of the best players in the world. At one point, he was the best player in the world. The trend of going backwards is not what we want to see from these guys.
And something that ended up helping out some of the squads there that were in the middle of the pack is that I believe from first place to 6th place in Circle 6, we only had 2 squads alive. Only 2 teams, which kind of allows some of the other teams to catch up, especially with the dominance that we were seeing earlier on out of Myth. One of those squads being Vitality as well.
Yeah, I mean, as far as Vitality goes, and we'll get to, I'll turn that over to you to talk about in a second. I do want to say that you can't hold this circle against anybody, though. As you brought up, this was a nothing burger of a circle, right?
Yeah.
And some teams had to try to make a feast out of it. I know Vitality tried, and others came through with a little bit of a better position.
I mean, I was just going to touch on our joke that we had. I think they may have heard us because we were talking a little bit of smack about Team Vitality being down the bottom there. But honestly, I think that kind of pulled in their favor. Do I think it's down to skill and
No, I think it was a bit of luck. I stared into the camera and said that one. I'm so sorry.
Toughies, you mentioned burger earlier, man. Come on, I'm over here gonna get hungry because I know somebody that's currently hungry for a lot of kills is none other than Luke 12. My goodness, his performance today, Godspeed. We saw him earlier on with the mortar, but now backing it up, it doesn't matter what he uses. He's just performing today.
Look, when Luke 12 first joined the STK standouts, right, Steve, you know this, he was arguably, in fact, I don't even say arguably, he probably was the best player on that team. We saw him clutch. He was the reason that Purdy was able to finally win his first regional title, and so because of that, Luke has always been such a staple and such a performer on this team. Over the last 2 years, I don't want to say he slipped, but he definitely hasn't been that top performer we've seen or that we're used to. However, seeing this performance so far today, it's been wonderful to watch because Luke has always been a powerhouse on that squad.
The spark is back.
Yes.
Okay, the spark left and brought back the spark, if you understand what I'm saying. And it seems to work well.
Brazilian.
Well, but I'm saying, see, you know, I think the change in the squad gave a little fresh air there. But you got to remember, like Alo, Purdy, and Luke have been playing together for we had like
Decades.
7-8 years at this point.
Decades.
So they have that chemistry, they have that system, and when it works, it works. The thing I love about what they did is they got caught on that rotation trying to go over to the left side from the top. They lost 2 players and they turned back, hunkered down, held their position, and salvaged, I think it was 4 or 5 points out of that recovery. And that's what the difference is between winning and losing these events.
I also have to say, that roster, you talk about the core 3, but when Sparking had joined that team, everyone was so excited and he was so dang talented. But Cowboy, I think, has been a wonderful addition, has been really stepping up in that roster as well. So I want to give a big shout out to Cowboy and his performances.
And he needs a haircut. You might see that.
Okay, I'm not saying all that.
He said it to me. He's like, where is the barber? And I said, I'm pretty sure there's one at EWC, don't worry.
There is one, actually. I ended up using it, so hopefully it looks okay.
Okay,
well, I'll let him know exactly where it's at. Maybe we'll have Colares catch up with him and talk about that hairstyle that he currently has. But for some of the other squads, I mean, we got to look at the bottom, too. This is the halfway point. We have AGAL there towards the end, too. This squad is going to have to step it up in a big way. You know what? We'll actually get a chance to talk about some of these other squads later on. But for right now, I'm hearing that we got something going on in the stage with Barney and Luti.
It's called the City of Love. Yeah. But you guys put garlic in everything. You must go through breath mints like crazy.
You know what, Bunny? What I wonder about London, it's called the Big Smokes, and you all have bad teeth.
Yo, okay. Well, snails are gross.
I know, but British food is like tasting of nothing.
Yeah, that's fair.
You suck at football!
Yeah, that is fair. Yeah. Truce? Okay. Okay, so we're about to go into match number 4. We need to rethink our strategy. What's our approach?
I think we just find a pickaxe, and we dig a hole, and we stay in it.
That's a good idea. Or we could get a third person's perspective on this next one. Casters, over to you.
I saw what you did.
Thank you so much, guys. It is going to be Matchup and Paper Thin reunited, and it feels so good, my man.
So good, my friend. I am so happy to be back. It is going to be awesome. Been having a ton of fun watching the games. You know, not as much fun joining, James on the stage just because it's James. But other than that, it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, we both got to go hang out with James for just a second. We're getting a pretty interesting situation going on with Shadow having to come up here at the end. Big shout out to Setsuna, of course, just a magnificent performance. And we just got to see them step up and him step up for his team whenever we looked at the ENC qualifiers. They got into that 4th place cusp position and barely managed to qualify for the main stage. So it has been just a good couple of weeks for Setsuna.
For sure, and he was also at PNC representing Indonesia just not too long ago. A very, very good player in his own right, really showcasing what he can do, given a little bit of space and opportunity. Very impressive the way he's able to lock down that compound and keep some really good teams out. They struggled with it in that first game. We highlighted it quite a bit that they couldn't hold Myth out, but there on that Miramar, no problems, and they come through with a big, big win. But over to Rondo we go next, Matt, and this one, playing path looks pretty fair, pretty much down the middle, almost a little southernly shifted.
Yeah, but we keep getting these hints of Jijina City here lately. We haven't gone Jijina City yet, but we just keep going on that eastern side. I would love to see if maybe we can get a Jijina City some point in the future, but
we got a Boatyard.
Team Liquid off of a good salvage in that last game is just being really consistent. We started the day kind of talking a little bit of trash about him. If it takes talking trash about Team Liquid for them to perform like this, consider me a #1 Team Liquid hater.
All right, go ahead. Speak your piece, my friend. I'll let you wrap. I might need to start going off a little bit about the Korean teams then, because they have been not doing so hot here today. GK and the Supers have been just a little bit kind of underperforming, I'd say.
I mean, it's day one supers. I kind of consider that to be like kind of how they start. It's always a slow roll. Circle does pop a bit off that river coming out of Jadina City over to the west of it, so that is going to be Full Sense, who also just had a little bit of trash thrown their way by the desk. Now they're going to find themselves centered in a very open circle, so this is going to be a really intriguing situation for them and how they're going to handle it. Mid's going to be pretty close to this, but let's go ahead and I think that we've got a little thing that we're going to check out here.
Yeah, I think we got a little bit of an interview that we want to hear from 4AM soon. I promise.
When does it happen?
Eventually. Oh, I see what you did. How did I miss that? That was good. Well done, my
龙
friend.
都我最喜欢跳的是地图中心的车站，然后因为也是跟沙漠是雷同的嘛，然后地图圈中心，然后物资肥，然后肉点的人也多。
All right, Winda. 4 Angry Men, not a terrible day, not a great day, not a good day, but this is a squad I came in with a lot more expectations. Spaceman's been popping off, Shin kind of coming into the squad, having a lot of success, but Winda has been the guy so far whenever we've been looking at this, most notably today. 12 points on the day for 4 Angry Men is going to make for a lot more angry fans.
Yeah, I mean, they're a team that we know can pop off. We've seen it this year. I mean, we've seen what Shen can do. He is outrageously good when he's at his best. So having the players behind him, like the caliber of Spaceman, who we've also seen be really, really good in the past, with Wenda, if he could keep performing at that level where he can bring in 2-3 kills for you, that's huge. Like, that's going to open so many doors for a 4AM team that should be really frag heavy. And we'll see if they can just kind of continue that momentum. They're going to have a pretty nice look at it, of course, starting from the Neox factory. So they're going to be a little bit more central circle early.
Oh, Tigger. You've got some Petrichor Road friends hanging out. We've been talking a lot about 4 Angry Men, but Petrichor Road's been having a quietly consistent day. Now they're going to find themselves a bit of a split right next to Tigger over here, pretty close to the center of the circle. We still have 2 players for Petrichor Road making a rotate, while Example for Twisted looks like he's going to be trying to claim some territory. So Example might take a couple of pot shots. But with this big, wide split coming up from Full Sense, Tigger's pretty isolated, and I don't know if he has any idea that this is coming.
Yeah, something felt amiss for him for sure. It feels like he at least had some kind of sound cues that people were close, and now he definitely knows. Yeah, now he definitely knows. But the way he was playing it so cautiously really led me to believe that something was amiss for sure. And he is just going to try to get on out of there. Maybe a little bit of a rescue mission here from Tanadol, trying to loop his way back in. And it looks like this should be successful. You've got a little bit of covering fire. This is a nice little setup for Full Sense.
Yeah, there's also a couple of hillsides that you can retreat away from. The timing on it's pretty good. Gamma is going to be getting to a hillside cluster just to the east of this in a little while, but it's not going to be a problem yet. They should be able to regroup just fine. That means the Petrichor Road gets control over the center of the circle. To the east of them is going to be R8. To the northeast of that is going to be where 4 Angry Men are going to be playing. And remember, that river does cut in around that area where R8 as well as 4 Angry Men are. While Twisted is getting more and more separation and control towards the center of the circle, that does kind of put them on opposite sides of 4 Angry Men.
Yeah, that's going to be kind of the expected split there between Twisted and 4AM, given how they split the test track and the Neox factory. We didn't see anything in terms of a battle in the early part of the game. So Twisted, I mean, you got to give Twisted a ton of credit here. 29 points already today. You know, unfortunately not being able to have Lou come in the tab, a very good player, no doubt, as a coach, able to step through and help do some serious damage. But, you know, the 3 main players that are still here are very, very good, of course, as well. And these guys just continue to thrive no matter the situation.
Vitality on a little bit of an adventure here. Winda's going to be on the other side, and that was so easy. Gedrock's going to go down. Easy point for 4 Angry Men is Vitality, who have been kind of looming around in these later stages. Now presently in 6th place, going to have an early out for one of their players, and going to make it a little bit more complicated on the rotate because the rest of Vitality is going to be tail-inning, just coming into the circle to the east of where 4 Angry Men are going to be at.
Yeah, this feels like 4AM offering up a little bit of a different look to what maybe you had seen in the past from them on similar circles, because Vitality pretty confident to just send a player up on top of this roof, assuming that it would be safe. But 4AM this time actually leaves a bunch of players back, and they're going to profit for it. So that feels like a move that could be just related to trying to do something different than what you've shown your opponents previously.
We do also have an emergency pickup that has been called. It looks like it is going to be anyone's legend taking that with 2 of their players. Delwyn already going to be approaching the circle. Himmouse going to be playing back behind that one. Try to jump over the EMP. Vitality is going to have tons of information. Remember, they just lost their player up on top, so trying to see if they can get eyes on Winda, but he's not providing too much of an easy target. Instead, it's going to be a couple more shots coming from range, making it a little bit more complicated, but Winda should be fine as that emergency pickup is called. Teams that are not yet inside the circle, Nemesis is just now touching it. Supers is just crossed in, but Team Liquid as well as Tyloo down to the southwest, they still have a little bit more of pathing to go, while Myth is also just entered the circle.
And it looks like Tyloo's going to go for an emergency pickup as well, so they've got a few options to get into this next circle, maybe try to time it with the phase 2 pop, it looks like. Full sense, again, that early rescue mission, keeping them out of the clutches of Petrichor Road. Tenadol is the Dragunov and just doing a little bit of peeking around, seeing what's going up in the air. Of course, Rondo, you're going to have some aerial threats that you're going to have to maybe worry about. Twisted, going to be seeing the Supers drive by.
This should be okay. There should be enough hillsides. Super should be able to get away from it, but good job on Twisted to control this territory. Just to the southwest of where they're going to be playing at is going to be where Shadow is. But it looks like Supers don't have too many other options, so they're going to have to send it opposite side of where Petrichor Road is playing. If they can get through this stage of the gauntlet, there is at least going to be some open terrain before they get to full sense in that VP territory. But there's not going to be a lot to play over here. A couple of hills, I think there's a couple of shacks, and yeah, okay, a couple of rocks too.
Rex is fine, able to hang on there with a little bit of a love tap from his teammates. As let's see how they want to split this up. Supers looking like they're trying to figure out exactly what they can, work with here in this situation.
It's one of those moments where you realize, why is nobody playing the center of the circle? Oh, this is the center of the circle. Nobody really likes it here. So, I mean, yes, they can dig down, they can do some stuff, but I just get so nervous in this section of the map for mortars. Especially if you're playing this the way that Supers are playing it, there's going to be so many mortars just watching around the outside of it, as it is going to be anyone's legend, as well as GK kind of bumping into each other. Dylan's going to spell a con, gets flush on.
Yeah, they had taken a little bit of this high ground position earlier, so they're going to profit from that. GK thought maybe they could do a safe rotation there, but AGAL sets up a little bit of a trap, and Delwyn comes through with the big kill early. Second circle is going to go a little bit southeast, but it's going to cut out most of the river that goes from Jadena City over towards the left. So still a lot of different options in play.
Okay, GK looks like they're wrapping back over, but here you go. Supers, with so few places to play, just sends it right into the territory where Full Sense has got control. Shadow is going to be on the other side of this. There's just not enough space inside this circle as we move closer to Tooling. Means that we've got a lot of hillsides, way more cover, less barren circle. But that means that there's going to be a lot of teams just trying to force their way in. Tyloo on top of Team Liquid to the south. Anyone's Legend's going to have to be roaming right in behind GK. But it is just a full cluster up here to the north as Shadow is going to at least sneak by. But on the other side of this is going to be Twisted, as well as R8 and just to the south of it, of course, Petrichor Road.
Yeah, things are getting really clustered. A lot of teams feel like they need to get in here in Adantong, and it is, of course, one of the few areas that's safe. Like you were talking about, a lot of wide open stuff that's not so good. Example, will take down I2 6v6. And you're looking at them continuing to put pressure through here. Love to see them play with the confidence. That's a good grenade towards Ming Ming. Doesn't catch him though. Ming Ming able to get around the side of that box quick enough. Isn't going to find any more damage. Perfecto though has to be diligent, but he's getting shot in the back. 0-4 almost takes him down with the molly. Oh, it's Ming Ming's gun who's going to get the job done.
He's just got to run in and flush this as fast as possible. He knows he is swarmed by Twisted. Nade's going to come up all around him, and it is going to be Example that gets the knock onto Ming Ming. Twisted's going to come in, get a little bit more control over this territory. Petrichor Road looked like they wanted to go in for the res, but instantly rebuffed by a very aggressive Twisted Minds.
I love this from Twisted Minds. I mean, the circle shift not super favorable for you overall. Some teams were ahead of you in the rotation game. 0-4 is laughing a bit there. He's like, that fence normally.
I feel that. It's every single time you think you're going fast enough just to break through the fence, it never feels fast enough.
I don't believe there is such a thing. I just don't try to hit him anymore. I just gave up. There's a lot of damage being done to him. And,
everybody's going to be trying to hit him now. He managed to hit the fence and manages to survive, so just narrowly.
It is by the skin of his teeth for sure. But he will get there, and, well, it's a place. It's not a safe place in the long run. Maybe he gets unaccounted for. Maybe the teams that know he's there, in particular GAM, just kind of has to deal with other stuff, and he's left to survive for a while, but that car is going to make it very obvious.
My eyes are drawn back up to the north. You can see R8 that we kind of have eyes on looking at Twisted. But Twisted trying to get their reses back in. 4 Angry Men has to go over to the east. Vitality's got to go to the west. And remember, this is the more open section of the map, so they have to make it by R8. Twisted, luckily being distracted right now, should provide a little bit more maneuverability for both these squads. Circle Pops does go to the southwest. So Perfectic's going to come right back into a very clustered circle. Oh my God, just look at everybody stacked up on top of each other in the center.
Yeah, and it's going to remain that way for at least another couple circles, it looks like, for sure. Pretty much about like 99%. That's going to be the case. Look at our 4 AM boys. They found themselves a little bit of a prize. BRDM will be getting a really nice bit of extra protection. We saw this BRDM be really impactful for Team Liquid in the previous game, where Luke was able to use that to get into the fields and survive a lot longer than you normally would in a situation like that. So looking at 4 AM, maybe try to replicate that success.
Anyone's Legend just creeping in right back behind Team Liquid. Team Liquid does have Alo right on the edge of the zone, so they're just going to go ahead and let Team Liquid rotate in front of them. There is a couple of hillsides to play over here that should get you some distance away from Tai Lu, but it feels not as good as you want it to. So a little bit longer of a wrap over here into the west could find you a compound, but it's going to be right on the edge of the zone. Anyone's Legend, though, could have to deal with Nemesis that is wrapping in from the east, as the slower approach coming up from Anyone's Legend could be punished.
Oh, you're right. It is kind of their game, though. They're willing to take some fights out in the open. Curious if anything will brew. Meanwhile, Vitality trying to thwart 4 AM from pushing in this direction. And maybe 4 AM, even with the safety of that BRDM, feels like, oh, we should try something a little bit different here. Your biggest concern, of course, when you're in that armored vehicle is that there's just a Panzer waiting for you on one side or another. Meanwhile, teams are just going to light it up as much as they can to weaken it as much as they can for the later stages. Empty, getting a lot of damage in there. He's protected by his own vehicle. Not sure how much longer that'll last. Just wants to see how much exactly he can find.
This doesn't feel good. There's no easy approach in, but 4 Angry Men jumps out, does get the knock and the flush on to Teddy. This BRDM is just taking a battering. It's Twisted on one side, R8 on the other, and even Levante still taking the shots on the backside of R8. Does manage to connect. That's going to be easily picked up, I would imagine. Well, not easily. He's got to kind of curve it over the top of the hillside, but I don't think that R8's going to be able to chase that too efficiently. They got way too many problems in front of them.
Yeah, right now R8 is in a very precarious situation. Twisted Minds as well, starting to angle in this direction. So 4 AM's BRDM looking very much not safe anymore. A little bit of damage done as they pop up over the hill. Example, retreat back to the safety of his vehicle, which has taken a bit of a pounding itself. Perfectix does have a little bit of space where he can take a moment to regroup and recover, maybe look for some new armor. Indeed, that is exactly what he's looking for.
We've got all of Nanqing that's essentially supervising this firefight that's going on between some of Vitality, 4 Angry Men, R8, and Twisted. So it is going to be Shadow as well as Full Sense. Super's mostly focused to the south as they've got Geekay that's next to him, but that's what's led to this really awkward rotate for all these guys over here, having to make more commitments in top of each other, and Levante continues to find more onto R8. This is going to be bigger and bigger for Vitality the longer it goes, because Vitality's got so much control over the west.
Yeah, and I'd like to see Twisted Minds strike right now. They should. Levante going to clean up a couple more there, and here comes Twisted Minds. They are trailing 4 AM. They are trying to take them down. Shen is taking a bunch of damage, and he has in fact been knocked. And there's a ton of util still in the bags here for Twisted Minds. As we cycled through some of their players, I saw a lot still available.
Vitality had to surrender the position with Levante, so they're going to go back to their high ground where they have Quizzy at. Also still have Hello My Bad providing some supervision, but it's Twisted on the manhunt right now. They know where R8 is back behind him. They know that 4 Angry Men is weakened in front of them. Hello My Bad is going to be taking the shots right at 4 Angry Men in front of him on one side, but here comes the rest of Vitality. As 4 Angry Men has nowhere to go, they're going to have to run up this hillside, but good shots do force Hello My Bad down to his belly.
What's the escape valve here for Hello My Bad, or is he just really stuck? Is there really no hope? Just try to fight through and see if you can at least get a kill out of it. Meanwhile, that was a knock from Levante, an example. Gonna steal that one for his 4th of the match already. Twisted Minds now under pressure. It's Shadow Esports, your previous game winners, looking to see if maybe they could take down your defending EWC champions here. And Setsuna gonna take a charge at it. Perfectix able to get away.
Not gonna get much out of it, and this is gonna make for a terrible position. That rock cropping right up in front of him. Twisted's gonna wrap around the other side of it. There's no cover to be had. Setsuna in a ton of trouble. He's gonna go down. That leaves just one up, and Twisted already knows where he is. Empty on the other side of it, though. Does at least manage to get a knock onto the Tulans.
Okay, grenade dodge there by Hansi. Example, though, gonna go for the second layer. Comes up just a bit short. Hansi again making the move. The tab slides on into the smoke, seeing if maybe he could get a little lucky and find Hansi hanging out inside of there, looking for safety, but some of that terrain going to be affording him that for now. It's just a matter of can he do any more damage before he goes down, it feels like.
Twisted just racking up the kills. Eyes on that 9th one. Spots it out. Tab's going to pick it up. That is a massive kill count already for Twisted, and they have to go into the circle yet again. Can they avoid the Danqing firing lines is the real question. They either have to wrap into that or the Levante hillside control from Vitality.
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not sure how it'll all play out. So we have 0-4, who somehow managed to get out of that building he was stuck in. Credit where credit's due. That was not an easy spot to be in, but he is just as much in trouble. It feels like, it doesn't look like he's going to get caught by that Molotov. Fortunately for him, that'll afford him the opportunity to try to go for the first aid. Has the smoke for a little bit of cover as well. Stayed going to throw a smoke of his own. Looking to just spam through and try to get a little bit lucky, but still has a bunch of frags in the bag.
This is so throwing off Nimbus's control over the circle, too. The longer he stays out there, finally do manage to take down Petrichor Road. But now they're going to have to deal with Tyloo in front of them on one side, Myth to the north of them. Circle does them favor, though, pops away from that southern area of control, and everybody in Danqing is breathing a sigh of relief. They were terrified that they'd have to rotate away, but now here is the firing line coming up from Vitality, as Twisted still has nowhere to go to get into the circle.
Team Vitality looking to try to bolster their defenses here, so they're going to reposition Hello My Bad, who was able to regroup with the rest of the team into the front lines. And yeah, Perfectix getting absolutely lit up by Quizzy. The grenade is good from Levante. And Twisted Minds trying to regroup. Perfectix is getting away from these frags, but those follow-ups, oh, they almost got him.
I mean, Levante is just playing out of his mind right now. That solo player that he was trying to make so much control over to the north, still coming over there. Of course, the rest of the squad providing a ton of support, but it looks like Vitality's realized it's going to be hard to make this cross, because just down this hill is going to be where VP has got full gatekeeping control on it all. Quizzy's going to lead his way in, trying to see if he can get a knock on anybody in the smoke. No, it's not going to happen, but Levante does spot out Example.
Well, they kind of revealed that there was nobody in the middle of these smokes, and so they're trying to now figure out if they can get anything else done. The tab's gonna pop through, and he's looking for the player, and he's gonna get him! Levante down. Rex, though, actually gets the knock, and Perfectix taking down Hello My Bad. Perfectix the only one left now for Twisted.
All right, so Perfectix, you get to run next to VP, who's fully stacked. You've got Supers, as well as DK, just even touched the circle. This is going to be brutal. Down to the south, it is explosions galore. Nemesis is eliminated. Anyone's Lanagen manages to find their way into the circle. Now Team Liquid, the odd squad out, trying to figure out how they're going to get in. Well, there is a focus of mortars right on top of Tyloo.
Yeah, this is Tanvu. Oh, almost gets the knock there, or the flush, excuse me, onto Hausker. Just coming up a little bit off. Another one. Does he have any more available there?
Oh, look at this cross. We've got Anyone's Legend defending one side. Team Liquid with nowhere to go. VP doing a great job in the defensive territory. Mortar still raining down right on top of Tyloo, but Team Liquid, they don't have anywhere to go, so they send right into it. They're on the hunt for kills. Jump out and trying to find what's going on, but oh no, Lee on the outside, big nade.
That was huge, and this is a good timing from Liquid, but Lee was unaccounted for on the outside. AGAL as well, looking at his VPs, angling into this fight too.
Okay, Solozzi with one side, Delwyn on the other. VP putting themselves in the crossfire to go for the kills. Nades rolling down right on top of Team Liquid. Can they weather the storm of VP? And they are doing just enough to stay alive. That stalled out VP, but VP's now turned their focus looking into Anyone's Legend.
I mean, it's just a timing thing right now, and there's enough protection for Virtus Pro that they can rain damage and grenades down into some of these other teams. Look at what they've created for themselves with this little valley that they have on top of this hill. That's going to be Purdy Curdy going down to Nixie's grenade. Himos is backpedaling because he's realized he has stepped out into Virtus Pro's firing line, and he is in trouble.
Oh, there is nowhere to go. Everybody's gotten too entangled over here, but VP has more space to work with. The circle's popped, and it's moved away, gone a little bit further over to the northeast. So Anyone's Legend can try to step away, but it's such a barren circle. There's nowhere to really go. Anyone's Legend knows that they're going to be walking into a potential crossfire that has now been set up by Myth, who's got some of their players in Danqing, but has Scappy all the way over in the due east.
And I'm also looking at the Supers to try to make their way out from that very northern side. Gam losing players left and right. Clory's trying to scramble in there to see what he can do about maybe rezzing Tanvu. Hwang F keeping Baron pinned down. Perrin does get the flush onto Duck Juice, so that's one player out of the equation for Gam. That blue zone, I don't know if that gets anybody. Luke 12 just got a double on the backside.
Myth has to be so focused over here. We've got Myth on one side, DK on the other. Danqing has been abandoned by the circle, so that means that Supers as well as Full Sense have to fight their way in. And we still have this long standoff down here to the south with those nades that you're talking about. VP trying to crawl their way forward, but Luke 12 has done enough to defend. Is anyone's legend going to try to pounce on this?
That's a great question, and I think this is a perfect opportunity. Luke here might have spelled the demise of Virtus Pro. Nixie looking to stick the revive. Looks like he will get it onto Corexi. They're safe for now. Clory's fighting tooth and nail to stay alive. He did take down Tanadol. Oh, Flash still alive, but very beat up.
Himas has just abandoned that firefight. He's sending it into the circle. So there's going to be now somebody taking peppering shots, maybe on the other side of Myth. They've got to be careful. Scappy has gone down. That's open more territory. So suddenly Gam, who is fighting from the back foot, has some assistance from the circle itself, and Myth can't keep control over this angle. Gam's trying to fight their way in.
They're doing their best. They are holding on by a thread right now. The grenade, though, is perfect. Jacob nails it. Clory's out of the equation. And now you're looking at Myth afforded an opportunity here to go for some revives.
Double res, full abandonment of control. They just need to get their players back up and ready to go. Full Sense has now made a push more over into the west, as it is going to be Supers right on top of DK. And Supers just can't find a way to get through this. Finally, at least gets one knock. But they have taken so many casualties on this push.
Yeah, they're not exactly sure where the players are, and they're trying to fish through the smokes to see what they can find. But right now, DK not offering up much. I mean, Park Pro even has a JS9 here ready to go. Oh, Heaven trying to run through. He's getting lit up as he tries to do so. Going to be forwarded back and stalled out. Rex, no opportunity for that Panzer to strike just yet, and Human out of the game.
Full Sense, other side of this, waiting to see if they can jump in. Dance around the outside. Rex does get spotted. Songjon pops off the moment that he is needed. Any idea what's going on around smokes? Big explosion. The Supers are eliminated, but now it is just Songjon, the last one up, and Full Sense is on the full push.
Now, what a play there from Songjon to use that C4. Won that fight for himself in what could have been a much more dangerous situation where maybe he goes down and it's Super still with the player up. Instead, Full Sense gonna try to see if they can claim his point, but Sungjan, not an easy task. He's gonna go over to an AUG, it looks like, but Belmont has a Groza in this situation. Level 3 gear, that is so scary, even though Sungjan has some level 3 gear of his own. So in terms of that, but he's, as soon as he goes out into that blue, Virtus Pro is like, we know you want those.
Yeah, nobody down to the south can move. Myth has gotten control over all angles of approach. So VP, anyone's legend, last player for Tyloo and Lee, they're all just trapped over there. Even Songjong across the circle entirely. No way that he can step out of it. It's just going to be the firing line set up from Myth, and everybody that's trying to get into the circle, hoping that maybe Gam gets a good angle onto Myth.
As for Songjong here, you're almost hoping that Virtus Pro is forced into a bad position, so they can't third party this fight, and you're at least given the fair 1v2. Gonna use the smoke just to make sure that angle is cut off from his right-hand side. Waiting with the stuns, throws one out. A Full Sense not really bothered by that, and Songjong looking to see if he's found the timing, and he's found a dip.
That is so well played. Realizes the moment whenever VP has to go, but VP is just going to send it right into the circle. That's going to put them in a crossfire by everyone. Myth was taking shots. Anyone's legend. Even Lee looked like he was trying to get involved in that. And suddenly now, VP, where do you go? It's just Beamy out next to the blue.
Yeah, Beamy, an expert salvager. Just seeing if there's any more scrap available in this game. Clory's. Yeah, that's. Oh my God, Clory's. That's so good. He's got a blue zone to follow up here, too. That's the last of the damaging utility, and it looks like that he had, but Hwang F still had a little bit. Baron trying to get up there and thwart him, but he can't.
There's nowhere to go. Myth has drawn so much aggro from taking shots at everybody for so long. It is going to be Clory's up on top of this. Spots goes for the peek around side. He does go down. And that is going to be Gam Esports eliminated, but Myth has taken massive casualties. Anyone's legends making the push in from the south.
A Myth, an opportunity to really assert their dominance on this lobby. And you would think basically guarantee themselves a spot into that finals. I'm pretty sure they're already almost there. Lee trying to wait things out, trying to hide here. from AGAL. Too bad, so sad. Delwyn gets the eyes and gets the prize.
Creeps forward, 10 kills, finding a big game. It's been pretty quiet from these guys so far, so how much more can you get out of it? AGAL not going to necessarily get too much more of the control of the circle, but they do have a mortar and they know where everybody is. Flash still being a distraction on the other side for Myth. That's going to be their focal point, and that could allow AGAL to have something happen here.
Gotta wonder if everybody else watching this game is hoping that AGL falters so they don't get further into the tournament, potentially try to keep them out of that grand finals if possible, but a tough team to keep down, no doubt about it, especially when you've got players like Himas, like Solalzi, big brains like Delwyn in the team doing work, and that mortar almost gets Flash.
That's all that really has to happen, though. He's just trying to survive for long enough, and that is going to go to AGAL. So another kill in the bag as they continue to stack it up. Twisted had a massive game with 12 kills, but how much more can anyone's legend get on the other side of it? Myth at the top of the leaderboard right now at 44 points. They've got control over the northern section of the circle and did just get the knock onto Delwyn. What more can they find?
It's a good question. They've at least temporarily made it a 3v3, and a headshot on to Destroy forces him back behind the cover to see if he can get a heal off. Oh, just a bit too far there with the mortars. So right now, AGAL not going to be able to recover their captain.
At least the focus on trying to get down, anything going with Delwyn, get that flush has allowed Destroy to get closer, but as he's starting to try to just get into the circle, a couple of shots are coming his way. AGAL is pretty trapped over onto point. Myth has got that little bit of a lip coming into the road, and they just keep peeking right underneath of, I guess, what is it, the railings that are over there?
Yep.
That is such a brutal angle to try to hit. You have to be so exact, but we know AGAL can play that way.
For sure. This can come down to a situation where, you know, AGAL's players just hit some really nice shots, or maybe Myth kind of overextends a little bit. Right now, you're absolutely right. Myth definitely has a favorable position compared to their opponents, but as the circle begins to close in Phase 9, that can change the dynamic of a fight rather quickly. AGAL, still a couple vehicles there. Not sure if there's any more mortars left in any of the trunks or anything like that, but smoke's going to have to be deployed here by AGAL to try to survive this.
I mean, there's a bit of a lip that they can try to get to that's just on the other side of the road, but you can see that Myth has got so much control, just denying anything over there. It's just more to the northwest is the weakest angle of defense that Myth has got set up, so Solalzi's going to try to use that little bit of a ridge to creep forward a bit more, finding something. Looks like Himas going to hop in a vehicle, try to do the same thing. They're not going for a lot. They're just trying to get enough to get some angles on the other side of it. Looks like Kiss trying to go for a counter move on it. Does move across through it. Scabby trying to get nade range. They're starting to come out both sides. That nade's going to get some damage, but doesn't get a knock.
Ooh, that grenade, oh, that was almost a really good one. You will at least destroy the vehicle of Myth there, so you're keeping a pin if this grenade hits. Oh, the car blocked it.
I've never seen that happen before. Myth was about to be in so much trouble. That was cooked so well. Anyone's legend just trying to creep forward, but Scappy on the defense has to keep an eye up. Solalzi's going to go down, but Himas finds one.
Himas trying to get through here, throws a stun ahead. They didn't know he was coming from that angle. Kiss takes a couple down, but Himas in response isn't going to be able to hang on, and Myth is going to take the game.
Big game from Myth, so cleanly played, but Himas right there at the end, taking it down into a 1v1.
Woo! That was fun. That was a lot of fun. That last fight was on a knife's edge between those two teams. Could have gone either way, it felt like.
Oh, that's why I love PUBG International play. So much technical movement that's going on, realizing the fact that some situations are just bad. And remember, we had Twisted dead for what? 3, 4 circles at that point, and how many kills they find? 12? That is an absolutely nutty game from them.
A brilliant game. I mean, understanding that they still need to maintain that aggression, keep those points, you know, see if there's any way that they can get loop back into the mix. If they're playing like this with that kind of confidence, just imagine what this team can do at full strength.
Oh, where do you even want to dive into it? I mean, AGAL coming alive down in that lower section, finding so much. This is why so many people have such big expectations of him. He's just such a great player, but it feels like sometimes it's just so inconsistent, man. If he could find a way to consistently get like these 3 or 4 kills every single game, he would just be so hard to handle.
Yeah, I agree.
India ఒక్కట్లేదు తెలుసా PUBG PC లో.
Let's get a quick listen in there. Just a little nice. Yeah, I mean, him as a kiss, two of the best
India
players we
అసలు
have.
లేనే లేవు రా, zero teams
and I
PUBG
mean,
PC
going
అసలు
back
ఎవడు
to the
ఆడడు.
days whenever they were still under forced
అది
and everything else
మార్చాలి.
like that, Kiss just
Next 2
he
years
can make
లోపల
some magic
మార్చాలి.
happen for himself. They know how to play, get into good positions to play around, and a
PUBG
squad
players
that I was
రావాలి,
thinking that
PC
was going to be
players
like
రావాలి.
a bit more
Valorant,
dominant today was
PUBG
VP, who just can't seem to find a path into the circle due to defensive lines that are being set up by squads like Myth and the way that they control that circle.
Yeah, it is a bit surprising. I was really encouraged by that first game we saw from VP, but since then, they haven't really been able to kind of muster much. So let's see if they can start to bounce back a little bit in these last couple games. We got 2 more to go today.
వాళ్ళు మనకి ఇచ్చేదే 1080p
Oh,
feed,
man, it
4K
has
line
been
చేస్తారు.
absolutely crazy through all of this, and see kind of what's happening off that last round. Myth, of course, with a big game, 19 points. Anyone's
Myth
legend
in the
back
top.
behind that with a 17, but
Okay,
Twisted
match
Minds not
rankings
even touching placement.
MIT
Just off of kills are going to be in third place.
second
Oh,
AJL Free Fire lobby.
That's incredible, dude. That team just never ceases to amaze. Every time you come to an event and Twisted is there, you know they are going to be a force to be reckoned with. GK getting some points, Gam, Full Sense having some okay point accrue, ability to accrue points in there. Super still kind of weird.
Well, we've been talking a lot about what's going on with Twisted and everything else, so let's go ahead. I think that Barney's got himself Batulins down on the stage.
That's right, we are here on the main stage with Batulins here from Twisted Minds. An impressive day so far. I've got to say, let's quickly touch base on Toffees. Had a chat with you earlier today to discuss your kind of team alterations coming into today. Give us an update from your perspective.
Well, so we have been informed just before the tournament started that we have to play with the coach because our player is not here because of visa. And coach didn't play for like 3-4 years, I don't know how many years. And feel like he still managed to know how to play the game, right? Because it feels like we actually play pretty well. I hope we're gonna do better and better, like every game. But I'm really happy. I'm really happy. We didn't expect anything from today, and like we are kind of good. So yep.
You should be happy, man. Now, let's talk a little bit in a bit more detail about those games, right? You've had 2 top 5 finishes in the first 4 games. Talking about that 4th game, the one that you just played, look, you're on edge of zone. It's a really difficult scenario. You're not really going to be able to get into the center. So from your perspective, is it just, let's try and just farm as many kills until we go down? Because it kind of feels inevitable at this point, and you managed to get 12 kills.
Yeah, I would say that this game was a classic Twisted Minds from like FPP era. Like we literally like saw the circle. We knew we're not gonna get there anyhow. So we just decided to farm everyone, and we did very successfully. So I'm just very happy with what we have done.
No, it's been pretty impressive to see so far. Like you said, the expectations might have been slightly lowered because of your situation, but you guys are making the best of it. Finally, before I let you go, let's talk about your experience, your history as a team. I kind of looked into it. You and Lewin Perfectus have been playing with each other since 2019. What's the secret? What is the secret to maintaining this level of consistency over such a long period of time?
Well, you know, like it just like people, hardworking people found each other, and we had the same goal for like the whole life. I mean, it already feels like a life, you know. Yeah, we just managed to work and work and work, and I guess some good results helped us to stay together. Yeah, and just the same mindset. We keep staying together, and we keep playing good. You see. So yeah, that's how it is. I don't know, like it's not often, right, in esports when team stay together for such a long time, but we do so, and I'm happy that I'm in this team.
Well, we love to see it, my friend. And you know what? You've done so well so far. It's only day 1. There's so much more to play, but at the same time, it's incredible to see what you guys have managed to pull out of the bag in day 1, especially in your current situation. That's Batulins from Twisted Minds. We've got so much more PUBG action coming your way right after this.
Was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hey, Kalaris in the crowd here for EWC 2026, day number 1 for PUBG. Of course, you guys can be involved with everything that's going on as well with the EWC app that is currently being played out. You can kind of pick who you think is going to be winning the next games coming on up. I'm with Andy here in the crowd. Hey, Andy. Hey. How are you doing, man, so far?
Yeah, really enjoying the games. It's really an immersive atmosphere. I'm really enjoying it, yeah.
Awesome stuff. So I want to know from you, let's go for today, right? Who you think is going to do well so far? You've seen a few games here and there. So what's been your thoughts about some of the teams that have performed so far, as well as who you're rooting for?
I've been really impressed with Myth. They've been taking like really aggressive fights, third part in a lot of fights, and they're climbing up the leaderboard, so I've been really impressed with them. And I'm hoping to see VP do a little bit better. Apart from Falcons, obviously they're tomorrow, so VP, I'd like to see VP do a little bit better today, yeah.
Absolutely. Have you watched a lot of kind of the VP wins from before? Obviously they looked really good at some of the PGSs, not so good at some of the other ones.
Yeah, they were dominating some of the PGSs. Obviously, since the roster changes, so yeah, I've been really impressed with what they've been doing, so they need to step it up today.
Yes, they do. All right, well, hey, thank you very much for joining me here, Andy. That's been us here. Make sure to check out the EWC Play apps to get your predictions in, just like Andy has. Myth leading to here were phenomenal. They were spectacular. Not only the two-time PGS now champions, but also one of the most dominant results of all time. They are so good right now that if they can continue that on here at this Esports World Cup, everybody else should be scared.
ผมรู้สึกว่าตอนแรกไม่คิดว่าจะได้แชมป์แต่ก็รู้สึกพอได้แชมป์ก็ดีใจและรู้สึกภูมิใจทีมทุกคนมากๆที่เชื่อใจกันและกันแล้วก็คว้าแชมป์มาได้ครับแค่รู้สึกว่าเล่นให้มันสนุกก็พอแล้วพอเราได้เป็นแชมป์เนี่ยรู้สึกว่าภูมิใจในทีมแล้วก็รู้สึกดีใจครับแล้วก็สนุกมากๆครับสำหรับรายการ PGS
I think Myth is really good at finding areas that aren't as like defendable, and they find info really well, and they find the kink in the armor, if you want to say, and they exploit that really easily, and they end up getting a lot more space because of that, and I think that worked really well for them in those tournaments.
Myth are very good. They've adapted super well to the new playstyle, the destructible terrain, the new fast zones. They've been extremely good. I think they're very aggressive and they like to set up in front of everybody. So they get dug in, they get into really good spots, and then if they don't have a good circle, they just get any advantage they can and then crash a team or knock somebody and just go as crazy as they possibly can on them.
คิดว่าต่างกันที่มีทีมหน้าใหม่มามากขึ้นครับไม่ได้เจอทีมเดิมๆรวมถึงทีมหน้าใหม่เราอาจจะไม่ได้คุ้นชินสไตล์กับเขาว่าเขาเล่นยังไงเราคงต้องทำกันบ้านมากขึ้นแล้วก็บวกกับมีความกดดันที่ขึ้นชื่อว่า EWC รู้สึกว่าต่างกันเรื่องความกดดันแล้วก็เรื่องเงินรางวัลที่สูงมากขึ้นแล้วก็เรียกว่าแต่ละทีมมีความมุ่งมั่นมากขึ้นที่จะแย่งการเป็นแชมป์แล้วทำให้รู้สึกว่าทีมแต่ละทีมเนี่ยมีความที่โฟกัสมากขึ้นแล้วรู้สึกว่ามีกดดันมากขึ้นมีความกดดันมากขึ้นครับ
If Kiss can produce some Kiss magic, if Jacob can look as good as he did during those PGSs as well, I think they could be a strong contender for the Esports World Cup.
รู้สึกว่าเราจะมาแย่งแชมป์เขาในรายการ Esports World Cup ครับในปีนี้
Hey, it's Toffees. I'm in the middle of a park in the beautiful Paris with Seven to talk. Seven Worlds Gaming. Get over here.
I'm on my way.
We're gonna talk about cool stuff. Hey, there you are.
Hey, I was relaxing. I was thinking I was Myth. You know, I just got another win. They got in 2 wins today. I was taking a bit of a breather, but honestly, this squad is performing insane today.
You know, at the start of the day, I said, I wonder if they can handle it when the pressure is on. They dropped the ball at PGC. I think this has been answered. 2 wins in 4 games is absolutely banana sauce. I don't even know if that's a real word, but that's what this is. These guys have taken the game to a new freaking level and look incredible.
Banana sauce. I might need to add that to a croissant because that sounds delicious.
Everything's French with you.
It is. It has to be. Another team that has been able to bounce back really well, and especially in this last match, AGAL. Yeah. They needed it too.
You know, I think Paper said it during the cast. He was like, the teams here, as well as all of the teams in the Cup, are watching this saying, I hope you falter. And AGL is a team that when they start running, you cannot get the bridle back. You let that head go, and they are unstoppable.
Twisted Minds when you're thinking about that. I mean, we had so many question marks at the beginning of the day coming in with the sub. They're currently not being able to play with their actual full roster. That doesn't stop them. They just dropped 12 kills.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, they opened the tab on this can of whoop butt, right? Because he came out, he's played, he's a sub? Yeah, right. This coach knows how to play. They're in first place without Lou. What happens if the visa gets cleared and they show up in 2 days? The finals are going to be crazy. And if I'm Myth, I'm actually shaking. 2 wins, and I'm still dealing with Twisted Minds chomping it behind me.
Yeah, we're continuing, by the way, with players. We just talked about Kiss. We heard the piece too with Kalaris talking about if they can be contenders. Honestly, right now, they're keeping up with Myth. They're keeping up the performance that we saw out of them in PGS 6. And I don't think anybody's going to be able to stop them, at least so far.
At least so far. I mean, I think we've seen some cool things from teams unexpectedly, right? Like Shadow. Yay, Shadow. There's teams that are catching us off guard with how well they've come out here in the first 4, but I think in some of these teams' cases, like Shadow, they're going to get eclipsed tomorrow by the teams who are showing up. Possibly the worst day of their life tomorrow is sort of my guess here. So they need to keep grinding forward because teams like Twisted Minds, you're like, oh, they aren't doing great in the first game. They come out.
Yeah, and for all the squads too, especially for the squads that are in the A group, they need to make sure they start performing. If you're towards the bottom, because tomorrow will be the last day. You're currently sitting with 8 games left. I mean, actually, I did the math right. 8 games left. Sir. That's all they have. And if they don't start performing, they're going to make it even tougher, and they're going to just be biting their nails on that last day when they're not playing.
And the hard part of that is you have to set your standards. You don't know what you have to do if you're not playing the last day. So they have to really have good day 1s and days 2s to make that work.
All right. Well, you know what? I think we talked enough. I think it's time for us to go back. Claris, take it away from us. We want to relax and enjoy the view.
Thank you, boys. Yes, of course, I found the tall people to join me here. Thanks very much, guys, for growing exponentially compared to me. We've got Godspeed, we've got Avenger here to talk about what's gone on so far. We just had our rondo conclude, obviously, here with Myth looking amazing as always. Godspeed.
I mean, Myth is just making the case to be the best team in the world this year, honestly. I think so, especially coming off of that incredible PGS2 Cup final win. I mean, the sky's the limit, especially with Kiss coming here just, so good.
Were able to come in, get the control that they had, and then Kiss just clutching it up, to be honest. That is just next level. 2 wins, a second place, 52 points in 4 games. That is insane.
Yeah, they're looking really good here for EWC. Let's talk big picture, though, and see kind of what's going on right now, because there's some teams, obviously, that have surpassed our expectations a bit, and some that really need to have that step up now.
What happened to VP? They started the tournament so well, and they've really kind of floundered the last 3 games, Martin, and that's not really something we expect, especially with the consistency. You've got Nixie, Correxy, BB, they're so good. What's going on? 3 games
you're running into some funny stuff on Taker. We have one more Taker coming up here in the 5th game, of course, here, so let's see how they approach that. I understand the way that they're approaching, taking space away from supers. They're always aggressive in taking too much space around Godok, and they're looking to create that space around Youngchung to have an entry. So I understand it was great. You run into Liquid, Nixie was alone. I don't think they expected the retaliation that fast in that game. So I'm excited to see here what happens in the 5th game and on our second Tego of the day.
I talked to a lot of people, and they're one of people's favorite teams to watch because they do those kinds of things, as you're mentioning, around around those areas, over on Tego, etc., and things like that. But is that sometimes a detriment? Are you sometimes being quite fancy to the point where maybe you're in too many conflicts? What do you think?
It's the saying of doing too much, right? They don't necessarily need to overextend that much, or they don't need to cut rotations that much if they don't have to. That being said, something that I actually really liked that AGAL did was setting up on that south side, and that's when we actually saw VP go for that. I don't want to say it was a send, right? But they had options. You and I were talking about it. They could have either gone west. They could have even taken the fight to AGAL. But because of that spread also, and because I think there was one member left, a solo in between, they just decided to go for that send. And it just, again, it's just doing too much. It didn't work out.
I want to talk a little bit more about AGAL. The first 3 games, 3 points here, 11 kills, second place. They could have won this game as well, but they didn't. So far, I don't know if it's nerves. Maybe a lot of pressure on them. They're here in the club championship as well. They're trying to put themselves in there, but it's not been the magic that we have seen. They've been, they've had second place. They had top 3 positions in our PGSs throughout this year so far, and they can compete this time around. You just need top 16, and right now. They've been struggling until this game.
I'll not make a question. I'll make a statement from this one about AGAL, because I think, as Godspeed is saying, I think the position that they took here on the south side of Rondo, technically the control that they had across that area was fantastic. It does beg the question, though, allowing Myth to be able to even make that transition across the road, to have that smoke set up, and have what seemed like no utility to be able to respond to that Avenger, meant that eventually that really kind of bit them in the butt.
The big problem was you're losing a player.
Yeah.
You should have been 4 in that late game. Losing Delvin, he took space too early. If he waited maybe 30 seconds, 1 minute, the pressure would have been on Myth to cross the road to expose himself way earlier. So had there been Fawn alive, this would have been AGL's game, and that would have been 4, 5, 6 more points on the board for them.
And the one thing about that push is, even with limited utility, you saw that smoke on the tree. I think you even called it out, that allowed, I'm not sure if it was Kiss or someone, to get across in order to get the shots on AGL, which is actually what won them that game.
Yeah, all right, well, let's take a look at everything that's going to be coming up as well here, because we've got tons on the way. We've already had ourselves Team Liquid and Myth with almost the back-to-back, but of course, it was sandwiched in the middle of another win here coming on forward. 2 more games remain, though, today. It's not the most common map order that we actually go to here in a lot of our days. I mean, in most circuits, we actually play 5 games a day compared to what we have for the 6.
Yeah, this year's been updated to 5, and also we've seen so many times where it's just back-to-back. You play 2 Wrangles, you play 2 Miramar. Here it's spread. Yeah. Now we go back, of course, we played Taco before, but it's disjointed in a way where the players have played so many games before, and you can't really go back-to-back with that. But sure, they're absolutely ready for this, but another Taco and another Wrangle. It's going to be good.
All right, we are going to head on over. We are ready for our 5th game here. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Time to head on over to the commentators here. Game number 5 on the way for day 1.
100% agree with what the desk is talking about there, about how, like Claris was mentioning, that it was Myth that had to move into the circle by going over a road with no cover on it into a defended position that AGAL had. I mean, at this point, we often talk about like these completely open circles being barren circles, but are they Myth barren circles?
Is that on purpose?
It wasn't.
Oh,
I planned that.
You're nailing it today. I missed this, Matt. I missed this. I mean, I was kind of unsure a little bit of the situation with the utility, exactly what they had left in the bag to make that crossing, because one of the Myth players we saw didn't have any smokes left, but they had just enough to get the job done. Really well highlighted there by the analyst desk on a really crucial piece of information about that battle, as well as AGAL had a few frags left that they weren't able to connect there in that last fight to really make a difference.
Yeah, I mean, Myth could have potentially kind of hung back, still used that cover where we were talking about with like the railing up next to the road and continue to press that direction. But instead, they saw the opportunity and jumped forward, instead going for more of that center control as it presented itself. And yeah, AGAL, they didn't have as much cover to work with, and they were probably burning out a lot of their utility, and they had a whole bunch of firefights going into it before that. But, I mean, it was still just Myth control for so long, because let's not forget, they were the team that was playing to the south of Danqing. They were the one that was also corralling all the teams up there. They had to deal with GAM. Nothing inside that circle was moving without them having some say-so.
Absolutely, and they had to fight tooth and nail to get out of that fight up in the north. I mean, it was on the precipice for a while of them potentially crumbling, and who knows, maybe it's GAM in that situation instead. You know, something like that could have come through. So absolutely, just it shows the level of this team right now, that they have great firepower, they have great teamwork, great coordination.
I still remember that moment with Myth where they just decided to not keep control over what was going on with GAM, as they had 2 players knocked and then had both players commit into a res at the same time. You don't often see that happen inside of competitive PUBG, because you want to have somebody keeping some control, making sure that nobody runs up and tries to drop a nade on the person that's going for the res. And they were just like, nah, we've got it on lock. We're just going to go ahead and hold it. I have faith in the fact that we'll just blind res both of these and nobody's going to come for us.
Sometimes you got to gamble, right? Like, and that's the thing. Like, that's the beautiful part about PUBG is
they gambled against GAM.
Like, oh, it's true, they did. See, we're on it today.
And I agree, Jiven Gaming.
Yeah, Myth is incredible. Well, they won 2 PGSs already this year.
Yeah.
Those aren't flukes. These guys are really good at this game.
And it just feels like they continue to find more successes and new ways to play. That's what's a scary thing, right? Like, whenever we look at squads like Twisted, we were always talking about, like, what's the upper scaling whenever we look at what the squad can accomplish. Myth is still getting to that stage that I don't know really where they're going to have to stop at, because it feels like there's always something new in the bag that they're bringing out.
Exactly. I mean, it's so fun to watch them progress, like back when they were fourth natural. Like, we didn't have like the highest of hopes for them some of the tournaments when they first started making it to the global level, and we're like, yeah, okay, they're from Thailand. We know that they've got some crazy fraggers. You know, APAC, we all know, all players are cracked. We know. But it was like the evolution of the macro game for them that has led them to their most recent successes.
They went from being one of the most fun underdog stories to just being a dominant team right now. And it just continues to find more. And I'm starting to be a bit afraid for this lobby, because whenever you end up with essentially Myth on one side and AGL on the other side of the circle, wondering why we're not seeing much out of VP today, well, what do you do when you're trapped in that?
Yeah, right. I mean, SEA is dominating today. I mean, 3 out of the 4 games that we've played so far have been won by them, and the only outlier is Team Liquid.
All right, so we keep talking about Kiss Magic, right? Specifically, it's like Hilarisi keeps mentioning it. It's like a phrase that keeps going around. If it's Kiss Magic, does that make him a Cupid? Or like what's the mindset?
Oh, that's true. That's true.
A cherub.
A cherub, yeah. A succubus.
Now you just made me imagine Kiss in like a succubus outfit. I don't like anything that you just did to me there.
I'm sorry, not really, but you know.
All right, guys, it is time to Tego. The map is up, and you can see Plane Path coming in from the southeast, ending up in the northwest. So, of course, everything opened up, unless you want to go for a little bit of a long drop over next to Husan Prison and the swamps around it.
Yeah, this one pretty fair-ish, but cutting off some of those western landmarks can make things a little bit tricky. But as per usual, a lot of the teams kind of in their known homes, and like we mentioned earlier, Shadow gonna have a lot of central stuff, but this first circle, not central at all. It is going up to the north. A little bit of Shipyard, a little bit of Yongchon, a little bit of Army Base in there.
Here we go. Okay, we've talked about Army Base a bazillion times. Trenches that are coming into the hillside. Big tons of space for everybody to kind of hang out in. Yongchon itself has VP there, so early positioning on circle is going to be great for VP. They get an inside track. We have kind of seen Shipyard be a little bit more of a core component for some of our circles here lately, but Myth's going to be over there making the wrap into position for that. Down to the south, that's Twisted Minds territory already off of drop. So this is a very hard circle for a lot of these teams to try to figure out where they're going to want to go, because you're having to deal with Twisted, Myth, and VP already in the circle at the start, going wherever they want.
And I think that immediately leads my eyes to Shadow Esports. What are they going to do? Like, are you going to be worried? Because Twisted has been very aggressive here today. In fact, 3 out of our top 10 players in terms of kills right now are on Twisted Minds. So you're looking at one of the best teams in the lobby right now that is completely surrounding your drop spot. Very, very scary stuff. Kike, actually, I think you're looking at this thinking, okay, we have really good access towards that shipyard area you were just talking about. If we can maybe control that bridge that leads to the other side, or at least have boats for a potential worst case scenario pivot, things like that as an option, is going to be pretty nice for GK as soon as they can get there. But they're kind of late to the curve right now. I can see 4AM already ahead of them in rotations potentially.
Well, 4 Angry Men needs to do something. 4 Angry Men and Supers in 13th and 14th place respectively is mind-boggling to me. This is like the 4 Angry Men from last year, where it just felt like they would go into a position and then get picked apart slowly before they managed to find any kills. This year, it's been a much more active 4 Angry Men, finding big successes, really leaning into their firefighting capabilities, but they just can't find it today.
Yeah, it has been a little bit, other than the one game, the last Tego, so maybe this time, you know, we'll get to see a little bit of that redemption for that team. And Twisted isn't going to clamp down on Shadow too much. They're letting them go. This example begins working towards that northern edge of this mainland to see what is available for Twisted to scout.
Myth is still in a 2-2 across both sides of the river right now, kind of south of Shipyard and to the southeast of Army Base. They've got to be careful because 4 Angry Men is wrapping in back behind them. Looks like the more eastern duo is going to go for the bridge cross. I think that they were a bit hesitant, afraid of the fact that there might be a bridge camp. We have been seeing a circle leaning over into the northeastern area around Shipyard several times this year, and I think that they were expecting somebody to go for it. But instead, VP was going for a 2-2 split a bit more over into the west, keeping Yongchon as well as the foothills under control.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. It felt like Myth was going to see if they could get away with taking a lot more space than they should be allowed to across both sides of the river, but going to have to regroup onto the other side. 4 Angry Men will be claiming their unoccupied space. That that was left over by Myth as they take in the view, looking over the river, just trying to figure out how Myth is setting up their defenses on that side.
We don't have too many squads that are doing this Eastern wrap. It's been 4 Angry Men as well as Twisted. Petrichor Road's also kind of over here, but they're not really moving too much. GK looks like they might be going for more of a wrap over as well. It's been a lot more on the west as far as approach comes in. And speaking of approaches, it's going to be Athenadol finding a couple of bolts coming his way in the glider. Full Sense was playing around Army base, so they're just going to squeak their way into the foothills over in the east. That's going to put them pretty close to Myth as well as VP that we were talking about beforehand.
Yeah, a lot of these teams need to be active in the scouting department this game, so having the glider really nice, and why it's maybe even more important than usual is because of that river that runs down the kind of middle of the circle. I mean, yes, it's more likely to go less than not in terms of just available landmass maybe, but it is still very much on an edge, especially with the fact that the new circles can kind of do whatever they want. So you're in a position where you've got to be making sure that you're tracking a lot of different options to get across that river if you're going to be anywhere near it. So you have the ability to find a way through and understand the defenses that you're going to be facing and how to plan for them when you get there.
We can see that, of course, VP had Yongchun. They left it. They went into the foothills. Team Liquid actually went for more of a position in Yongchun itself as well. You don't see too much of a commitment actually come into going for like a couple of these buildings that are inside the city itself at this stage. Yes, they do also have a couple of players that are playing more to the north, but this is a little bit of a safety net that it feels like Team Liquid starting to play from. And for a team that's been pretty active as far as most of today has gone, this feels a bit more safe than we've been seeing. A lot more firefight-heavy Team Liquid has been the way to go so far.
Yeah, and I think this is smart when you're coming in a little bit later to this circle because it gives you some options, hopefully in terms of you have some safety of the buildings themselves. If you have to go north, you've got control of an edge of that area of Yongchun, so you have the ability to go outside of there a little easier than you normally would. And then if a team comes from underneath you, you can keep track of them a little bit better. And if no one comes underneath you, you have access to that southern bridge for free to make the faster rotations.
Got a couple of rotates coming in. AGAL going to be on the western side of the island itself, kind of wrapping in that Yongchun territory. Nemesis very far up to the northwest. This is, thank you so much, observers, what I had my eye on. Vitality wrapping in, using the dried out riverbed to kind of creep their way through. But GK still has Songjon that's going to be on the opposite side. Not too much that he's going to be able to aggress for, but this is stop off for gas where Petrichor Road hasn't gone for too far here. Like the Petrichor Road itself has only been probably like, what, 100 meters long that they've had to go inside this game. Vitality might be expecting more people to be playing closer to the coast, so they need to be very cautious over here.
That's exactly what they're doing, and this is really where my eyes were starting to drift on the map. Is GK very late to these rotations, but going to be watching 4 a.m. players mosey along towards the safety of the shipyard. So that actually kind of makes things a little bit more difficult here for GK because you're kind of ceding control of that bridge for a cross to the west if the circle shifts that direction, and you're going to have to go for plan B, which may be looking to a different bridge potentially, and that's very scary because as we can see on the map, Twisted Minds is going to be the team that's currently guarding the eastern Yongchun bridge. Vitality, there you go. Yeah, they're being extremely cautious. That last game, I think, where we saw them lose a player early to 4 a.m.
But look, they stopped. They saw the lines. Emergency pickup has been called by Petrichor Road.
Oh, God.
GAM is on the other side of this. They may spot it as well, so it could be 2 different squads. This is the opportunistic Vitality. This is what I love about these guys. Sitting in 6th place right now just due to making stuff like this find out and work for themselves is now we've got eyes onto a rotating GK. We're nowhere to go. The circle pops, and it is going to go mostly over to the island. Here comes the helicopter. Are we going to get any shots coming up from Vitality? They're going to get a couple. Looks like they at least managed to get 1 knock.
I'm quite shocked that this is going that well for them. I think just Mingming gets onto the helicopter as far as I can tell. Everybody else still on the ground there for Petrichor Road, and we have a ton of teams making their moves in towards the circle. There is Twisted right on the heels of Shadow.
Okay, GK is going to be coming up back behind this other side of the bridge. GAM already going to be going ahead of Petrichor Road, and what we saw with Vitality. Vitality taking those shots at Petrichor Road has kind of stalled them out, and that means there's going to be a ton of squads all stacked up here. Let's even throw a red zone on to make it even more spicy. Shadow's got to defend up, but it's going to be Twisted. Now taking the shots at the rotate from GK back behind him. Doesn't find too much, just a lot of damage, but enough shots go back over to GAM to stall them from making the cross on the bridge.
AJL losing a player to R8's bridge camp. This is on the other direction, but right now GK trying to get to an area of safety, and the coasts of Tego really do offer you a lot of safety. There's quite a bit of areas where there's rocks and ledges, and in this case, a dip that you can work with.
Gam keeps trying to make this work, and it's just like slamming their head against the wall every time they try to go. Twisted doesn't have anywhere that they can go because this 2-2 split coming up from Shadow. Team Liquid's mirroring that. Of course, we had VP also retreat back over here a bit more, so Twisted doesn't have a lot of territory that they can work with, and that means that Gam has no way to make a cross. They're just stuck over there, and now it's going to be them and Ming Ming just kind of chilling with Vitality, the only squads that are not on the island yet.
Gam has to wait. There's no other opportunities right now. All the other bridges are either contested, congested, or blocked, and they are watching from afar as we do have a res onto Himas, so AGAL able to avert any disaster there. Here's that play. Gedrox watching it go into the air, and he's going to get this. Levante actually gets in there and gets the final hit, but lots of damage done. If you hit this, oh my God, that would be absolutely mad. Doesn't get the M24 to go, but nice little play there. Nice little setup by Vitality as well to keep it hidden.
While this is going on, Gam's trying for their third time to cross the bridge. I think that Twisted's now given them enough space to maybe make it happen. So they're doing their mad dash. R8, you can see, is going to be dealing with Team Liquid very close. AGL is going to be back behind them. A couple of shots coming out from Team Liquid to force R8 onto a different territory pathing, but there's actually nobody playing this area kind of to the west of the circle in the hillsides. It's entirely open over here, so R8's going to find that for free.
Yeah, this is a pretty okay find if R8 can kind of realize it and see it to fruition. Yep, well, I mean, why not? You know, just to take what you're given.
The red zone provides.
That's right, the red zone does provide in this case. Sungjong in a really tricky spot early on when Gam was making their move, but a little bit of fire was able to get them to halt in their tracks, and that's a really nice angle into this next circle now for Gam that is going to be blocking Geekay.
Okay, Vitality, you've got to cross the river most likely, but you can hang out over there with Ming Ming. Ming Ming's at least happy that he has some of his peninsula still in play. Tyler's going to have to make a wrap in from the north, as well as Nemesis. R8 that found that hillside open now has to make their way back down into Yongchan. Geekay is going to be kind of defending up over pretty close to Gam. Gam's going to have nothing to do with it. They're going to go ahead and make a send across over right along the coast. So they're going to be cutting right underneath of Twist to try and use the coastline itself. A follow-up is going to be coming up from AGAL, same pathing. The timing on it's going to be pretty good because you can see that Geekay was trying to get their vehicles a bit set up. Now, how far does AGAL want to go into this? As a couple of shots might be enough to deter them. Maybe think it's time to get some kills.
Well, this is really awkward for Geekay because they were thinking about making a move behind Gam, sort of backfilling that space. It's opened up the door for Vitality as well. Players on Tai Lu starting to crumble. Full sense as well, having a little bit of trouble. Beamy has taken Tigger out for now. Tanadol looking to see if he has anything to respond with. Tai Lu struggles here continue today. They've only got two left standing, and they're trying to get the hell out.
I mean, where do you go? It is just a gauntlet into another gauntlet. You're going to pass this section. Congratulations. Now you get to deal with Gam. If you keep going, you get to deal with Vitality that's managed to make their cross over here. There's just nothing to be had. Nith is going to be able to find one, and it is just Tai Lu down to one dragon and one life.
It may not be for much longer, I would think. Duckjuice cooks the grenade, just needs to find the mark. It bounces right on his heels, doesn't get quite enough damage. Puts one dragon down to half health. He's gonna let go of the grenade. That's anywhere near Duckjuice. He would have been knocked, but apparently didn't quite get there.
Just having to use the other side of the rock for cover. Better be careful. Twisted hears this firefight, seeing if maybe they can third party on it. They can't get too involved as they don't want to step out of their covered positions. That's going to be enough as it is going to be Lucarux who hits the shots onto one dragon to take him down.
Oh,
and mortars. Everybody was like, hey, we saw you make that rotate. What, 4 different teams were taking shots at? One apiece?
Yeah, they all know where that was going down, and they were hoping to be the ones to claim those points. Lucarux with the M249 on just a little bit of a flank control mission here. He has Beamy ahead of him, a little bit more outwardly situated to watch the flanks.
Petrichor Road?
Well, like they're going to try again.
Yeah,
the first time didn't go so good.
And they're all going to drop on the crates that are out inside the water, so they might be able to find something over there. AGL making a wrap across the hillside, so congratulations. You can deal with Supers, Team Liquid. If you go to the Super side of it, which is the way you're kind of pathing, you're also going to have to deal with Full Sense as well as VP.
Imagine if this goes east.
Imagine.
Just imagine.
Petrichor Road would be laughing so hard. Remember, they're coming in as they've got nothing except for those crates. So this is glory to be had for them, except for, oh yeah, Gam and Vitality are having to play the coastline because there's nothing left to play.
Exactly. That's the real issue here, is that there is fortifications set up there on that edge, and getting over there is going to be very, very dicey, to say the least. AGAL trying to escape disaster, but Cowboy up and over the top has one. Can't find another. Delwyn going to keep him pinned back behind that hill. Alo looking for the other angle.
Delwyn kept Sololzi alive there. The damage coming up from Cowboy, almost too brutal to deal with. Got to be careful, though. It's going to be AJ that spots out and gets that finishing knock on to Cowboy, though. So Team Liquid has to be careful. They've got R8 back behind and take them shots while they're trying to push up the hillside. Now they have AGAL in front of them on the other side. AGAL has to be careful because they're getting shot by VP on the counter flank on this one. VP's just got a great angle into it. AGAL is trapped here.
Yeah, Sololzi's vehicle is not in a good state, to say the least, and just him and Delwyn left alive, trying to throw some smokes to buy some time, maybe seeing if somebody else could get some damage into Team Liquid and open up a little bit of safety to them. Delwyn is going to scramble to destroy to just barely get there in time. Meanwhile, Petrichor Road is trying to cross the river, and it is not going good, as you can see in your kill feed. So this fight continues. Cowboy back up and running.
Team Liquid better be careful. R8 actually just managed to leapfrog, taking shots all the whole time from Shadow. They've gotten right down below the southern section for Team Liquid, so this 2-2 split starting to get pulled in too many directions. Now what do you do? Luke 12 is gone down. Cowboy's got it thinned up. Delwyn's got the nades prepped. Do they have any idea where it's coming from? Looks like he does, but it's going to go too far down the hillside.
This is still very, very dangerous for Liquid. Oh. That was Nixie getting some damage in there too. Delwyn is trying to get a little bit further forward, has to use a lot of stuns, but Cowboy had repositioned. Are they going to be ready for that? Sololzi looking for anything, but every time he tries to move out of that rock, he is just getting absolutely peppered from multiple different directions.
Cowboy can't retreat. There's no angle. He's just kind of stuck here. Team Liquid's trying to support. They're dropping a couple of mortars, but really the position coming up from R8 just threw off all of the timing. So it is going to be defended position coming up from Team Liquid, who now has to figure out how they get in the circle while they have to deal with VP as well as Shadow. And Cowboy has just been isolated for so long against AGAL. Finally, Alo does have the angle to approach and provide some support, and it is right in the face of Delwyn.
And they absolutely needed that. Cowboy trying to go out into the blue and almost paid the price to see if he could get the knock. Barely able to get on through, but here comes the reinforcements.
That's a big knock onto Delwyn, who is on the high side of the hill. Destroy in a little bit more trouble. Flank position is getting complicated. Delwyn's going to go down off of that push. So Destroy has to try to see if he can hold enough time here to go for the res. You can see Delwyn's trying to get over there fast as possible, but Luke is playing right up, using the smoke on the peak of the hillside. No fear. New circle pops, and it heavily favors VP.
Luke here can't quite see where his opponents are. They do have the res through, but it's going to be the instant re-knock from Luke 12. Alo smells blood and wants to finish the job. He takes down Destroy, and now Sololzi out in the blue, absolutely screwed.
Okay, what do you even do? Blue the tail end, and Team Liquid handles a terrible storm, keeps all four players up and alive, but now the new hurdle is going to be getting into the circle. To the north, it's going to be Supers, who've been taking a fight with Nemesis for a very long time. That should make it easier. So said managing to get the knock, and a quick flush might provide some opportunity for Team Liquid to get in the circle.
Yeah, the Supers were fighting full sense up there a little bit as well. I saw in the kill feed, so it's been kind of a slog here for them. They've gotten a couple kills, but certainly not what they're going to be looking for from an edge position where they've been kind of scrapping back and forth for some time. So looks like for now they're going to peel a little bit further back, realizing that, yeah, Nemesis is in a stronger position overall in terms of numbers, in terms of what kind of terrain they're able to work with. You've got VP underneath you. This is scary.
Here's the push coming up from Team Liquid. VP's just got a complete angle. You can see it down on the mini-map there, just getting demolished on approach, but they do at least manage to get a foothold over. DL just trying to get his armor a bit better in position, because this is all Team Liquid has to work with over here. Geeky also trying to get in the circle just to the south of this. You can see off in the distance. That might pull Shadow as well as Twisted's attention that direction.
This is looking awfully difficult for Team Liquid to go further forward. We do have a bit of a fight brewing with Vitality and for him, but let's take a little bit of a look at, oh no, right off the door. Poor Clory's nowhere to go there. Nice stuff from him. Park Pro
in trouble. They're trying to make a crash onto Shadow Esports, and for now, they're holding the line.
A lot of aggressive rotates. You saw that Supers came down from the hillside fast, just cut through the middle of anything. They're on the other side now, distracted. Twisted Minds going to be now looking that direction. DK kind of brute forcing their way through, but Shadow's doing such a good job on holding the line. Akan's going to go down, get flushed. DK can't find any angle of approach onto this, and we still have Jexy just waiting with the Panzerfaust on the other side.
Okay, here comes Team Liquid. They're sending it right down the hill. They need to do some serious damage into the backside of Shadow Esports. Purdy Curdy's going to stay back as an anchor, and this is exactly what's happening. Alo, a quick one and done there. It's going to be Myth taking down a player on the other side. Purdy Curdy has to throw some smokes and go for the heal. I'm not sure if that's VP who was shooting at him or what.
Shadow thought that they had this on lock for so long, and Team Liquid saw an opportunity, and they exploited it. EJ on one side of it, and it's just full trap. Nowhere to go. Nice bounce around. Tries to go for the stun. EJ doesn't get too much more out of it, though. It's just looking back before him, and now it's going to be Shadow on the defense, finding what they needed, but they still have to deal with Team Liquid to the north.
Well, EJ hit himself with that stun more than he did his opponents, and he had no idea where they went. Sungjong nowhere to go. A Panzer ready and waiting. Shadow Esports deal with their southern threat. Now to their north, a 4-man strong Team Liquid still looming, still lurking, and Luke wants to do some more damage. Stuns to try to lead the way, but not really able to make a breach. And Jexy.
Good angle right down. Spots out Alo. Connects. This forces Team Liquid to run right into the building. No other options. This is one of those circles that is now popped where it is just time to get kills. Cowboy, Luke, they know it. They've just got to get whatever they can get and fight the whole way. Shadow jumps down right on top of him. Spots out Cowboy. Shadow popping off right now.
Kamal's found the perfect timing there. Didn't have his gun out, did Cowboy, had util in hand. Nothing he could do in that scenario, and that is so beautifully read there. Maybe heard the pin pop on the nade and went for the push. Luke 12 now trying to hang on to dear life. Purdy Curdy completely pinned on the outside, but he gets the knock on to Jexy. Luke, he's got the job done. Team Liquid gets Shadow out of here.
I wouldn't say job done yet. That's task done. Now Blue Zone on top of him. They still have to get into a circle that is in complete control by GAM as well as VP. They're going to have vision for days on this circle. Myth over into the northeast, also going to be dealing with Nemesis on approach. I mean, kudos to the squads that have been able to creep into here, because we still have 30 alive in the circle, and it has been a bloodbath firefight every step of the way.
And speaking of bloodbaths, this is just absolutely brutal. Nemesis and Myth have absolutely wrecked each other, and Myth in another spot where they have to start going for reses. Diffex wants to finish it, and he will. Just barely able to keep Myth from going any further in this one.
Man, that is just a clutch moment. Can he get anybody back up? A couple of shots going to be coming out. Gam's a bit more focused on watching what's going on with 4 Angry Men right now. Vitality also jockeying up position very close to Twisted Minds. So it's just going to be a little bit of a piecemeal fight. DL's still alive for the Supers, but he's been kind of distracting the other side of this 2-2 split from Twisted.
Kind of wonder if Purdy and DL are aware of each other's positions there. Batu, we saw earlier, he had a bolt action in hand, and oh my god, poor Tanvu gets double headshot. HS getting involved and finding that knock at the very least. Vitality, a grenade barrage on top of them from Twisted, and this is a pretty safe position for now for Twisted. It's just a matter of what does DL want to do in this scenario. He's been phenomenal for the Supers this year. They're top fragger globally, and that's a great grenade for Perfectix.
Just so well done. The Twisted day that could have been bad, just constantly getting better and better by the moment. Second place, 47 points, just 3 points ahead of Team Liquid, who's just clinging to life right now, so big opportunity for Twisted. Gam still just trying to counter move alongside of 4 Angry Men while Twisted is watching it all.
Oh man, and Perfectix just picked up a P90 to boot. This is just getting scarier and scarier for everybody else here on this southern side. Gam in an awful position unless they can clear 4 a.m. here, but that's only one player so far. Spacemen dead, but still the big danger players of Shen HS. And as we've seen today, Winda can do pretty darn good in his own right. And if they can just hold the line here as 4 a.m., Twisted Minds actually gonna have a bit of an angle there. Now the grenades connect.
Kurt's going to get taken down by VP, who's trying to get into the circle, so that's going to be Team Liquid now eliminated. Okay, so 4 Angry Men just continuing to get madder and madder by the second because they just cannot find a circle that they can get control over. They need every single kill down here. It's them, Nemesis, and Supers in 13th, 14th, and 15th respectively. And when you have it, Twisted Minds looming large on the circle just to the south of you, it's got to start being terrifying. Gams had to retreat just pretty much on top of each other.
Yeah, I mean, literally, your only hope here as GAM is that somehow Nemesis and 4AM get in a fight and they kind of deal with each other and you're able to hang on. It could happen.
Right now, nowhere for Nemesis to go except for right into 4 Angry Men, so you called it the Prophet. Paper thin.
Yeah. I mean, I'm more hoping from GAM's perspective. I'm like, please get 4AM off of us.
Oh, no. While this is going on, VP is taking control of the northern section of the circle. They're right along the road line. You can see them coming in on the mini-map down there. That means that half the circle they're going to have on lock, and everybody else is going to be fighting for the other half of it. That's going to be brutal to deal with. 4 Angry Men, just nothing to be found here as DL is going to get the knock on to Beamy, at least. That's a interesting situation going on over there as Nemesis going to continue raining down cars, nades, and whatever they can throw right down on top of anybody hiding out from 4 Angry Men.
These are huge salvage points from DL, but Batulins will finish off Diffix. Nemesis doing some damage to 4AM. Perfectix, pretty sure, yeah, he has a P90 and an AWM. That is an awfully scary combo for a player of his caliber to have. Huang F trying to put some damage down. Shen weak, but not out just yet. The digging continues, and the grenades getting into there, not getting the knocks onto GAM, who are now seeing Twisted Minds start to come through. That grenade, oh my God, it almost rolled in.
So close. The bottom half of our leaderboard from 8th down, it's just a couple of points across most of it. You can see it's going to be 22 points at 8th place right now, and all the way down in 18th at 15th place. So every single point that you can get as 4 Angry Men survive is just going to continue to shoot you up. Now up into 8th place, creeping up. VP in control over the circle on the north. Twisted in control to the south, and it is just Shin and DL kind of caught in the middle of it all.
There goes Perfectix making the run here, using some of that level 3 gear to absorb Shen's damage. The Molly is going to come up a little bit short, doesn't matter. They've got too many angles. He is down and out, but a nice hold here from 4AM.
Tab finds the kill. Man's a gamer, finding everything over here. So now DL has kind of forced 2 players for VP to come chase him down. That means that they've had to surrender most of the control over the circle just to deal with this. Double up blue zone nade, still not going to be enough as DL is just a cockroach over here, man. He will not go down. Finally, they managed to get him, and VP had to surrender a lot. Can Twisted take control?
Yeah, Molly even came out there and caught Nixie, but not enough to get the knock, and keeps things in a 3v4. Twisted Minds in a huge advantageous position right now. A lot of control with that edge that dips down just slightly to the south, giving them a nice angle, a nice little ridge to play over. Corexi does have a rock, but that's outside of the next circle, so he has to make a move. The only player inside the circle currently for VP is Lucarux. Nixie looking for a flank angle, seeing if he could sneak his way around the side of the road, get on that southern edge. There's a hill that he could work with to sneak under, but
Lucarux.
This is, oh boy.
That's ambitious. Can he get something out of it? No, he's going to get instantly dropped. Nixie's also going to get spotted. I think it was just maybe a hope that it could be enough of a distraction, but that's 2 down. Poor old Corexi all by his lonesome up to the north, and Perfectix has a really good idea on where he's at.
Yeah, they know exactly where he is, so at this point, it's just a cleanup operation for Twisted Minds, who are doing unreal things today, and they are going to claim the win.
Oh, you can see Batu so excited. But I mean, Twisted, man, this is, you heard it from Batu himself. This was supposed to be a day that they weren't expecting anything out of, and it is just working. Everything feels like it's clicking. They're finding big kill games. They're now finding victories. I would start being scary for the squad.
No, I mean, it's just, it's like a well-oiled machine for them, right? They're just so smart that even when you have to kind of trade a player in or out, they have a system. They execute so well. They have the best micro, the best macro, the best everything you could ask for.
I feel so bad because VP had control over that circle for so long, but all the fighting was happening on the external sections of the circle. Nobody was really pushing into the area that they had control over. They could supervise fights, they could get a knock here or there, but it was so hard to find the flushes to really get much more out of.
Yeah, and it was really DL as well that did a lot of damage. So let's get a listen in to the end of this one. Just another day at work.
Yeah, you can see that they're so stressed now. This is pretty much qualification zone, feeling pretty good for them. is, yeah, there's still another day of play, but stretching into that, they've already got the momentum out of it. You know that there was stress. You know, you heard it from Batu in that interview. We found out right before we got here that we were going to be playing without one of our core players. The expectations were just shattered. And so, if anything, this is like finding $2,000 underneath of your bed while you're cleaning or something, and you're just like, this is the best day ever. I didn't even know that this $2,000 existed.
I didn't think the Tooth Fairy was real. I didn't think it was real.
Well, go ahead and get ourselves set up for this next game because there is still so much to play for.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
All right, Lex, we have about 4 hours until PUBG kicks off, so is there anything you want to do today?
I think we should hit up Kadia City Grid and maybe I can go and tell all my problems to a pro player.
You do that every year.
Sounds good. Let's go.
That was really fun.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
The game's on!
She didn't make it in time. That's what happened. She didn't make it in time.
Should have ran.
With all that stuff happening, though, in this arena for EWC 26, I saw some basketball, too, but we'll talk about some of that cool stuff that we might be able to do later, because right now, Twisted Minds, being able to overcome any adversity that they had to do with today, they're truly putting up the points and getting the wins.
Right? Getting wins in lieu of not having one of your players is absolutely wild to me, especially to see Tab coming out this strong. It makes you wonder, if Lou shows up, do they just leave Tab in? Because they are playing incredible. Like, this is a team with a sub, man.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you still want Lou, right? But the fact that Tab comes in, right? He hasn't played in a long time, especially at this level, right? I mean, we know he was good. He is a good player. Just coming in and filling and just still dominating, and that's a Twisted Mind thing. But that also goes to show you how strong that core 3 of Twisted really is.
It kind of gives you a backup, too. Now you actually have a solid backup. Somebody that was your coach. If anything happens throughout this tournament, you'd be like, you know what, let's put him in. One team that was actually able to bounce back in this last match for Angry Men. We saw them being able to start off hot, and then they slow down coming into this last match. When we were looking at the overall, they were in 13th place, but now with this top finish, I'm actually excited to see where they end up in the overall when we get a chance to look at that. But for this squad, this is what they need.
Yeah, and remember, guys, we're playing for essentially top 16, right? You just need to make sure that you're qualifying in the top 16. Anything after that is just academic, right? And so these guys coming into this game, 4EM kind of had a couple good games early, squandered a few opportunities in game, I think 3 and 4, but came back strong in this game, Steve.
I mean, I think the issue is Winda had a couple of good early games. What we need is the entire team to step up and have those big games as we move deeper into this thing. Another team that stepped up is Team Nemesis, as they got 4th in that one. This is the team. I think somebody jokingly called him Navi 0.5. I don't know who would do that. But they are a team that, like, I was like, oh, maybe they'll fire up more tomorrow when they look across the aisle. But here they are setting a standard. In fact, before we walked out in the green room, I heard Martin and James, who watch them play, who cover their region, say, what are they doing? Why aren't they putting up the numbers? These guys is a good team. And then they did this, which is good.
Yeah, and they absolutely nailed it. Another team that I actually want to talk about is VP.
Okay.
Okay, VP had a great first game.
They did.
They had an amazing first game. Game 2, Game 3, Game 4, not so much. But all of a sudden now coming back and finding this game, Nixie getting rid of DNS, and Supers being able to make it into this final against Twisted. Again, this was a massive boost because they were slipping. They were, it started the day really in top 5, and then they top 8.
Yeah.
Well, what's going on? They're right back up there.
I mean, if anything, this was really outside of Twisted Minds in the last 2. Like these are teams that needed to make those moves, right? The fact that Myth has slid a little bit, Liquid's not showing up here in the top 4 for this one. That's good news for everybody who's in the race going forward. But again, it just comes back to Twisted Minds, and it happens so early. It almost makes me sad because it means we're going to be talking about them for the next 6 days nonstop if they keep playing like this.
Talking about those guys.
I know, but they deserve it, right? Because these are the statesmen. They won here last year. I think it was devastating for them that they did not give the performance at PGC that they wanted to. Last year was the year to pull the double. This could be it again with the way they're playing to have a Can you imagine? Okay, can you imagine having a chance to do the double in back-to-back years? Like that is not something that almost any pro gamer gets a chance to do.
When you get a chance to start the tournament with the sub, not with your actual roster, you know what? I would love to see that. And so far, you've been pretty spot on. Earlier, you talk about Shadow Esports. Now with this Twisted, I'm going to keep track of all this stuff. Toffees definitely know what you're talking about when it comes to PUBG Battlegrounds. For some of the other squads as well, I want to talk about squads that need to actually start being a little bit more consistent. We saw AGAL being able to perform well, but in this last match, the consistency is just nowhere to be seen at the moment.
Tell me more.
Go in. Come on, Godspeed. You know you want to.
There's a few teams that I think are underperforming right now. Okay, I think definitely Supers. Even though we do see DL here with 2 grenade LMs, we know how capable that roster is.
That means we're
right?
cherry picking stats to put them on there. Right?
Yeah, but at the same time, again, Nemesis again is another one of those teams who I think could have a higher ceiling than the way they're performing at. But yeah, Supers definitely. I'm looking at that team because they should not be struggling the way that they have been. Even though this is a strong lobby, I still think they should be getting more points on the board.
I still can't get over Myth with 2 wins in 5 games is astronomical, but then Twisted Minds, the team that pulled double-digit kills in back-to-back matches, is also one of those things when it comes down to averages. That's what we're looking for. These teams that can put 5 points per game together are on the long distance.
Or you want to talk about averages? Liquid has been incredibly consistent so far. I think they're currently still in the top 2. So, I mean, Liquid is a team too where they need that strong start. You and I were talking about a bit in the green room. Liquid has to have a strong start because if they don't, you can start to see things slip away. We've seen that multiple times at multiple events. But again, with the change up, bringing in Cowboy, I think he's been a wonderful addition. Sparking shoes are hard as hell to fill. We just saw that at PNC, but Cowboy's been doing a phenomenal job. So I really like what Liquid's been doing so far today.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Luke 12, by the way, when you're talking about Team Liquid, the one
Luke 12
another player that kind of pops out in my head is Luke 12. Every single match, I feel like we're being able to see him just clutch up points for his squad as well. Now, for some of the other squads, right, we're going to have Group B sitting out tomorrow when we come back. So teams like Twisted Minds, I believe they're currently in Group B. They'll be able to get a chance to kind of breathe a little bit, even though they're currently performing so well. And it's one of those teams that if you were that squad, would you really want to just sit out that one there? Or would you just want to keep that momentum that they currently have?
I mean, I think they want to play the last days. The last days, for me, is what you want to have. But you want to know what you have to do to make sure you advance. And then on top of that, you don't know who's going to the finals, but if you're playing the last day, you can choose who goes to the finals in some situations. You can choose who you knock out or hurt so that you can have the spots you want. So I think that is one. They're perfectly happy to be on the last day, and I think the fact that they are is kind of bad news for everybody else in the lobby.
I think, and so Liquid was top 3, not top 2. How could I forget about Myth? But Shadow Esports is a big surprise here, too. I have to say.
Yes.
Shadow Esports is a team that I think none of us really had any crazy expectations for, but my goodness, have they shown some pretty good resilience so far in a group that you would argue AB group is one of the hardest groups we've ever seen. So
I'm going to be looking at Pretty Core because this squad, I mean, going into tomorrow, that will be their last day of Group A. They will have to do something here. So going into this last match, what are we expecting out of this squad? That kind of have to make sure something happens at the end of the day, Godspeed.
Look, Petrichor in the last game was in a very rough position on the east side of that circle, and they didn't really have a lot of great options. That being said, of the options they had, they still chose for some.
Yes.
They still somehow chose the worst of those options. So, and look, Petrichor is a team that this year has actually been much more consistent than we saw them last year, right? Especially when we switched the meta up. So them, 4EM as well. I think the Chinese region in general has been strong this year, but we're not seeing that right now.
I just think Petrichor's successes have been too dependent on we need that shift to come to us. And that's, I think, where they set themselves up. And I think that that can work really well for one event, but is that going to work for the rest of your life?
Right.
You know what I mean? So this is a set goals for the future situation. Another team that I wish was doing significantly better is Geek. Like, this is a roster made up of consummate professionals, right? This is like Korea's version of Liquid, just a bunch of old guys who've been playing forever and know the game, and they're just not stepping up and performing.
No, I mean, I completely agree with you. I mean, when I came back into it, I was like, oh, Geek is Korean now.
Yeah.
That's pretty interesting. And I looked at the roster and I was like, oh, those are really good players. But again, the performance is just not there. And I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's because we're switching up the way the maps are working now, which, by the way, I actually like. We used to do the, double Erangel, double Miramar. We'll throw a Tego somewhere in the middle, then a Rondo. But it's actually been really great to see the switch up because it also gives the players kind of a fresh look instead of, hey, we're going right into another Miramar. We already know we're dropping it at Picado. Like, it's the same set thing that you're dealing with. So I like the change of pace in that.
Yeah, at the beginning of the day, we were able to do kind of predictions too. We were able to pick which teams we went through. I'm not going to put you guys on the spot. I'm not going to make you just go blindfold, throw a dart. Now you guys really want to do it, huh? For everybody currently watching at home, you can actually select who you think is going to be winning this next match. Make sure you go to the EWC website or the app and put in your predictions. Just pick them. Let's see what you got. Maybe they pick Myth. Maybe they end up picking Shadow Esports, which honestly, we said no expectations, but after what Toffee's told me, I had high expectations for them, and they're currently delivering for me. But the game is ready, and I'm ready to see if my prediction is going to end up coming true. So let's send it over to Paper Thin and Matt Rim.
Thank you so much, guys, as we are on the last game of the day, and it should be an amazing game to watch. Remember, we do not have a last chance qualifier on this. It is just your overall amount of points between all three groups. The top 16 go on, so this match is going to be a pace-setting match moving in, as these guys are still going to have a 1 day of play each afterwards.
Yeah, exactly. So if you include this game, 7 more games to go for everybody. You're really looking to, have a good finish to the day. Set yourself up for your second day very nicely. Make yourself a little bit more comfortable to at least get into that grand finals. As we get a look at the plane path, not the most, fair plane path, we'll say.
I was talking to Colaris and Avenger earlier, and they were talking about this new modified drop for Twisted Minds, where they're making a commitment into Novo. So shout out to them. Whenever we look at a plane path like this, how beneficial it could be to make a jump into that spot early. They're going to have inside tracks to a lot of different ways to go. So a squad that's been on a big come up, just continually building more and more momentum, even finding a plane path into an open drop is going to feel great.
Yeah, for sure. I think this is like kind of an interesting new wrinkle for Twisted Minds, and they're just doing fine with it. It shouldn't surprise anybody. I think they could literally play from any spot on the map that'll give them, level 2 gear, in terms of the armor and helmets consistently, and they're probably going to do A-okay, and that's not too bad at all for them from their perspective. R8 going to be in a nice spot there in Pachinki. VP very happy about their fairy pair position for sure.
Chewy is taking a couple of shots at supers, but this is just a dust up over vehicles on drop. It's a continued measure, right? Most people want to just play for points of interest, specifically to keep control over vehicles. I would think that Chewy is just being a little bit spicy over there to see if maybe he can get a free kill out of it, but it should be supers being able to retreat to Rise just fine. Pretty much do center up circle should be A-okay for everybody. Coming into this, there's going to be a lot of open territory, specifically over the west, because right along over there, it's going to be field. So I wouldn't be surprised if most of our teams just continue in a more centered meta, as that is going to be where we see Potato Mountain kind of being the focal point.
Yeah, with kind of the chaotic nature of the circles now, you have to be kind of aggressive towards the center because every time the circle shrinks, it's going to have to keep some amount of that center in there, so you're at least hedging your bets a little bit as time goes on in some ways. But
what's great about Twisted coming down to Novo? We actually get to see Novo more now. Usually the teams that get drops, no offense, aren't going to be the teams that are getting round wins, so we don't get to see them go down in Novo right off the get-go. So a little bit of a modification could be pretty interesting. VP also has a very long stretch that they're doing over here kind of from the center out. The squads that I'm looking at going into this last game, VP and AGAL, I think, are going to be wanting more out of this. When VP is having a good day, I'm not arguing that, 4th place.
Sure.
It's more just, I think that VP was wanting to be closer to that 60-point line than the 30-point line.
Yeah.
AGAL, how do you not just walk a direction and start killing people in 5 points?
I agree. I think it's always kind of this weird thing with AGAL where they'll have some tournaments and they look like they're unbeatable, and then the next event, it looks a little scrappy. It doesn't quite all click. Himas is dying early here and there for some reason, and
just not really able to get everything figured out. There's a lot of teams on this leaderboard that I really have high hopes for and are kind of in the middle of the pack.
I was talking to one of the players, and they said AGAL is the squad that tries to be so smart when they don't need to be. and I feel like that summarizes them so well. Like they'll make the play for the right position and do all this other stuff, but sometimes
I want to guess the player.
I'm not going to reveal it. It's mildly toxic, and I'm not going to reveal mildly toxic conversations. Let that one go. Knowing the fact that it's mildly toxic, you can already have an idea.
I'm pretty sure I know. All right, over towards the Supers, who we absolutely, I think, need to be kind of keeping our eye on this game because they really need to bounce back from a kind of rough day. 20 points in 5 games just isn't going to cut it in terms of what you would expect out of a team with kind of their history and caliber. Vitality as well in a good-ish spot, but only 6 points ahead. So from where the Supers are at in 13th to where Vitality's at in 7th is only 6 points.
But look at the cut line. Where we see Vitality at 26 points right now, it's only 7 points down to Nemesis, and that's in 15th place. The bottom half, if you falter right now, it's just going to hurt, and they all know it. They all know that they need just a kill here or there. And that means that they could be putting themselves in more vulnerable points, and then instead finding themselves dead instead of finding those 1 or 2 points that they want.
Well, you're already looking at this leaderboard, and everybody is starting to sweat. Oh, Teddy, not good, but Guman needs this. The Supers, one of the things about the Supers this year when I was kind of looking through some of their results was that they don't get a lot of their points from kills. They're one of the few teams that's kind of like consistently doing okay-ish or has had some good results that a lot of their points come from placements.
That's all fine and good, like 2 years ago meta.
Exactly.
Whenever you got squads that be popping off and getting kills like what we were seeing, like 10, 12 kills a game for some of these teams, just getting like 2nd place and 3 or 4 kills is only netting you 9. So the squad that's in 3rd place is technically out point matching you every single round. Placement's just not enough anymore.
You got to drop bombs, man. You got to be averaging almost, more than 3 kills a game to be one of those teams that we're talking about as winning PGSs and things like that.
You remember the fact that we used to talk about like a good points per game like 3 or 4 years ago was like 5 points per game. As long as you can hold an average of 5 points per game. Look at Twisted right now. We played 5 games. They're at 61 points. Yep. That is 10 points per game. That's double what we used to consider being good or safe. It is just so hard. And yeah, we're still in qualification stage, so
sure.
Okay, yeah, 5 points per game puts you right around 8th place, but that doesn't feel good these days.
If it's a normal finals, I'm saying like that's the pace that I look at for the winning team, right? Like if it's just like our normal, you play X amount of games, if you're averaging 10, 11 points per game, then I'm looking at you as a winner. Pretty much like 90%, as long as there isn't another team that's matching that.
And look, I love me an underdog story. Shadow, keep on keeping on, man. Like, you're finding stuff, and yeah, okay, it's not just finding position in the circle. They're taking firefights here or there. They're not the cleanest ones, but they are learning fast. And I love watching underdog squads that learn fast and manage to, like, really fix their mistakes game into game and just keep taking the curve up on their play real fast.
And I mean, again, I think it's just always a matter of time as long as a region continues to take things seriously and shows that they're willing to improve and has the the right players in the right place at the right time and the right coaches and everything. It will eventually happen that they will do some things. And today has been pretty good.
I'm a simple man. I just like bicycles, dude. There's something about it. It's just the sound.
I know, but I really want to like get the card on a laundry pin.
Yeah, okay. I got you. Get it going back behind. Okay,
that's right.
Let's look at our center circle right now. As pretty much centered up is going to be around that position where our 8 VP AGAL are all going to be playing from. AGAL is running a 2-2 split closer to Death Road, but on the western side of Death Road. Petrichor Road's running a 2-2 where they've got themselves essentially Potato of Potato Mountain up on top, going down into those compounds that lead out Pachinki into the apartment's school area. Other strong positions, Super have taken over Pachinki itself, but a lot of our teams are on that kind of southeastern area leading into farm and whatnot and the coastlines that provides, just because that is the safer area. There's way more terrain to be played to the south and to the east than there is to the west.
Yep. And Team Liquid is very late from the north. That has Vitality up ahead. So these two teams, we already saw it on the very first Erangel, had a little bit of a dust up in this part of the map, but this time around it's actually Liquid on the other side of the river, trailing well behind Vitality, who
is just going to drive around the Everest Mountain and move along the freeway, and a pretty hard shift over to the west. The Supers love to see them consolidate on the southwest side of Pachinki if possible.
Well, we've got the map up. You can see where Duck Juice has already gone for the Pachinki hillside. Anything kind of to the west of that hillside and to the south is going to be mostly open territory. Nobody's going to want to play for that going into Circle 2. Yep. That's a bloodbath position to play. That means that most of our squads are going to be forced into Pachinki and Potato Mountain and more along the coast. What we're looking at is everybody's just going to have to cluster right on top of each other, and it's going to lead to a much bloodier Circle 2 than we're used to.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can already see that Petrichor Road is getting involved with Full Sense, who's getting involved with R8, and it's just an affair on the outside of Pachinki. The Supers are moving their way outside. Gam has already tried to fortify. Belmoth out in a dip, and the rest of his team had to settle in and looking to maybe throw some smokes his direction.
Where do you go, Petrichor? You're kind of just circling the wagons down in this trench, and that's about the best you're going to find. AGL is just going to be to the south of you. Full Sense that we saw going around the Pachinki area. Looks like seeing if they can get back onto their res. Gam's going to have control over the fields to work with. Team Liquid in their later rotate's going to be just to the north of that, realizing that this is going to have a lot more friends over here than they were expecting. Nemesis is going to be on the other side of it. How much of a commitment do we see coming out from Team Liquid? As it looks like they are going to try to just brute force their way right up into Gam's face, and it's going to kind of work.
There you go. I mean, sometimes just a show of confidence is more important than actually having it, and I'm sure Team Liquid has both, and they are going to move in very nicely. And Gam gonna try a different angle. Tai Lu in trouble. What a grenade here from I2. He's looking to finish what he started, and easy money for Ming Ming to come in there, get the job done for at least 1 point.
Every single peak is going to be punished so bad. Tai Lu does get eliminated. Petrichor Road enjoying the fact that they've got a lot of friends around them that are going to help out. Rap's going to be continuing in, as it looks like 4 Angry Men going to be touching the circle. Team Liquid not too confident in the position where they just pushed Gam away, is going to stretch more along the north, leading into Pachinki in that little mini ridge line that they're going to have. So Gam's going to have close range friends that have been supers that have taken control over the compound just to the north of Pachinki hillside that can be quite strong if the circle goes there.
I really like what the supers did here. This is exactly what I wanted to see from them in the position they were at. Take a little bit of control there outside of the field, get close to the side of that mountain, set yourself up for a potentially really strong late game if the circles get a little bit favorable for you. And even if they don't, you should be able to find some ways to get some kills here and there. You would think Nemesis just going to turtle on up. This is way on that western edge, just to the edge of the field and where there's a hill. Just on the outside of them with 4 AM looping around the back.
Sorry, you said, the way you said where there's a hill, it made me think there's a way.
Where there's a hill, there's a way.
That's the secret to rotating in PUBG. Where there's a hill, there's a way. All right, Twisted Minds updated guys that are on the top of the leaderboard right now. They're in kind of not a great spot, not a bad spot, but they're kind of playing over into the east. You can see the examples at least got foothold. It was going to be Shadow that was taking a couple of shots. Myth very stretched out in front of them, and this is what I was afraid of, that the circle was going to abandon the spot, and now they're dealing with a very gate-kept circle as Jacob's going to regroup. Shadow's going to kind of funnel them and keep them from going north the way that they wanted to, so it's going to be Twisted of all squads with probably the worst rotate.
Yeah, this is one of those circles that's, feeling like it might end up in those fields, and it's kind of where everybody has to sort of hang out around the outside of it for the most part and try to just hold the line. Cowboy doing a little bit of aerial viewing and is just not going to see too much out here. And he's doing a quick check of the field and maybe going to land, and needs I don't know what exactly he's looking for here.
Hey, dude, sometimes the grass is just nice.
It's just safe out there at least.
It is. Just kind of chilling, vibing. Everybody else is so busy chasing the circles, involved in the rat race. Sometimes you just got to stop, live your best life, really just go smell the roses, touch the grass,
I was literally looking. I'm like, is there somebody body that's on the ground? He's looking to go for the blue chip. No, that's not it. Well, whatever. Shadow Esports in a bit of a crossfire there. Virtus Pro hitting into Setsuna. Setsuna, 34 HP, trying to go for some heals. Will just barely bypass.
Remember how we talked about Twisted over here? This is going to be kind of what they're going to have to deal with in a second. With, I guess Shadow at least getting inside track on position first, but where do you even go? They're kind of stuck on the fields right now. If they wrap more to the south, they're going to put themselves in Vitality's crossfire. VP is going to have control over everything to the east. It looks like Twisted is going to go for an emergency pickup that has been called, so that's going to get instantly picked up. Curious to see where they're going to go, as you'll probably see the helicopter path right now, pretty close to VP.
a lot of mortars, I think, going after 4 Angry Men.
I think you're right. I'm very curious about Twisted Minds. What in the world they're going to end up doing here. Maybe the western edge of the field that's in the current circle might be an option, but Full Sense is currently driving in that direction. So if you try to parachute there, you might be just a little bit late to the party. Nixie gets out the protractor, thinking about doing a little bit of geometry here. A squared plus B squared equals C squared there, my friend.
Here's the rotate talking about from Full Sense. It's going to be Nemesis right in front of him. Those shots busting out between him means that Twisted Minds now knows that they don't go that direction. Great shots come out from Diffx. Gedrock's going to follow it up on the other side of the circle, kind of involved in what's going on in the center. Tigger, with nowhere to really go, has to retreat right back out to the blue.
Ooh, Stayed tries to get some shots to go with the ace. Can't really find the mark, but quickly over to the mini, and I don't know what in the world just happened to Setsuna. Had a grenade in his hand potentially, and a lot of his team went down. Speaking of going down, Belmoth will fall to Diffx as he looks to keep Full Sense very much in the bottom half of this leaderboard after the end of the day.
Yeah, Nemesis should be able to pick this up, but it is going to be Twisted Minds who offer their emergency pickup. Going to be in a pretty good spot. Soset has had to stay back to kind of keep Petrichor Road at bay, so that way this rotate feels a bit safer, but it definitely don't feel good. The other side of the hill is going to feel a lot safer as you only have to deal with Petrichor Road. New circle is now popped, and that means it is going to be AGAL, VP, GK, Myth, Supers, R8, and Team Liquid all rotating right near each other, and it is just a stack. Everybody's running in the field. Find you a dip and fight for it.
Well, and there's some runovers happening here. Himas trying to crush VP underneath his tires, looking for more. Salalzi very, very weak, has more coming in. That grenade right next to Himas. He's gonna go down. Nixie almost falling to that grenade that fell into his hole. Salalzi holding on for dear life.
Everybody external from this has no idea what they're shooting at. They're just shooting into every dip that has a firefight in it. VP gets eliminated, so that does mean AGAL stays alive for now, but it is going to be closely followed as a ton of utility rains down upon them. We ain't done yet as we still have another rotate, and that's going to be Myth passing just to the south.
Well, you're still looking at a couple teams that are outside of the circle that need to make their way in. The Supers on the north, Team Liquid up there as well. Myth over to the east. Park Pro is going to fall here. Baron getting the job done there will find the point. Purdy Curdy now wants that spot. He sees the damage that they're taking.
Is he going to go for the kill? Is he going to go for the circle? Looks like he's going to wrap back behind. Has faith on just trying to scout out for the rest of the squad. They just send it right up into his face. But that is going to be a solid defense for now. Finally having one falter. Akan the last one up. But the cost for Team Liquid has been high.
They might just be able to hold on. Those grenades not going to get there from Akan. The follow-up, though, he knows it. Oh, it's so close to wiping Liquid out.
It's just more cover potentially, though, the longer these nades continue to crash down upon him. But too many angles. Liquid's going to go down. New contenders on approach. Supers running down the hillside. Myth on the other side. Nakan just in the middle of it all.
Oh, Heaven taken out by the combined arms of 4AM, who have themselves 4 nice little dips that they have found inside of the fields, right in the center of the circle. DL still kicking there. A couple members of the Supers with him, or just one other member of the Supers with him this time around. Now things settle. Most teams have found some kind of footing.
Welcome to the fields where everybody has a bit of a dip, and that's about all they can really work with. BRDM going to be big for Supers, and that's why they're kind of stealing this centered position right now. To the north of them is going to be 4 Angry Men, a bit more scattered across the fields to work around. Shaxx hay bale is going to be about the biggest commodity you've got, unless you're down to the south and Vitality, who has themselves a great compound. Myth, though, they've got a different secret for success. Who needs dips whenever you can just shoot anything that's going to be in front of you and try to find a kill? They have an open opportunity and a path into a con if they want it.
I've seen Kiss dome a couple players with the bolts here in this lobby. He has been good no matter what, and love to see him getting involved. Now Gam, of course, able to seemingly get the res onto Duck Juice. And Kiss is still looking in that direction, but I don't know if there's an angle for him to finish it. Virtus Pro has a little bit of space. Oh, that's scary. That's scary.
Yeah, I mean, this is just trying to sneak it in, but it is going to be Supers raining down nade upon nade. What do? It's going to be Levante, I think, leading the charge forward to see if he can get a nade, but the BRDM is so strong, man. What do you... You can't really deal with it other than just dropping a couple of nades on top of him. Levante just has to deal with the threat right up in his face and just keep burning utility piece after utility piece for it.
Yeah, Vitality in kind of an awkward spot where They're trying to make their way forward. They want to deal with that BRDM in front of them, but it's really, really tough to when you still have some players and teams behind them.
Nemesis making a rotate, nowhere to really go on the western side, and it's going to be Twisted. It's going to take shots at them. Petrichor to the north, nowhere to go. They're going to have to be bumping right into GAM. And it is just Myth, slow, steady approach. Walking in is, what do you even have to deal with down here? There is no space, super flat terrain. It is just shoot whatever pops in front of you. And Petrichor Road gets demolished on their rotate by GAM.
Oh, I hope we have the replay for that grenade. Tanbu hit an absolute banger onto Petrichor Road on their way in. Baron will land one of his own. Shadow Esports eliminated in 10th, but a really nice day for them. 35 points, nothing to sneeze at. Myth now a little bit of a forward maneuver to gain a little bit of space. And look at this nice little dip that's been created for them.
That's not a little dip. Look at how many explosions
that's true. It's a big dip.
That is like, you could stand up in that dip and still have cover. That is...
We call it the Big Dipper.
I give it to you. I give it to you. Supers on the other side of that are just continuing to use the BRDM to make sure that Vitality doesn't get too close. See if they can scout out anything else. Over the west, Nemesis is just trying to creep their way and get into the circle. Twisted's just going to make their life hellacious moment by moment as it goes, as most of our teams are playing over into the east. It's just GAM up to the north, R8 kind of the northwest, and this is what I was afraid of.
Well, it's...
but it has to be on target.
It's absolutely nothing. Nobody's in those trees. The Super's BRDM, by the way, is about to die. It is on its last legs.
They could have just dropped the mortar into a point that they knew had a couple of cover points to play from, so that way they could get there. I wouldn't be surprised, because it looks like it came out from GAM. Now, Myth, where do you go? You've got a couple of different opportunities in front of you, and it looks like it is going to be the backstab onto Vitality.
Well, Vitality has been trying to deal with the Super's BRDM for a very long time, and I think they finally did, but it's the wrong moment for them. Baron again with the grenades, doing it. 6 kills for him on the board.
9 kills overall for Myth, and it feels like there's more to be had. Circle pops. It goes more to the south, so that's going to be Supers in there, burnt up BRDM pretty much in the center of it. But guess what? To the west of that, it's Twisted. To the north, 4 Angry Men. Everybody else, welcome to the fields. And how does the grass grow? With blood.
Yeah, no doubt. And realizing that they have the Supers pretty well dead to rights here. There you go. It is going to be DL and Guman paying the price. Myth on the warpath once again. They have now taken first place in the lobby, up to 66 points, 4 ahead of Twisted Minds. Nemesis has Twisted Minds right in front of them, looking on this western edge, and gonna have to play a little leapfrog there. A couple grenades still in the bag for Diffix. Don't know how much exactly everybody has. Melman has absolutely nothing. He has a Panzer, an AUG, and a Dream.
Well, I mean, Nemesis has been fighting over on the western front for so long, having to deal with so many squads around them that kept trying to backstab. So I don't blame anybody in coming into the circle without any smokes or anything else like that. GAM kind of had a compound that they were playing from, and Petrichor Road fight a second ago, so perhaps they have something to deal with, as it is just going to be an entrenched 4 Angry Men, an entrenched Myth, and an entrenched Twisted Minds, and everybody else walking into the field.
I think if GAM can kind of deal with R8 on this western side, they have a pretty good chance to maybe get pretty far in this game. They should have a lot of utility scooping it up off of the Petrichor Road dead bodies. They should be sitting pretty well looking into this late game. You know, armor and helmet should be pretty okay. Yeah, Duck Juice did take a headshot. Myth has taken full control of the center of the circle.
Look at this. This is the one little bit of a rise inside of this field, right? Over to the west, there's a bit of another one. But this means that Myth gets kind of high ground, a little bit of a fortification in that, I guess, the Big Dipper that they've managed to find for themselves. And it's everybody else just kind of scavenging for something. Twisted Minds good on their defense. Nemesis has no path in. There's still the tree fortifications that GAM is playing from. So, I mean, R8 still kind of stuck over here as well, and you just have to brute force your way through. It's all just going to be on aim. That's the only way you get into the circle. You got to get knocks, and you got to get them now.
Yeah, exactly. It's really important to do some serious damage, and Batulins has 309 damage in this one. Has no kills, though, to speak for it. Has been hitting some good shots. Example, sitting on some decent utility, as well as a Groza, along with that ghillie suit. Tanbu is going to take down AJ. 5 kills now for Tanbu. Empty, trying to blast his way forward, but there just isn't a ton to work with.
I mean, it's nade on one side, bullets on the other, and still just trying to creep his way forward. He's finding some way to do it. He's inside the circle, but other player for R8 does go down. Duck Juice is going to be the one that finds it. Nemesis is trapped over here due to Twisted, so Coral Empty is just stuck with friends all around him.
I just noticed that Akan was still alive. I just saw that on the screen, but he's going to go down. Nemesis on the edge of the blue. Diffix Melman in trouble. Oh, Diffix barely sidesteps that grenade. Stays alive, at least for now. Gam is on the hunt. They wiped out R8.
Look at this circle. Pops down to the south. Twisted's got control over the northwest. Myth's got control over the northeast. And Baron is now kind of left the circle, left the safety of the rest of the players with Myth. And he's trying to wrap around back behind 4 Angry Men. So that means that 4 Angry Men, Gam, and Nemesis all only have really one angle of approach, and it's all on top of each other.
Yeah, Gam now has to ping pong the other way. They've wiped out a couple different teams. Nemesis gone, R8 gone. Twisted Minds has held the line, but they have no kills to speak for it, although they're doing just fine, of course, because it's just the group stage, and they aren't too fussed about it. But Gam is having a hell of a game. 12 kills.
Well, I thought Gam's problem was the fact that they didn't have very many vehicles left, but they've managed to keep one. With the C4, how are they going to wrap? The timing means that they're going to have to run this one pretty quick. They know where multiple players for Twisted are going to be at. How is this timed out? They managed to go down. Big explosion! That's going to at least manage to pick up one. Now Twisted, who had control, has just example up, and Gam is running after it. Myth has realized they're taking more control over the circle, but 4 Angry Men is still left the odd team out.
Oh, and Example's going to finish off Gam. It was a valiant effort with the coordinated C4. They've got 2 down, but they didn't take out Example. How did he not get run over there? He hides underneath. HS pays the price.
Oh, the bouncing car in front of him. Example going full beast mode right now. He's the last one up, but he is not done yet. Nade finally takes him down. Big showing coming up from him.
Oh, man, Example. I thought he was going to put on a show for us there, and he certainly did. But it could have gone a little bit longer. Winda trying to hold on for dear life, but he is getting absolutely smothered with utility. Able to barely escape that Molly. Shen out in the blue, it looks like, in a world of trouble. Myth going to take their 3rd game of the day, seemingly.
14 kills, waiting for more. They just gotta walk it, makes it look easy. Myth with half the games on the day and massive kill counts. These ridiculously brutal.
Oh, they're so, I mean, the way that they play the edge of that circle, waiting for their right moments, extremely efficient with the grenades. Baron in particular doing a really nice job wiping out multiple opponents multiple times with his grenades. And Myth had one of the best days we've seen from them yet. They've had some damn good ones.
Oh, man, and this has been some crazy circles, too, that have just been really hard to navigate. I mean, pickaxes and explosions being really the only way you can find safety, and I would say about 3 of our games today.
Yeah, for sure. Those field circles in particular, it's almost a blessing and a curse to have like the ability to remove the terrain like that. You know, it makes it a little more exciting, but it also just makes it so much harder in those situations because everybody's doing the same thing, and trying to navigate those spots is very difficult to keep track of everything, and you never know when like new, you know, dips are going to be created, who knows where, and then players can somehow hide underneath your vehicle. It's crazy.
This has just been an absolutely wild day. I mean, Made in Thailand just made with success right now, and Twisted Minds, who came in with really no expectations, having a crazy day of their own. I still am just dumbfounded by how long Example survived in that last game.
Oh, I mean, there's a reason he's maybe the best to ever do it, right? He is just incredible. He is so fun to watch, so smart. The reactions, obviously, through the roof. The individual skill, we know, and the brains are huge on that Twisted Minds team. It's a thing of beauty.
We also did see Gam starting to find more, I guess, creative plays coming in the later stages of that, using the C4. It's really hard to drive a vehicle across the circle like that in a more flat terrain and still time out the C4 to explode whenever it needs to, because it'll often drive too far past if you come in with the wrong speeds. It's to be able to perform in that whenever you're under that much duress is really difficult, and especially you're getting shot and you're probably going to get knocked out of the vehicle. Like, no, my job is to get this in. You're like Luke Skywalker running down the Death Star trenches. Like, doesn't matter if I get shot, I just need to get this shot off.
On target. Stay on target. Yeah, and they did, and that's something they have done a lot in the past. You know, back when they were the Expendables, like I remember those C4 hits that they would try to varying levels of success. That one was one of their better ones. I think the way they played that end game, like when I said, okay, you need to clear R8. From that moment on, they played that game about as well as they could. Like, they racked in a ton of kills. They cleared so many different edges. That is like textbook edge PUBG. They did such a nice job there. I was really impressed with Gam.
Oh, VP, man, it's like they're playing good in a day where everybody else is just finding miracles.
Yeah.
And I feel bad about that because it's not like they're like struggling. They just can't find what they want. But we've got ourselves an interview with the man, the myth, the legend himself, Kiss.
The Myth. I like that one. That was good. I've got Kiss here from Myth. Kiss, let's have a quick chat, okay, before I let you go. Talk to us about today. 3 wins, an extremely strong day. Talk about those final moments of map 4, if you could, okay? Rondo, you guys faced off against AGAL at the very end of that map. It was a really strong show out. You had 1 player down as well, and you managed to win. Talk about the approach of how you guys managed to overcome AGAL to win that map.
ก็ก่อนอื่นเลยนะฮะแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะฮะวันนี้3ไก่นิ่มๆนะฮะมองย้อนกลับไปที่เกม4กันหน่อยดีกว่าฮะรอนโดครับตอนที่เราต้องปะทะกับ AGAL ตอนนั้นเราเสียไปแล้ว1ผู้เล่นตอนนั้นมีอะไรเข้ามาในหัวกันบ้างฮะถึงแบบว่าเล่นออกมาได้สไตล์ขนาดนั้นได้
เรียกว่าเป็นมีกำลังใจแล้วกันครับเพราะว่าเราปลดล็อกไก่ตั้งแต่เกมแรกแล้วเราก็รู้สึกว่าทุกคนนะมีความแบบว่าปลดล็อกในตัวเองครับและทำให้ทุกคนเล่นได้ดีขึ้นในทุกๆเกมมีกำลังใจในการเล่นมากขึ้นเพราะว่าเราปลดล็อกไก่แล้วไม่มีความกดดันแล้วครับ
Yeah, because it's like we already like got the first chicken already, so we have no pressure at all. We just gonna play aggressively and like giving them everything we got.
I like that. Now, Jacob has joined your team this year, joined in as the IGL. He's obviously been incredibly impressive. Talk to us about his style as an IGL and how he's able to lead you guys to so much success.
มาที่เจคอบกันบ้างนะฮะเพิ่งเข้ามาเลยปีนี้มาเป็น IGL รู้สึกยังไงบ้างฮะกับการเล่นของเขาแล้วก็การสั่งแผนของเขาฮะ
ก็รู้สึกดีมากครับที่มีเขาเข้ามาในทีมแล้วก็รู้สึกว่าทีมเล่นกันเข้ากันได้ดีมากครับแล้วก็เรียกว่าเขาเป็นผู้เล่นที่เติมเต็มให้ทีมเลยแล้วกันครับใช่
Yeah, because like to be honest, we were very happy and excited to have him in our team and he became our IGL. I think he's like one of the X factor of MITH.
Oh, the X Factor. Let's go. Kiss, thank you so much for joining us in this awesome interview. Congratulations on such a very strong day 1 in groups. Obviously, we've got more action to come your way. But you know what? Myth are absolutely popping off right now, and that's undeniable. But don't go anywhere, because we've got another interview lined up across the stage. It is, of course, Kalaris.
That's right. Thank you very much, Barney. Thank you very much, Kiss. Of course, I've got Nixie here with me from Virtus Pro. A little bit of a shift of gears here. Not been the easiest day for Virtus Pro here, Nixie, to get things rolling. Talk to me about the day and how it's been so far.
I mean, we started off strong with 13 points on Erangel. Then it kind of fell off because we're just trying to get used to like the server because it's a little bit different experience, I would say. So yeah, we're just trying to get used to the server and like I don't know, kind of keep the pace up from the first game, but. Yeah, we just died in rotation every game almost, so yeah.
Maybe a bit of a bounce back in the next days.
Yeah, we'll see.
We'll see. Of course, you did find your footing a little bit more on Tego. Can you talk to me about that and how it was going down? It was going to be difficult, I suppose, to deal with where Twisted Minds was compared to your position, of course, but before that and everything that was going on.
I mean, we got a really good zone first to 6th. We kind of like caught 6 zones, and then we had to play out of the compound. I would say we played good. We had good information on the teams around us, and we kind of lost Beamy for no reason to DNS guy, I think. And then it was 3-4 endgame against Twisted. I would say it was possible to win, but yeah, we didn't win. So it was possible, definitely though. So yeah, 2nd place.
All right, coming into your next day of groups then, are there any teams on the other side that you're going to have to go up against that you might be concerned about? Maybe they're kind of dropping near you. Obviously, you said on Tego with DNS, you were actually able to catch 1 or 2 of them in the previous one, and then, as you say, had a little bit of a loss here and there. So what about the teams that you're going to be coming up against next?
I mean, not really. We're not getting contested on any of the maps, I hope. So far, we're not getting contested. So, yeah, I would say, no, not really. Like, we are just going to go tomorrow with the same confidence, the same everything, and we'll see. We're going to qualify.
All right, well, thank you very much for joining me, Nixie, here. Good luck for your next day. And that is us done and dusted here for the interviews. Let's wrap things up and get our first day all done.
And even though he might not be happy with his performance today, still a good performance considering that the top 16 after groups will be moving on to the finals. But we saw the confidence there coming in with Myth as well. And we were talking about predictions, and hopefully you were able to go to the EWC website and the app and put in your predictions, because these 2 amazing lads with me were able to predict it. Even though I wasn't going to put them on the spot, they were like, Myth. You guys were right.
I mean, they won 2 already.
We've been
statistics. We've been around. But I mean, it is. Any good first date in the City of Love ends with a kiss, and that's what we got to see here. Absolutely lambasted everyone. This guy is ridiculous fire, and giving him Jacob, taking him from E Arena, doing whatever you had to get that leader on the team has been the game changer. Kiss just he got the responsibility taken off his shoulders. He was given the freedom to play his game. He's got Scappadoo on his backside, making sure he's always covered. These guys look insane.
And honestly, I feel like when E Arena was at their best, it was with Jacob, right? And now that he has moved to Myth and he has the firepower plays like the French Kiss himself, right? It's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. And I think that's why Myth have not only dominated today, but dominated so far this year.
How many Kiss jokes can we fit into a broadcast?
Probably a lot.
It's a tongue
Just
twister.
wait until tomorrow, the beginning. We'll see how many we can
Just
actually...
until tomorrow, that's it.
But for the squad, it wasn't just Kiss, it wasn't some of the other players. Baron was able to actually perform really well in this last match, being able to put up those kills, and talking about teams that were able to perform well when nobody, by the way, we did expect Myth to do well. One team that we weren't expecting to do that well was Twisted. But the adversity, honestly, it didn't feel like it was there. They started off slow, Lays, but they were able to pick it up in a big way.
Yeah, I mean, we always have this conversation about placement and aggression versus eliminations, and I brought the stats for you guys. Ooh. Obviously, we're looking at our top 3 teams. I'm going to give you a little bit of a breakdown up until match 5, but Twisted Minds had a placement average of 6.6. However, drum roll please, their elimination average is 8.4, which is actually wild above Team Liquid at 5.8 and Myth, who was on 5.6. Okay, so if you can see where that aggressive playstyle comes from, that's right in the stats there. But I mean, coming out of that final match, that probably would have improved their placement average as well, coming out at 3rd. But, you know, they weren't able to hold on to that little top of the title because I think Myth got the same memo.
I also have to say, example proning in that defilade. On the second car, I was talking to James about it, and I said, do you think he did it on purpose? He said, no, surely he drop-shotted. But still, in all my years of watching, playing, whatever this game, that was one of the sickest things I've seen. That was so cool.
Play of the day. I feel like for me, that would have to be play of the day. We'll get a chance to maybe replay it tomorrow at the start of the show. But this is what the overall is looking like after 6 matches. It was Group A versus Group B today. Myth, with the consistency, with the amazing gameplay that we saw out of them, no surprise that they're currently in first place after those 3 wins. And also GAM Esports, this is a team Godspeed that I feel like today they started off strong and then they weren't too flashy, but they're currently finishing in 3rd place.
Yeah, I mean, this is obviously a very strong roster. We've been aware of Tanfu, Duck Juice, Clories. I mean, Honga, these guys have been around forever, but what they were able to do today on the comeback, bringing it, especially in that last game, I think was very important because, I mean, we talked about Shadow Esports, right? And they're good, and we think they're doing great, but I think 35 points is not enough, even though they're in 5th place now. You talked about it, 17, dealing with them in the hot drops. That's going to be a freaking nightmare. Do you remember last time we saw 17? Every time they hot drop, they just demoralize the other team.
I mean, I firmly believe part of this game in the early is loot efficiency. The idea of knowing your drop spot, getting it quickly and getting out fast. They're going to get displaced. They're not going to drop 17 tomorrow. And that means they're going to be working somewhere that they're not as comfortable and practiced in, and that's going to be a challenge for them.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking at AGAL here in 12th spot with those 43 points. Yeah, absolute yuck, considering that's also a team that's fighting for that club championship. A lot of people don't want Falcons to win. We'll see if they're actually going to be able to have what it takes to compete against them. Team Vitality, by the way, was one of those squads that were able to bring it back as well after half of the day.
Yeah, I mean, to see them bounce back. They're a solid roster made up of some really good players, so you know that 1 or 2 bad games is never going to hold them down. I'm frustrated seeing the defending world champions, though, in 14th place, Lace.
Yeah.
We saw that, we made the jokes, but this is surprising. This is really surprising and a little bit hurtful because, yeah, we talk about this roster and this is something that they should be able to capitalize on, but it seems like a lot of zones did not go their way, a lot of play styles did not go their way, and it's really reflecting on that leaderboard now. But, you know, they do have the tenacity. A lot of these teams obviously do know how to bring it back. We talk about the mentality of these teams as well. You know, sometimes when you get into the bottom of these leaderboards, it can be difficult to get yourself out of that mindset. But look, I 100% believe that they can, and just not going to be today.
I think the biggest issue for some of the teams that are coming into it is just Group C, right? I mean, just looking at a few of those teams right now, you got Falcons, you have Gen G, you have Na'Vi, you have 17. I mean, we already talked about, you know, a team like Shadow that's going to struggle with 17. What about the other teams that are going to have to come into that, especially if you're one of those teams that is already on the bottom of the leaderboard? Now you have to deal with a completely new set of teams, new drops, new rotations.
We had a great day. Actually కాకపోతే కొద్దిగా బోర్ కొట్టింది ఎందుకంటే చాలా ఎక్కువసేపు జరిగినాయి మ్యాచెస్. ఎనీవే రేపు ఇంక ఇంట్రెస్టింగ్ ఉంటుందేమో చూద్దాం. Until then, bye guys, bye.
That's why he's the GOAT. I don't care what anybody else says. He's got PGC. He's got EWC. He's got PGSs.
Okay, guys, bye.
He joined Twisted Minds after dominating the world.